Hello, hello. So some people prefer big, long videos rather than individual series. I am nothing if not your humble servant. Here you go. 5, 6, I don't actually know, hours of Genoa gameplay in EU5. Enjoy. Hello, everybody, and welcome. Thank you for joining me. Don't worry, you have not clicked on the wrong video. This is our previous Genoa run. In 1530, let's call it, we had almost 9 million pops. We had net income of 6,300, and we had almost, but not complete, control over the New World. We had almost, but not complete control over Africa, and we were the only European present in Asia. We're going to start a new run as Genoa, and our objective, beat this one. That is what we're going to do. And I think, yeah, we'll play with the Reformation stuff more this time. So let's go back in time 200 years and see where we're starting from. But let us put those lofty goals aside for a moment and look at what we're going to do starting as little old Genoa. Step 1, try to have the Black Death kill less than 80% of the city. Would be nice. Step 2, do lots of improving relations so that we can start getting our trade network up around the world. I want to try and get that money engine going fast. 3, missions and cabinet positions in order to drive all of our stats to where they need to be. We really need to get going on being able to push our communalism up so we can start getting rid of some privileges, although there aren't that many we need to get rid of early as Genoa. One other thing we want to do is get a tribal estate going so that we can give them some privileges which are useful to us. And we are also going to immediately get rid of the Diarchy Republic. It is nice with the 25% trade capacity, but you know what's nicer than 25% trade capacity? Where is it? There it is, Merchant Republic. Ah, yes, we have to remove it and then institute it, don't we? That's fine. Scrap this. Add Merchant Republic. Where is it? Not Noble Elite. There it is. 50% trade capacity and 25% trade maintenance and 50% foreign building cost and 25% trade income. It's stupid good. And we're going to have that going. We won't build any trade buildings overseas until obviously that comes into force. Do Fondaco rights actually cost money these days, I wonder? Let's find out right away. This is supposed to cost you money. A monthly fee. Doesn't seem to. We'll see if it does next month. Maybe it's a modifier on Diplo spending or something, but doesn't seem to. So we're going to get our Fondaco rights going. We're going to try and build good relations with France and Castile early. We're going to try and conquer Provence quite early. Early targets. Provence, consolidating the cities, of course, of northern Italy. We now know that antagonism from conquering land and from vassalizing ticks down separately. So we'll be trying to maximize that, getting a bunch of those vassals in there. Vassalizing seems really strong in terms of antagonism. We're driving communalism because communalism gives us Diplo rep. We will be trying to max out our Diplo rep so that we can get more aggressive expansion or reduction from that. We know that, unlike last time, that these outposts down here are not useful. Not really. There's no real point investing in these. The only thing these serve to do, and it is valuable, is give us naval range. So what we want to do is establish a few more of them. If we could hold a province up here somehow, like if we could ally France and nick some land off Aquitaine, if we just need a tiny little province, and then we could get trade range way up here, we could build a bunch of trade networks. So we will be looking to see if something like that is plausible. We will not be rivaling anyone to max out our conciliatory. And of course, we are Spinola and we will remain Spinola. We will be looking to try and make sure that we have plenty of Spinolas lined up for the beautiful, amazing diarchic election succession law. And this is why I'm playing Genoa again rather than playing some other country. The diarchic election succession law is the best in the game, in my opinion. You can always stay as the same dynasty simply by making sure the Doria dynasty stays relatively empty and the Spinola dynasty has many, many members. And then you get basically the best of the best get offered up for you to pick between. It is rather glorious. What else are we going to do in the short term? Probably an alliance with Naples would be nice. Let's see about that. Right, and that's the other thing we should do. We definitely want to side with the Pope against the Empire, because if we can make the Pope win, then this whole region leaves the Empire. We thought maybe in the last time, if we backed the Emperor, something valuable would happen. Turns out when you win for the Emperor, fuck all. You get nothing. We definitely want Northern Italy to leave the Empire so that we can conquer it for less antagonism. Take a breath, Christo. Whew. Let's get into it. So we start off in the Ghibellines, but we're definitely going to leave, and we really hope that Upper Bavaria remains the emperor for a while. No available targets. We have to wait 2 years, then we're going to be able to join. And how do we win? We just have to have a larger fraction of tax base of all the members, which is fine. So what we will do is just work to, conquer people who are on the wrong team. On the wrong side of history here. Why do I have a claim on Arborea? Don't question it, just make a spy network. Okay, interesting. Oh yes, because we actually start out with claims on Arborea, don't we? Good. Cool, we'll get started on that then. I forgot, being in the Guelphs gives us a CB on all these people right next to us. Perfect. All right, we're going to start conquering. Hell yes. We do have to fabricate this CB. We can't just declare war with it immediately, but that's fine. That's absolutely a-okay. Start spending more on Diplo spend. Whoa, it's so cheap. Start spending more on Diplo spending. I need some diplomats. I need some claims. We are going to be going to town on Northern Italy. Well, okay. That's interesting. Well, we're at war with Aragon, apparently. Can I retroactively add anyone to my defensive league, do we think? Looks like no. That's interesting. I mean, if this goes well, that's okay. But I think it might be a challenge. I mean, they have a lot of troops. But we've got Milan on side. And if it goes well, we could use this to consolidate Sardinia. Kind of thrown me off balance a bit there, but we'll see how it goes. Oh, Genoa. Oh, Genoa, did your whole ocean-going fleet of 37 transports with 16,000 troops aboard, 16.8, just go to the bottom of the Ligurian? That's why you don't have a man of the cloth in charge, buddy boy. You need a Spinola. Hell yes. That's 21 war score, by the way. Get absolutely wrecked. Oh, and we died already. Here's the new guy. Mario Lowborn will hurt our Republican tradition, but that's okay. We're going to have very low prestige this run because we're going to be constantly marrying Lowborns. It's going to cost us money, but that's why we're going to trade with the whole universe to make all that money back. Speaking of which, it's time to start setting up those trade offices, I think. Sure, setting some up over in our subject seems like a fine place to start, but we're going to need to start improving relations with people to start getting those going. Naples, I think, is a fine place to begin. Naples, Venice, France, Papal States, classic stuff. Whoa, Provence just got called in. Interesting. I could go for a separate peace against Provence. It's going to cost us a lot of stuff. So is this costing us extra because, yeah, because not target. Okay. So we probably won't take too much land off them. I assume I can't break your union because Provence is in a union. Oh, it's broken. Okay, they were in a union with Naples. Interesting. They've allied with the old Aragonese, huh? Well, maybe we'll just take money off them. It would be nice to have a little bit of extra income. Money and just maybe a wafer thin middle land. Something like that. Could be good. Renaissance. Admin focus, of course. Also, yeah, yoink. We got that. And in the war against Aragon, oh boy, have they messed up. I think I'm going to take a bunch of their southern land, turn it into a vassal. Why southern land? Because there's a city here. But now I think about it, we should take the northern land because that way France doesn't take it. But that might weaken our chances for an alliance with France. So I think we'll take the southern chunk here. do that. And maybe we don't take war ups. Maybe we just get this. I think that'd be nice. Ooh, Renaissance spawning in Pavia. That's pretty nice. Where's Pavia? It's around here somewhere, isn't it? But that's pretty good. There it is, yeah. Pretty freaking nice. And did we spawn one? No, it's just that we could have spawned Banking Professional Army, so they're going really fast. Renaissance is the only one we couldn't have spawned, but that will spread to us pretty darn fast because it's very close to us. Milan is showing themselves to have some teeth. They did conquer this region, which is a little troubling because obviously that we're going to have to come to blows with them. And yes, we declared war on Arborea, who conveniently allied 2 of our targets. So I think we're going to vassalize probably both of these, trying to minimize the amount of antagonism. We have got the potential of Castile joining a coalition, but we're improving relations with them. Hopefully that risk won't be on the table for very long. And there's the conclusion of the surprisingly expansive war, as it ended up being, to consolidate our control of Sardinia. Nice. We are less than 10 years in. We've already unified Sardinia and Corsica. Not too bad. Not too bad. We have also just finished swapping over to Trade Office Network for the foreign buildings cost. And I shall now make full use of that. We saved up some money to go buck wild building a bunch of trade centers in Naples and our subject on the east who we're not going to integrate for ages for sure. Nice. Okay. Now, obviously, we do have the risk of a coalition, but we're just going to work to try and make sure it doesn't grow. And then just carry on our merry way, continuing to attack people. We've got more people to force into the faction. This looks like a doable fight to me. Yes, it does. Amazing. Trying to be hyper-aggressive here at the start, just because the more, it's the classic, right? The more we can get that snowball rolling early on, the better off we are going to be in the long run. So trying to get as many trade offices up really fast, trying to get as much conquest done as soon as possible. And we're going to want to start looking around based on who's got the most coastal towns, basically. That's who we should be improving relations with. That's who we should be getting the trade offices up in. There we go. End of the Black Death. 300,000 died. Nothing really exciting happened. Didn't really lose any members of the family that I noticed anyway, so not too bothered about that. Just continuing to shift the values to where we want them to be. Got loads of centralization ticking at the moment, which is very nice. So that's being pretty good. Getting the estate privileges to where we want them to be. I haven't given too many to the burghers too quickly, because I feel like we need to keep some republic power, but as we need them for the values we want to push, I am going to grant more and more. Then, of course, we begin the process of winding that back. Nice loyal clergy, which is good. I am giving the representative in Parliament for the commoners. We will be pushing free subjects this time for the promotion, mostly for the promotion anyway, which should be good. Staying strong and conciliatory for that Diplo rep, but I am really feeling the CB creation speed. It is very slow to make these CBs, but that's okay. It's given us time to do a lot of improving and get rid of virtually all of our antagonism. It's a new day, and I honestly bounced out of bed because I wanted to come and play EU5. Who decided that allies should be the same color as random non-ally that likes you on the diplomatic screen? Seriously. We have an opinion map mode for who likes us. Why are they even... Oh, is it because we're in the Guelphs? Who decided to make the... No, because then Milan... You're in a defensive league. Piedmont. They're in the Guelphs with Piedmont. Okay, so it's the Guelphs, not the Alliance. Why would you make them the same colour? Anyway. What started as a relatively simple war against these small regional powers has had Parma and Ravenna here join. I think both of whom we subjugate. Making people vassals costs so little antagonism. So I think we're going to subjugate Parma and Ferrara in this. And we're just building our own little vassal swarm, basically. Which is seeming pretty potent. And yeah, as always seems to happen, looks like Naples is eating our ally, the Papal States. So if this war ends before their war ends, we will break our alliance with the Papal States so they can't call us in. So I saw this tip on Reddit, and it is kind of silly, but if I sue for peace with Parma right now, 5.66, right? And one of the things modifying that 5.66, I guess you have to see it here, is my diplomatic reputation. And by the way, look at the amount of reductions we have already. We're only 20 years in. We have minus 64 from Diplo Rep. But wait, there's more. Because if we do diplomatic endeavors, that should be increased. And it works. Wait. I thought it did work, because this said 17 before. Maybe I have to wait for the monthly tick. Let's see. Waiting on that. That old monthly tick. And not losing the siege, hopefully. If we do, it's not the biggest deal. Hey, we didn't. Okay, so there's the monthly tick. Let's see. Farm to become a vassal. Yeah. Minus 83% from Diplo Rep. That is crazy. That is insane. So we can take them, force the faction change, humiliate them, give us the war reps, boom, and we still have, like, no aggressive expansion. We also vassalized Montferrat in this war, and we're going to vassalize for our Ravenna as well. It's kind of bonkers, and we got 0.64 towards centralization. If this makes you feel better about all those sieges that take forever for you and the AI seems to get lucky, they have been on 28% on the Siege of Siena since we started sieging Ravenna. The whole time, they have just been failing again and again and again. And there's the peace deal. We yoinked this extra land, and we vassalized Parma, and we vassalized Ravenna. No, Ferrara. We conquered Ravenna, which I will now immediately grant. Why is it on the wrong? We will immediately grant to this guy. We also vassalized Montferrat, and now we're preparing for a war with Pisa. We will do a little bit of smoothing things over with the major powers, but people are not that mad. It's honestly all going pretty freaking well, this game, I have to say. In terms of tech, I just unlocked the Mediterranean galley, which I've realized is silly because we're about to get the Genoese galley, which is even better. But apart from that, we are going to do the normal affair, I think. Although maybe not cannons first. I think we actually go armory first. I think we go armory, cannon, men-at-arms. Although a Genoese crossbowman better than men-at-arms. I forget. 200 extra strength damage. Morale damage done more, but strength damage done down. Versus strength damage taken down. No, okay. Genoese crossbowmen seem pretty bad. But they do have infantry power. Infantry power probably... does that apply to infantry regiments? Are men-at-arms an infantry regiment? Yes. Good. Okay. Like levy men-at-arms. So I think we go Genoese crossbowmen for the infantry power, then men-at-arms. And we're going, again, we're trying to go military focused early. I think that is the play. And then recruitment law. Recruitment law is not that useful. Really? Are there any of these that we can unlock? Not. Ooh, Hussite tactics. We could become Hussite and get 10% manpower. That's kind of fun. Okay, no, this is useful because we want mass army policy. Quantity is great. Manpower is nice. Okay, so we do want to unlock that. But yeah, we're going really, really professional armies focused early, where normally I'd be doing a bunch of banking techs. As soon as we unlock Renaissance, though, I will grab these three, which is these two are some of the best techs in the game. This is nice, this is nice, this is nice, but these are bonkers good, especially the cabinet seats. 50% faster, everything you want to do with the cabinet. Crazy, crazy good. Not quite because of, you have your best people, diminishing returns, but still. Very, very, very strong. Also notice that because Valencia is a historical subject, which is why I released them as a historical subject, they have cores on Aragon, and they have made a following through on threat CB against Aragon, which is mighty tempting, because that's 25% conquer cost right there, which is very, very tempting indeed. It would be much better if we could, like, bring in Castile on our side, but it's just not likely. Don't think there's a way we're going to get a big ally right now. But the thing is, Aragon has a bigger army than us. Quite a bit bigger. But if they ever put it on a boat, we can sink it. So potentially we go to war with Aragon, we let them siege this, and then we sink their army at sea. That would work. I think we might do that. It's working. We've got them stuck on the Baleares. And now I can sink their fleets and they can never get home. Thank you. Thank you, Cagliari. Cagliari bravely gave their lives to bait them onto the Baleares. Let's go. Oh, Aragon. Oh, Aragon, what happened to your boats? Oh, no. No, you're stuck. You're stuck. Poor little Aragon. I think Aragon lowered and re-raised their levies, resulting in them being smaller, and then when they attacked me, they lost hard. Oh, this campaign is going well. Now, it is tempting to just do this, but it's not a good idea. It would put France and Castile in the coalition. So let's pare back our ambitions quite substantially. This barely puts France and Castile in the coalition. I think we'll be able to improve relations before they join it. Fingers crossed. I think actually we'll go with a very slightly more conservative peace deal. It would be a real shame if France and Aragon joined the coalition. So we'll do that. Boom. Look at that grab. Excuse me. The French feel no antagonism. That seems unlikely. I think that's wrong, game. It'll recalculate in a minute, I think. They don't appear to see any antagonism, though. Interesting. I think that'll update on the monthly tick. Anyway, doesn't make much difference because they weren't going to be in the coalition. Now, war with peace time. And by creating Catalonia, we even have all this land instantly integrated into our subjects. Oh, glorious. Absolutely glorious. So let's see on this monthly tick about this antagonism, by the way. No, we have no antagonism from France and Castile. I suspect it's because we're improving relations with them or something. Oh, wait, hang on. I think I needed a bit more opinion with Portugal. Damn. That was a waste. Well, we'll go back to doing that then. We need a bit more opinion with them so that we can build our trade posts, of course, which we are merrily building. Now, we're not going to integrate these guys for a while, so I am going to take the time to build trade posts in their land, I think. Nice. We were at peace for like 3 days, and now I've declared on this lot again. More vassals for the swarm. We're doing pretty well. I mean, 20,000 troops now from our little vassal swarm. Pretty strong. Instant 6,000 out of Catalonia. So I think we go for a pretty aggressive push here. I'm not finding any other easy targets after this war, so I want to make sure we can get all we can in this war. War reps and Provence's coast, including a city and a town. Does give us some antagonism. We also liberate some people from them so that they're easier to vassalize in the future. Some antagonism, but very manageable. Partly because we finished our literacy tree, which gave us 25% extra admin efficiency, which is pretty freaking powerful. And now as soon as we get Pisa here, we directly take both of these and vassalize Pisa. Why directly take them rather than vassalize them? Because the subjects are becoming a little crazy. We are approaching our diplo capacity limit. We do have some annexations ongoing, though. But then in terms of who we fight next, it should be Pavia. The problem is Pavia has this big freaking alliance. So what we do instead is we attack Bologna. And Bologna has a much smaller alliance. This will mean that anything we take against Pavia has a 33% higher cost, but we're also going to prepare a war against Milan, because Milan is kind of out in the cold. They just allied Provence since we... That's fine, actually. Provence is easy. And we're getting... I mean, our vassal swarm is becoming kind of bonkers strong. So we get a lot of levies. You can see how well this war's going because I've disbanded most of our levies during the war, just to let everyone go back to work. I think this might be the fastest I've ever got 100 centralization, because this parliament is going to pass, giving us 10. We're already at 85.9, and this mission gives 10. So there's 10. And if I let this month tick, there's another 10. Boom. 100 centralization, 1365. Pretty good. Pretty freaking good. What else? I think there's nothing else for us to push right now. Oh, we can push free subjects a bit. Yeah, it's probably worth doing. Get the promotion speed, because our limiting factor is going to be number of burghers. Pretty much for a long time, I strongly suspect. We also used that road building parliament to get a whole load of roads up, which will give us some more development and some more control. Marvelous. Okay, so I started making a CB on Mantua here, and then they immediately joined the war we were already doing that was just against Lucca, Florence, and formerly Pavia, but we have vassalized Pavia. Nice. This war is going to get heavy on the aggressive expansion, but I mean, it's so low. It's so incredibly low in terms of the base antagonism that vassalizing people takes. I think it's partly because it's post-Black Death, right? So everyone's dead. These areas that I'm expecting to be high development are, you know, in EU4 terms, are full of dead people, basically. So it's our perfect moment to just yoink and vassalize basically all of Italy. It's quite glorious, to be honest. And now, with diplomatic rep maxed, I think we are safe to do this. Yep, should be fine. Bologna cannot join, crucially, although we could probably take it even if they could. And look at this yellow-looking northern Italy. It's going to take a while to integrate them all, but I have learned that the negative relations from annexed vassal caps out at negative 100, I believe. So that's going to make it much easier for us. We really are kind of dominating. I mean, look at all of our subjects here in the north. It's basically this whole section. Now comes the time for Verona, Milan, and Savoy to bow, and then we can push to the Alps. And there's just these tiny little guys here, Bologna being the largest. We can't do force into faction on them because, unfortunately, they are in our faction. But this guy we can. Who are you allied to, Bologna? Milan, Verona, Savoy. Okay, yeah, I'm assuming these guys up top are going to be fairly well united against me. Aha! No, that's right. We're making a spy network on Savoy because we can declare on Savoy that gets us Savoy and Bologna, and the Papal States will decline the enemy's call to arms. Having declined it, we might be able to call them in. Yeah, because it'll tank their opinion and remove allied, and if they're not at war at the time. We might be able to make that work. For now, period of great peace, and we will just do some vassal integration, cheering everyone up. Should be good. I think I might make a, like, all heavy cavalryman army. Because, like, just compared to a Genoese crossbowmen, for example, there's half as many of them, but they hit 4 times as hard. So they're twice as strong on the offense. Do they have any modifiers? Yeah, so they have the 200% flanking ability. So if you're winning, you win even harder. In terms of maintenance, it's quite similar. No, it's quite a bit more. But money is very rarely our limiting factor on military. So let's get a full army. Let's mobilize the great wealth of the Genoese state. Let's have an all cav army. Oh no, is there a limit to how many cav you're allowed to have? I forget. No, sorry, that doesn't matter, because of course most of our army is always going to be levies, of which I apparently have some raised. Whoops. So we can just go full cav and not worry about the ratios, because the levies will make up the infantry difference. I think that seems fun as well, right? Leveraging our trade wealth for a mighty cavalry army. Yeah, period of peace and all that. Or I could declare on Aragon, getting me to war with the coalition, which is pretty weak right now. And we have all of these vassals, which could easily take it. At which point, oh right, yeah, the other thing I need to do before we do any of that. Hey Mantua, make the Emilians love us. Because there's a lot of Emilians here in the north. We want to improve relations with Emilian and Tuscan, so we can get nice cores in these regions. But yeah, let's declare on Aragon and thereby the coalition. With a following through on threat CP, which Catalonia has. Nice. Through prodigious use of improved relations and the Diplo rep thing, we can now yoink the rest of Aragon, which is kind of bananas. In fact, we could even take this as well. But I think that would be... I don't know how the AI decides what land it wants. I really feel like that would cause us to butt up against France. And I think one of the mistakes we made in the last Genoa run that I'm looking to improve upon is taking land like the land in Portugal that really just didn't deliver much value, and we had to constantly fight rebellions because we just couldn't get the control there. So we're going to go with something like this. Aragon will no longer exist. Bang. And if you look, it's not even that bad a coalition because we've improved relations with everybody. And what happened to you, by the way, when your overlord was full annexed? You just became independent, it looks like. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense to me. That makes more sense than there's just like you get the vassals of people you full annex. That happened in EU4. I never really understood that. Okay, so we're going to keep improving relations, and I think I'm going to leave this guy improving relations because you know what? There aren't that many places where we don't have the culture. Like, down here, basically, is it, because obviously this is getting given to Catalonia. It's basically the Provencal area is the only bit where we don't have the right culture. And everywhere else we're just integrating from vassals, so that's fine. So I think we get one diplomat so we can hand over land to them. Then we turn our diplo spending all the way down. We just chill out for a bit, build some stuff. But of course, you know me. When I say chill out, I'm already looking for my next target, and I'm thinking this seems good. As long as we can get the Papal States to say no, which we can by improving relations just a little bit. On the economic front, by the way, we've invented guns, and we are making them, because early on you get some really nice profits out of these when you're ahead of the curve, and we are going to be beefing up the size of our army. Although the Navy needs some love as well. So we will keep buffing that too. So I'm going to use this Parliament for a CB on Sicily, partly because I don't want Naples to finish eating Sicily. Partly because I want Sicily, so that Sicily gets a following through on threat CB on Naples, so we could eventually use on Naples. Partly because Sicily is allied to the Byzantines. And I'd love me a Byzantine subject, which seems doable. Right, we'll weaken the Ottomans by denying them the city of the world's desire. And if we could feed this area to a Byzantine subject, such that once we have enough naval presence around Naples and stuff, we can integrate them, I think long term that'll be a nice move. So yeah, war with Sicily and Serbia and the Byzantines. It occurs to me I have been neglecting to explore, so I should be exploring more and getting some early colonies going, trying to grab some footholds. We'll get on that. And there we go. That was very easy. So I think we take a load of coastline and this province here, and then maybe in the next war against them, we force them to move the market capital here. And that way we can just get some cash out of them. Is that worth doing? Nah, let's not bother. We'll just take the current market capital. That will work just fine, I think. So something like this. I want to take this province because it's gold, which will help our little fledgling nation we're setting up here. We'll just take some money on top of this. Boom. We will set up a new vassal with these holdings. Did I take this land? I already own this land? No, it's occupied. This is Sicilian land. Oh, interesting. Well, we'll take that. And then we will vassalize them. Why can I not vassalize them? Because I'm taking land? Oh, I can't vassalize them. Okay, well, we'll just take the land directly then. And then we'll release them as a vassal. That's fine too. Coalition, not problematic. Sicily, obviously they won't exist. I don't see Venice. I don't see Naples. Boom. I will, however, continue to be just a tad cheesy, switching to this and letting the month tick so that we can take a little less antagonism. Boom. Nice. And now we will release Sicily as a vassal. And we will also release... So who do we want to release over here? Athens? So it gives them a core on the city in the south. That makes sense. Plus it's Catalan, which is a culture we may come to accept in the future, so that'll be good. Hey, Athens, have all this new land. Get integrating. I will be needing it in the future. Good. This helps us, spread our antagonism. Causing some antagonism over here is very efficient because it allows us to, not get as much of an issue. You laddies, are you black flagged? You are. Nice. Just walk on home then. We'll bring the cannons home manually. We are building some more cannons as well. I was thinking about going all artillery heavy, by the way. I did kind of forget that we need cannons. It's early ages. The cavalry aren't even that good, But the cannons are good. Oh, precious metal distribution. We didn't have any stuff before. Yeah, I think export ban is where it's at. Just we get more money from the minting than we do from gold. May change later, but for now, that's definitely the case. Okay, we have a CB. Bologna insulted us. Oh, what a truly terrible decision you have made. I don't think that's how we do it anyway. We'll still go to war with Savoy. We create a force faction. Excuse me? Carver is already a member of the Gulfs. Darn. Didn't realize. I could switch sides just for the war. Because the Gulfs are going to win anyway. But that would be a little cheesy, wouldn't it? Ah, darn. Okay, we can't use this to declare war on Savoy. Nuts. That was a waste of time. So where's our next war coming from? Anyone happened to give me any CBs? I considered leaving Aragon alive. I mean, the problem with the Insulted CB is it makes it... it's only 50% conquer cost. 30% subjugate cost. We could probably make that work. It is Verona and Milan. I really want a way to pick those two apart, if possible. Something like a Parliament CB on Padua would do it. Yeah, that looks promising. Okay, so probably Parliament CB on Padua. Not going to get a Parliament for a while, but that's okay. Finally, a little period of peace. And we will soon have the following through on threat CB on Naples. Naples, yeah, they usually ally Hungary, so we won't be doing that very soon, but it's good to have, excuse me, in the back pocket. Meanwhile, looking to integrate Pavia and Pisa, just slowly growing our scope in Italy. I mean, what am I, a coward? Let's declare on Bologna and go against Verona and Milan and Savoy and Bologna all at the same time. The four main powers as yet not subjugated in northern Italy. We got a vassal swarm. But do I really want to get a 30%? Well, what's the Parliament claims one? It's 25% increased subjugate cost, right? So if we're mostly subjugating, let's do it. I'm not a wimp. There we go. Levies de-raised, so we can actually declare war. Let's do this thing. That, and then, oh yeah, should I full call anyone? Probably not. Would be my guess, but let's have an investigate here. Pretty sure everyone we add is going to be really bad and make life much harder for us. Savoy just added in Lorraine. How many men you got, Lorraine? 3,000? I don't think we full call anyone. I think we just keep it like this. I mean, this is already quite a few people, to be honest. Let's do it. We're going to have to do some Diplo spending. So the vassals are all loyal. They did all join, right? Even though they weren't loyal. That's how it works. Yeah, I think so. Good. Vassals, by the way, this time it is kind of important. Please be supportive. You can attach to this army. All right. Rock and roll. Back to war, boys. Italy is almost... Northern Italy. I mean, we're getting towards having fully consolidated Northern Italy in the first 30 years, which is honestly pretty good. This war is tough, but by dint of unification, we're going to be able to win, because once we all get in a ball, we can break each of their individual armies. It's also glorious to see the Provence army marching on our side rather than against us, like it has been previously. In a stroke of good timing, triumph of the Guelphs during this war. Every country the capital of the region of Italy will leave the Holy Roman Empire and remove every location that they own from it. Meaning, if we rebind this, we can now see, look at that. We've all left. Savoy is still in, but the rest of us all out of the HRE. Oh, Brescia's still in? Why is Brescia still in? Hang on, this looks like it's highlighting Milan. How do I tell if someone's in? It shows it here. Brescia, why are you still in? Brescia's only just come to exist, so... Anyway, I was waiting for that before I did this super piece. Because now, we no longer get the modifier messing with the HRE. Right? Yeah, look at that. Very nice. So, stop changing societal values. Diplo endeavors, and on the next turn, we get Padua. Very nice. This war has been fairly hard fought, but we've been doing pretty well, and the Catalonians just showed up, which is going to make things much easier for us. Oh, crap. I just noticed Naples was added to this war. The AI seems very good at getting after-the-fact allies. Okay, well, we're going to have to sue for peace sooner than I had hoped then. That's unfortunate. This is the first war that hasn't been, like, very decisively in our favor. That will help. That will help. That might be enough, in fact. Yes, so we can vassalize them. So it is a new month now, August, right? Yeah. So, hey, Padua. Let's do a little yoink there. And then Bologna. We could yoink you. So the question is, can I get some war score against Milan and or Savoy before Naples mess me up? And I think the answer is yes. Because they have some undefended provinces. If we can occupy a couple of these provinces, because it would be good if we could release some nations from these two ahead of future wars. So I find myself in a siege race with Naples, because I think we can stay in this war for a bit longer. With that in mind, we are training a whole bunch more cannons, because we want to win this siege race. We're going hard on this war, and honestly, it's going pretty well. Let's do this peace deal. What could go wrong? Just a casual little huge dump of antagonism for a huge chunk of land. And I think I'm going to take it directly because I'm almost run out of things to directly integrate. Especially stuff this close to our core. So yoink, there it is. Oh, and we get construction projects. I thought I turned off missions. Oh no, I just unpinned them, that's right. We've done the missions, basically, so I'm not going to worry about them anymore. So, coalition-wise, manageable. Eminently manageable. Maybe less so when I do this. Ah, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Now, the question is, do I take the fight to Naples? And the answer is no. We shouldn't spend time fighting Naples when we're going to be able to fight them with a CB that Sicily makes, which is going to be much more valuable. Ooh! They also might make a CB on Tunis for us, who isn't allied to Morocco right now. Although if we attack them, I bet they get one after the fact. Anyway, that's a pretty good get. That's a pretty good get. Stop integrating Majorca. Let's get this area. Let's get this area over here integrated. It's much closer to the capital. And there's a city over here. That's our... I think that's only our third city, right? Siena. Ah, no, Marseille. It's our fourth city. Nice. I'm going to be more picky about where I urbanize. Have I not got my bindings working? There we go. Last time we just kind of urbanized everywhere. This time I'm going to be more focused on basically only flatland grasslands or flatland farmlands, basically, because I want places that have better dev growth for our cities. Of course, in the fullness of time, maybe we get infinite money, and then we might start urbanizing all over the place. But for now, we're going to try and be a bit more picky. Okay, so I think we're just about ready for peace here. We could take... Yeah, we could keep fighting, but I think it would be good if we could get to peace. So let's just do a direct peace out with Bologna. Hang on. We can't... Can we peace you out? Where are you? Oh, are you a bank? No, you're a republic. Where are you? Oh, here you are. Yeah. No, okay, you don't matter. We vassalize them. We take a bit of land, including the fort in Turin, off Savoy. We take a little land in Sicily, just to give to Sicily. There's not much point in that, though, is there? Really? Well, it doesn't hurt. I mean, you know, there's another 7,000 people for Sicily to rally into their armies. Plus it punishes Naples for their dishonorable late join. We vassalize Bologna, securing our kind of belt of subjects here. And I think that's it, right? Yeah. Seems good. Will cause a coalition. Fairly substantial. Not that big, though. Once Milan can join, obviously that's worse. But for now, it's basically... there's some people who want to join, but they like us too much. But yeah, Venice is the threatening one. But hey, funny story. Oh, Milan, you're allied to Venice, are you? Funny story. I think we're going to go to war with Venice almost immediately. Which will be funny. So let's get ready for that. Also, we're annexing Pisa. Once you have Pisa annexed, it's going to be Lucca. And then we have this nice little core of cities all annexed up, which is going to be glorious. But yeah, we're with Venice with an objective of taking Venice because I want to be controlling all of the trade. They've only built 6 marketplaces because the AI's building priorities are whack as hell. But we'll get that off them, and that should be nice. Oh, feels so good to have cannons back on board again. We are straight to a 14% chance on this siege against Milan. Milan must be feeling pretty war-weary right now, huh? You know, we leave them alone for all of like 20 seconds, and then we just say, surprise! We're back. Oh yeah, and Venice was allied to the Papal State, so rip our alliance with the Papal State, and we're probably going to get excommunicated, but yikes. Oops. Just a small yoink from Milan, expecting to perhaps vassalize them in the following war. Still causing quite a lot of antagonism, but taking their last towns in Italy from them. And yeah, quite a few people willing to join the coalition, but many of them truce-locked. And obviously our diplomats are going forth, going, chill out, chill out. We have absolutely no intention of going beyond the Alps, which for probably like 100 years is true. It's your grandchildren's problem. Don't worry about it. I mean, why shouldn't I yoink a huge chunk out of the Papal States? Who says no? It would be pretty aggressive, but that's 2 cities. 2 cities. Ooh, and a big iron province. I mean, it's very tempting. Wait, why was that so expensive? Oh, it's got cheaper because it's all been looted. Amazing. It's very tempting. Look at this. Just 37 people in the coalition. No one in here is jumping out at me as very strong, though. Naples, obviously, but we can improve relations with Naples. Papal States, we can probably improve relations with the Papal States. Venice, won't have Venice soon. Oh, you know, what am I, a wimp? Let's do it. We go hard. We go hard. Now, I know this looks bad. I know it seems unreasonable that we could take all of Venice's Italian lands and almost all of their Croatian lands and some of their islands down here. Perhaps focusing a little bit closer to our existing vassal. I know that seems aggressive, but hear me out. Hear me out. No one on this list matters except Naples, basically. And Naples will be out of it pretty soon. Well, and Milan, but Milan's pretty small these days, the Papal States. But I bet we can improve relations our way out of those problems. I think we can do this. Lots of these are vassals. Some of them are vassals. But this, I think this is doable. Like, none of these names are striking fear into my heart except Hungary. So just a few more ticks for improving relations with Hungary. And I honestly think we're in quite a good spot. Was Lower Bavaria on that list? I would like to not fight Lower Bavaria. I don't think they are, you know. I think we can actually yoink this whole area and then maybe give it to Ravenna or Parma. I think that could work. What's this? Cathar and Waldensian? No. I will lose a little bit of innovative to keep heresy out of our land for now. I genuinely think we can take that peace deal maybe beginning of next year, so everyone gets a little tick down. And also we are improving with the most important people that would still be in. We could try and improve with like Verona, but I don't think that's realistic, to be honest. And it's not like France is going to be in it. Can we get any decent alliances yet, by the way? We can ally Castile. How about you, France? Not France. But we can ally Castile. That's good. Of course, as soon as we sign this peace treaty, they're not going to want to ally us anymore. But potentially we sign this peace treaty, then burn down some antagonism, then ally Castile. Also, Granada. We should definitely get the religious war CB soon. What are we researching at the moment? Proximity cost. Yeah, maybe I should be focusing religious war CB so that I can start taking some land over here and getting started into North Africa. But Anyway, Sicily did give us a CB here, but Tunis has now allied Morocco, as they always seem to. But yeah, end of the year, we go hard. Castile's offering us the alliance. I think they'll probably break it. But sure, Castile, by all means. What's this? Urbanization. Yes, I will do this. Urbanization. Sorry, alliance with Castile, by all means. I suspect they'll break it. But hey, I mean, we can try. We can try and cheer them up. Just being allied to us will give them more reasons to stay allied to us because they are, they like us more for reasons being we're allied. We finished the annexation of Pisa, by the way. Very nice. And now we're working on Pavia. And with those done, we're beginning to get like a unified heartland. We need to core more of it, of course. But something's going on with cores, by the way. Why do I have a core on Pisa? It's majority Tuscan, which I have not accepted. So it seems like when you integrate subjects, you just get cores for free, like without even needing to do the demographics. We're still going to do the demographics just because it'll help with satisfaction. Although now I look, the satisfaction is bonkers high. I think that's just because it hasn't recalculated. But we're still going to convert the culture, but that seems really strong. We're just getting all these extra cores very, very quickly. Pretty nice. Right, so it's the new year. I said we go to peace. Let's take a look here. 46 countries. Just do a quick check. Anyone scary? Savoy is not ideal. Papal states are not good. But that's it. No one else in here is scary. Like Venice would be. If they weren't losing all their land. Boom. So there it is. It's not that bad. It's a bunch of subjects to the Byzantines, which means they can't join a coalition. It's the Italians between us and Naples. It is currently Naples. No, it's not even Naples, and we're still improving with them. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. And right now it's the Papal States, but we're actively improving with them. That's probably pointless. We'll probably go to war with them again pretty darn soon, won't we? But anyway, that's pretty good. We have 17.8 Diplo rep, by the way. It's bonkers the amount of Diplo rep we've managed to stack up to reduce antagonism. But I have to say, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now we just have to win this rebellion real quick so I can release vassals. Yes, and it's just the parliament I've been waiting for. Promote a member of the burghers. We don't need any law changes or anything, I don't think. So all we're going to do is wait for... Just let this go, and in the process, bump the burger loyalty really high, which means... Hang on, does this give power while it's happening? No, it doesn't. Good. Which means we can finally revoke trade monopolies, which is such a bad privilege. But this is because we're going to get... What is it? It's 180 days for a parliament? Yeah, so 6 months, so 6 times. So we're going to get like 15... satisfaction out of that, which means we're not going to be at too low having done that, which is really good. Trade income should go through the roof with that reduction, no longer with the 25% malice, although also it'll go through the roof because we've just got Venice. But look at that, another 14 ducats, 15 ducats a month. It's not crazy, but it stacks up and it compounds because we're going to use that to build more trade capacity, and then the trade capacity will get us more trade capacity. Oh baby. Yes, thank you for rebelling. I will take your apology penalty and your full annexation. Look at that. Nice. That is where I'm going to call it part 1. We're on part 1 still? Good lord. That was quite an eventful part 1. First, what is that? 53 years of the game, I have to say. I think that's a pretty successful first 53 years. What's the best map mode to show... Great powers? No, because we're not a great power. And it also doesn't show your subjects. How do we see our subjects? I guess this is just subjects now, if I look at it. But that is... That's, I mean, I know I'm just tooting my own horn here, but that's pretty good. Is this impossible, or is there actually a country there? There is actually a tiny little country there. That's funny. But that, I have to say, is pretty good. And Italy wrested from the Holy Roman Empire, and our lands mostly integrated... Control looking okay, obviously not so good in the new the new Roman lands that we pinched from the Pope down there, but we'll get there. We'll get there. That is pretty good, in my opinion. Nice. Well, thank you so very much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. I should mention, channel members can watch all episodes of this series right away. I'll be releasing them for everyone else at a rate of probably once a week. And if you want to get early access, then you can support the channel. No pressure, just if it's something you would like to do. And you'll be able to binge any series the second I start uploading it. I have already recorded all of it, and you can use that to watch all of it. Thank you very much for those of you that do that. No pressure to the rest of you. Have a great one. Hello everybody and welcome back. Thanks for joining me. I'm Count Christo. This is our wonderful Genoa into Italy game. Hopefully into Rome at some point. We'll see. We'll see. We've been growing pretty darn fast. In the last episode, we just yoinked Venice, which I think I may hold on to because there's quite a lot of base tax here. Obviously, we have virtually no control right now. We do actually have some proximity. That's funny. Where is that coming from? It's actually just going by road. Nice. I think I'm going to hold on to Venice itself. For the rest, we're going to give away to a new vassal, which I guess I'll base on Undine here, because we should be able to get a decent income out of Venice just by building a whole bunch of these. We can have 13 marketplaces working out of Venice, which will be pretty nice. Obviously, it's also the trade capital, so we can get some market warehouses, maybe an entry port, all that good stuff. In this episode, the plan is finish the consolidation of northern Italy. That means Verona, Brescia, Milan, Savoy all need to go, and the Papal States and Spoleto, who we released from the Papal States, of course, as well as a lot of vassal integration. When we don't spend money on Diplo, we do start to run into a problem where all our vassals are suddenly disloyal because we have so many of them. So we need to, slow it down a little bit on vassals. We don't need to be at 100% spending, but I think we will be just for a moment here to do a little bit more relation improving. But then it's going to be all about trying to get our economy going. We're going to integrate people. We're going to build roads. We're going to get much better control. We're going to start building some universities ready for the next age where we can get age of exploration, where we can get cultural hegemon, which obviously we want, starting to look towards potentially starting some wars with the Muslims down to our south. We should be able to get relevant to the Muslims because it means we can get the religious CB. Hopefully holding on to this alliance with Castile. France is obviously the big bad, so we'll see what's going to happen with that. That's the plan. Next big rival is obviously Naples. Naples allied to Hungary, so hopefully able to get to war with someone like Milan and thereby get in against Naples and not Hungary. Unfortunately, that doesn't look viable. They've allied the papacy. Okay, who's also allied to Castile. So Croatia, last chance. Probably not. They're just there because of Hungary, aren't they? Yeah. We'll try and find a way to get to war with Naples without going to war with Hungary. But if we have to go to war with Hungary, then that's okay. We have a growing professional army, and our vassal swarm is pretty beefy. That's the plan. Let's get stabilizing, centralizing, integrating. And obviously, we're going to keep bullying the Romans. I love following through on vassal threat wars. So our Athens lot have made a threat war on Byzantium, who I will call Byzantium because we're not playing as them. So it's okay to disrespect them ahistorically. So I think I'm going to declare that. Naples is also at war with them right now. Naples seems to love to go to war with them. What is this? A prevent annexation war. Oh, nice. They're not going to take much land. Silly goobers. Don't you know you should be using a following through on threat war? Why is this Byzantium being a co-belligerent? Right. We will need some diplomats then, unfortunately. We did have our period of peace. It was brief. But we now need some diplomats. We have the Papal States below the antagonism cap. I want to annex Lucca. They're not very happy with me. Their opinion was 100. I think the annex of the subjects thing applies slightly oddly, but I'm not sure. It feels like it applies more than it should, but I'm probably just mistaken. Anyway, so we can stop improving with some of these so that we can actually get some diplomats. Dauphine. I would like Parma, I guess, is not urgent. Neither is Perugia. All right, good. That should give us a bit of diplomats. We can use them to declare war on the Byzantines. And then we will probably, I was going to say feed Athens, but probably not, actually. We'll probably set up another vassal with some of the Mara land, just to try and deny it from the Ottomans, basically. A big day in any campaign, the unlock of the dock. Also, we managed to... Bulgaria didn't join this war. I think they broke their alliance with the Byzantines, even though they're still at war with Naples. Not quite sure what happened there. But we managed to full call Serbia, which gets Croatia in, which is nice, because it's land that we want. Anyway, we can make a new Croatian subject, hopefully. No, can't vassalize them. I don't understand what results in whether you can and can't use the vassalization peace treaty. Maybe vassalization is just not available on following through on threat. That would be really weird because it has a subjugate costs reduction. Is it because Croatia has a subject? No. Serbia doesn't have a subject. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, going to take Croatia, probably going to take some land off Serbia this war as well, and then, of course, some off Byzantine, so we got a lot of relations improving still to go to make sure that people don't freak out too much. But right, yeah, why I am paused. Ports. The ports are going to be really good. Firstly, we were getting close. Well, okay, we're not anymore because we integrated some more people. We were getting close to running out of... why ports not showing up? We were getting quite close. Oh, because they're called docks. We were getting quite close to running out of sailors. This will obviously save that. And it will also mean that we can get much better communication efficiency with all the outlying stuff. I think it's the mod causing it to show 1 everywhere where the building cannot be built, by the way. Not sure what that is all about. But we'll be building a lot of ports all over the place. That will really, really help getting our proximity costs in these areas way, way down, which is going to be very nice. God, threaten war. I mean, not threaten war, sorry. Following through on threat, which is the one which apparently is reclaim core CB as well. It's kind of bonkers. Rip Serbia. The whole country in one go. Boom. We're going to make a subject of Serbia, and it should have everything integrated because it should keep the cores now. Holy crap. And it looks like Naples kindly broke the vassal relationship between Thessaly and the Byzantines. So we can separate peace Thessaly. Oh, it's very nice of you. It's very thoughtful of you, Naples. Thank you. Yoink. Oh man. We're going to take a lot in this war, huh? Jesus Christ. We can take a ton. This is if we leave them with Byzantium. Look at this. This is insane. Is that going to put the Ottomans in the coalition? It is. So we probably shouldn't do that much, but still, we're going to take a lot. Unfortunately, I think because our cannons are considered outdated compared to Constantinople, we get no bonus from them, which is unfortunate. That being the case, actually, let's start looking towards a peace deal. I'd rather not have to fight. I'd rather not have to siege down a level 4 fort with no cannon bonus. We just don't want Hungary or the Ottomans in this peace treaty, so let's get our improved relation wave. I'm fine with Bulgaria being in it. We're not going to be able to avoid that with how aggressive we've gone. I want Naples to chill out. Oh god, France is getting pretty mad. But yeah, we'll just do some improved relations, chill everyone out a bit. Everyone, calm down. Yes, yes, I know we took a huge swathe of the Balkans, but it's okay, I promise. The other thing I'm doing at the moment is developing up our Italian holdings. We finally integrated some of these vassals, and we're looking pretty nice, up to 2.8 million population, and that number is rising rapidly. Now, what that means is we need to feed that population. So I'm picking what Generalist, if you're not familiar, another YouTuber, makes some good content, calls breadbasket locations. I mean, obviously that's not a location, not a phrase he invented, but so we're going to be picking places with goods like rice, which makes a lot of food, and let's have a look. Legumes, I think, are pretty good as well. Legumes, rather. That's 5. It's okay. But we're going to be picking these places, like these wheat provinces, for example, and basically trying to pump as much food out of them as possible so that we can get... this shouldn't really be a city, although it is grasslands, flatlands, so maybe it should. But we're going to be trying to produce as much food as we can in this area, both because we don't want to be paying for food and because we want to have cheap food, which facilitates faster pop growth. And look at this. There's loads of wheat around. We are not going to have a problem being able to develop all of these. That means we're going to be building wheat. We're going to be building irrigation in non-urban areas. We're going to be building farming villages, which give local food production. we're going to be doing all kinds of things to try and just produce tons and tons of food to fuel our urbanization push in Italy. Another trick I'm using, by the way, get a load of diplomats, set a whole load of improved relations going, then stop spending on Diplo. And it just works. It's beautiful. They still run. It's really quite effective. I think this works. I still haven't seized this damn thing. It's only 14% chance. It takes just forever. But I think we can actually make this work. It's a lot. 39 countries eligible for the coalition, but I think this works. So we'll yoink that and some cash. Boom. And then we shall release it into vassals. Probably one Athens will get some land, a new Serbian vassal, and a new Bosphorian vassal, which I'll also feed some of Anatolian lands here. There we go. Aegean reorganized. We have Croatia, Serbia, Athens, and the Dardanelles holding down this land for us. Excellent. Serbia, I don't think, has any other cores. They do. They have cores on Hungary. So potentially a war with Naples and Hungary looms on the horizon. But for now, a little bit of urbanization, a little bit of wealth creation. Oh my god, how cursed. The Ottomans are Ottomans. Fantastic. That was always my favorite way to play an E4, back before they added the curio actions anyway. Cool. So can we do a cleanse heresy thing? We can. Okay. Well, that's going to be fun. All right, let's cleanse the heresy of the Ottomans. Make them turn back to the true light of the Pope in Rome. Rome, which we conquered, by the way. Oh yeah, and we died, and I chose a military-focused Doge so that we can integrate places faster, basically. Oh, what beautiful timing. Diplomatic annexation cost down just as we begin to annex 3 of our vassals at the same time. Because there is... Oh, hey. What's this? Catalan Patriots. Okay, that's fine. You do lose progress from multiple annexations at the same time, but we have so much cultural tradition and they're so much smaller than us now that we can still annex at a decent rate even when annexing multiple at a time, which is pretty nice. So we're annexing Lucca, we're annexing France, and we're annexing Provence all at once. In terms of our next cultural improvement, I think the one that makes sense is Greek, because there's a lot of Greeks, 2.5 million Greeks in the world, one of the most populous cultures in Europe, I believe. So I think we're going to be increasing the cultural acceptance between us and Greek using our Athenian subject, I believe, is the current dominant. No, Dardanelles are the current dominant. This one, Athens. Oh, that's right. Athens is Catalan. I forgot because of this Catalan territory down here. So we will probably be moving to accept Greek via the Dardanelles there. We are building the spy network on the Ottomans, integrating everyone up. Really feels like this campaign has, I mean, it was going well earlier, don't get me wrong, but it really feels like we're accelerating rapidly now that we're beginning all of these annexations and incomes going up and all this good stuff. And yeah, coalition very much under control, looking towards targeting Naples. We're also a great power, which is annoying because it really hurts us on, why am I on the wrong tab, on income. This is great power modifier is quite painful, but we're making it work. We're making it work. We should probably stab up a bit more. Looking to get rid of some more things. Now that we have enough, what was it, innovative? We've gotten rid of the last patricians thing. I'm considering getting rid of this, but we're just bumping up conciliatory as high as we could go first. We are now at war, which is annoying, but yeah, obviously this war will end very, very soon, and then we can get up to, I believe, 85 conciliatory, even more diplo rep, even less antagonism. Oh, baby. Oh yes, I've also got a new mod that I made. I was inspired by someone else's mod. It's very similar. I've just commented out a bunch of the alerts that I never care about. So there's a bunch of alerts that we will just never see anymore, which I am very happy about. All right, so through use of the Parliament CB, I think we're just going to go to war with the coalition, because it's not that big after all of our improved relations. You can kind of see the band where we bothered to improve relations. I like that. So I think we're going to go to war with Brescia. We're going to do it with a threaten. And that's going to pull in quite a few people. It's not a small war. Bulgaria being one of the larger players. So what I think we do is trash the people in Italy first. Maybe Athens, Serbia, and Dardanelles take on Bulgaria. Maybe they don't. Either way, we'll go and reinforce. Now, it is a coalition war, but I can separate peace people because it's not a coalition war because they didn't declare it. Now, if we want to, we're going to be able to take a truly heinous amount of land in this war. Like, basically all of the land of all of the people in the war against us. Which is bonkers. And we might do it. We might go real hard. Having a kind of buffer vassal holding all this Burgundian land between us and France would be kind of nice. But obviously first, we must win the war. So, fund the troops. Let's do this thing. Hussite wars are ongoing, by the way, and Bohemia is... I mean, it's a big conflict. It's a very big conflict, which Bohemia has France on their side of. So it's going to be, I mean, it could be close. It could be close. I think Bohemia probably wins this, but it's a hell of a dust-up. That's for sure. We are getting to the point, by the way, that even with full Diplo spending, we have disloyal vassals. So it's good that we're on a big kind of integration kick. We need our strength relative to vassals to increase. One of the weaknesses, of course, of being a republic, we can't have fiefdoms and therefore split that modifier between two different classes of subjects. We're going hard. We're going hard in this coalition war. So here's the vassalization of Milan. And just look at these modifiers. 50% less for subjugating, 75% less for our Diplo rep, 30% less for our legislative efficiency. Holy hell. And also, isn't there a cabinet action later for legislative efficiency? Yeah, the less paperwork one. You have to be the something hegemon, I think. This is gonna, we're gonna be able to stack up so many modifiers. Boom. I remember when I said we were reducing our number of vassals to stop the penalty being high. Well, we are, but we're also increasing it. Another one. And another one. And another one. Ooh, nice. And brief intermission between another ones to become a kingdom. Huzzah. We got all the prestige from all the many royal marriages offers that often come in between monarchs because we just died and we're in a regency. But now we're a kingdom, which is nice. +1 culture capacity and more diplo capacity. Very nice. I love democracy. Spinola, 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 Spinola. And I think we will go with the one we... Yes, there we go. The 153 100. Beautiful. And another one. 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 This one's quite big. And at long last, just one more. That's basically the whole coalition vassalized. Holy crap. That was a lot of expansion. It did take 5 years. That was a fairly long war. Took the whole, we had a whole new parliament come and go, which, by the way, we had a balance the books parliament. I did not know how good that was. It basically halves one of your loans and gives you a massive inflation reduction both while it's active and when it ends. I am absolutely going to be trying to get that parliament in the future by making our balance negative just before we call a parliament, because it meant we could full mint for the whole duration of the parliament, which was pretty nice. Okay, now we're going to obviously give this land to Wallachia. We're going to give this land to the Dardanelles. We're going to give this land to Serbia. I went based on culture. So we took the Wallachian land, the Serbian land, the Greek land. We do have these rebellions that we haven't been called into. I think it might be, I was going to say it's because they're disloyal, but they're not disloyal anymore. But we are able to intervene in them, so it's not a problem. Oh yeah, and coalition-wise, basically what coalition? The Ottomans can really nearly join, but we've improved with Naples, Hungary, Austria, France, Bohemia, got them all way out of scope. It's just a bunch of HRE people that honestly, who cares? And in the next war, we'll have Verona and Milan and stuff fighting on our side. Meanwhile, annexations continue aplenty. We've got 5 running right now, which is a lot. Oh, this one, yeah, okay, we do need to improve subject relations a bit in order to keep them going. But still, a lot of annexations all going on at the moment. Very, very nice indeed. And yeah, maybe finally a period of somewhat peace, although we do still need Spoleto, the Papal States, and Naples conquered. And then France, and then Tunis, and so maybe no peace, just war. In the grim darkness of the 15th century. Oh yeah, and we've got education of the people, and even before we get that, look at the relative literacy levels. The only people that can read are us, our subject, our subject, our subject, our subject, our soon-to-be subject, and for some reason, Novgorod. That's it. And we're about to get even higher because we're getting education of the people, which gives peasants, laborers, burghers, and soldiers literacy. Very, very nice. Right, we've spent a long time not actually investing, just integrating and warring. The time has come to do some proper investing and urbanizing. I am also going to go to war with the Ottomans soon. But apart from that, all about that investing in Genoa. We're going to be building a lot of new RGOs, getting our food going. Still have a little bit of a food cost that we'd like to get rid of. But yeah, the time has come for big bulk investments in our home territories. Oh, hey, nice. I didn't even notice, but we have got meritocracy now. Nice. We will embrace that quickly, even though it's a pretty great experience and puts us negative stab just because we get the embrace institutions. We finally got rid of all of the bad burgher privileges, by the way. The latest one we got rid of being land rights. But we still have a few more that I would like to remove, probably. We obviously want buildings, road building, I think. Well, I guess actually, maybe we don't want this anymore because we've got all the centralization we need and we can build the roads. So maybe I would want to get rid of that. The dev I'm going to keep forever. The trade capacity, now it's only 10%. So I'm not certain about that one. Buildings cost we're never getting rid of. And this one we can absolutely get rid of. This should be the next thing we get rid of, actually. Actually, I should have got rid of this last time. Damn, because it's 50%. I think the other one was only 25. But yeah, we'll get rid of formal guilds next. Probably formal guilds, then advisory council. Because 10% trade capacity is nice, but we have quite a few modifiers on our trade already. Yeah, so it's only, you know, whatever, about 6%, which is good, but I think we'd rather have the crown power for the, because I mean, if we reduce burgher power by a significant amount, that obviously increases our trade revenue. So swings and roundabouts. Just put down a quick rebellion here. So we will go back to integrating our Roman holdings and check out our cabinet, by the way. Some pretty nice stats. The 100 and the 95 with the 100 in charge. Ooh, we're a sinner. Didn't notice. Cool. Is pretty good. Another cardinal seat. I am tempted to do Placinid Regium for the crown power. Do we need more cardinal seats for literacy? It's only 2.5. You know what, Pope Man? No. I'm going to do this. Well, hang on. Let's just get one more. Let's put a cardinal in Milan. Although he's probably going to say no, actually, because he hates us, doesn't he? Yeah. Never mind. All right. Statute in restraint of appeals, basically, is how I read this. We get it. It's just until their death, but he's pretty young, 31, so we should have him for a while. And yeah, annoys the clergy, which will slow down our tech temporarily, but the extra crown power modifier is nice. What do we go? 48% up to 50? 50. Not bad. Not bad. That's a 4% increase in trade income, for example, amongst loads of other bonuses. So, period of some peace and prosperity for a while here, building up a bit, but mostly, unfortunately, in a bit of an economic problem because I did tank our Republican tradition to 0. That's what it took to marry many of the young men of the, whatever we are, Spinola dynasty. I have just noticed, now seems like a good time to attack Austria because we have a CB, probably from Aquila. Yeah. A following through on threat CB against Austria, and our antagonism, honestly, it's not that bad. It's really not that. It's so not that bad that I think I'm going to stop improving Diplo relations and go and focus on assimilating. We only have 17% of our country, our culture, which is a little low. But we are obviously not very long away from assimilate area, and I have just been waiting for assimilate area, basically. But yeah, now is a good time to declare war on Austria. We're going to need to insult them first, and we're going to need a diplomat and stuff, so we will need to spend for that. But we can stop a few of these improved relations here, which will let us get it. We did also get a CB on the Ottomans and then let it lapse. I decided it was more important for us to just integrate and vassalize and integrate our vassals and improve relations and so on. But yeah, war with Austria I think would be good. We could feed Milan, Verona, and Aquila, respectively, various of these sections of the Austrian lands, which I think will be good. Is the Tyrol gold mine existing yet, by the way? Yes, there it is. I would love to nick that off them. Silver, of course, but yeah, war with Austria seems promising. We'll need to insult them once and then declare, for which we'll need 2 diplomats, but we are on our way to it. Oh yes, the solution to our prayers. We have all this religious influence we're not using. we can just use it to canonize people. That will work. I don't care about prestige much. Why can't I click this? Oh, okay, I can. Sort by max ability, so it has the highest impact. Oh, we're straight back up to 100. Hell yes. It takes 2 sainthoods to marry like 15 people. It's a funny old system this game has. We will be accepting Piedmontese and tolerating Tuscan, I think. Well, tolerating doesn't really matter much. We need to full accept places. People, rather. So maybe we accept Lombard. When's my next cultural relations improvement? It is in 6 years. Could use that on Lombard. No, we're going to use that on Greek. That's right. Well, yeah, I think we should probably tolerate. Well, maybe tolerating does matter then. Let's tolerate them. Yeah, that should be good. Still going to go with Austria, but taking longer than I wanted because, yeah, we just didn't have the financial situation to max Diplo spend for a while there. Having looked into it, I can't find a way to make Austria like us less because we've obviously been doing all this improved relations to try and burn down antagonism. I don't want to spend stability on them because we've been unstable for a while, so fine. Austria, you can be allowed to survive for a little bit longer. We will just keep focusing on developing for now. And by developing, I mean we're almost time to go to war with the Ottomans. All right, just by time passing, relations with Austria have sufficiently deteriorated, and so we will be doing that war. We've been doing a lot of building up since then. Our professional army has grown. The Genoese crossbowmen, 5,000 of them strong now, and a whole lot more armories coming where they came from. I have also looked around at where we have farmland, flatland, and basically lots of the farmland flatlands we have now got towns in them. And so we will be slowly building up those towns as well as those closer to the core being made into cities. But for now, once again to war with Austria. I think we're going to take a relatively small victory here against the Austrians. We do have a problem. We've been excommunicated and it's really annoyed a lot of our vassals. We've also integrated a bunch of them, of course, but we have a lot of disloyal vassals right now. I don't think there's a huge amount I could do about this. We could make them loyal by just continuing to spend max on diplomacy, but it's just not financially viable, basically. So I think we take a peace, we develop up a bit more. We probably still go to war with the Ottomans. They only have 16,000 men, so we should be able to take them just with our levies. Oh, right, yes, sorry, I do want to subjugate you. So let's do that as well. We'll humiliate them and war up them as well. Nope, can't quite afford that, that's fine. There we go. Because, of course, just because I'm having vassal problems doesn't mean I'm going to stop taking new vassals. That'd be ridiculous. Right, so we do also need... I picked someone who had a decent dip. Oh, yeah, they died. We are full non-dip right now, but I still think diplomatic endeavors... Still an extra... What are you giving me? An extra 4 Diplo rep. Still probably worth it. So we'll let the month tick over before we sign this peace treaty. And if we could start sieging them, we can probably give them a little bit more reasons for peace as well. There we go. 2 sieges established. Month ticks over. Good stuff. We can indeed take a little bit more money. So I think this is probably a good range of land to take. There's no really important... Oh, there's mercury there. We are taking that anyway. So we are taking the silver mine off them, which is good. Oh, there's more silver up here. Interesting. Who owns this? We may try and push for that. But yeah, for now, this looks good. This looks like a very manageable coalition. I don't think it even includes Austria, which is nice. Cool. So yeah, we'll take that. It's war reps. It's that land. Boom. We will, of course, hand all this out. There we go. And now war with the Ottoman, I think, is our next step. But yes, we need everyone to chill out. We need to annex more of our vassals. We need to get our power relative to them higher. And ideally need to stop being excommunicated. I'm hoping that if we annex the Papal States, which we could do by going to war with the coalition via Bulgaria, we might be able to reset their opinion of us, but we shall see. When not at war, the problem is much less bad. They overestimate their relative strength much more when they have their levies raised, basically. So that is much more impactful when we're at war and they all raise their levies and stuff. So when we're at peace, they chill out a bit, which is nice. Oh yes, and it's university building time, by the way, as you can see, coming up to the end of the Age of Renaissance. This is the bit where we put a university in every town and city in Italy. Just a little war against the Ottomans. Bulgaria was actually also in this war. I think they're allied to the Ottomans, which is pretty funny. But we just pieced them out for war score. We're going to yoink the Sea of Marmara off the Ottoman. And also some of this land up here they just recently took from the Romans. Plus some money. That'll do. Nice. We will hand this all over to Dardanelles. And we really... I know I've said this before. We really need to stop expanding and do a period of peace. Because our vassals are so disloyal that we just need to integrate some vassals, get everyone to chill out, relax. Yes, we're excommunicated, but it's okay. And then we will, once they've relaxed a bit, we'll then be able to resume. So I think a period of peace involving lots of improving relations and improving our naval presence and integrating our Italian vassals. And we're also started integrating in Catalonia. It's going to take a while. It's not going to be done for 50 years at the current pace. But our cultural influence is going to keep increasing. And we are going to integrate other people in the meantime. But yes, I mean, taking a look at opinion of us, we're not popular. We're not popular because we've been excommunicated, but it's okay. We've got lots of improved relations running right now. We're going to get everyone happy again, and then we can resume our glorious expansion. And we've got plenty of land with which to, you know, urbanize and industrialize and stuff, so that's all good. Oh, God. Look at this prosperity map. It's basically everyone but us. But we finally got the prosperity law, decentralized bureaucracy, which will give us a ton of monthly prosperity, so that should be enough to catapult us to 100% prosperity, which will be good for our whole, you know, development kick. We're also in the enviable position of basically having researched almost everything I want to research from this age before it's over. There is some other stuff that would be nice, like entry ports. We really, really should have got barks earlier. But in general, I feel like we've done pretty well on research. Election tech does literally nothing for us because we rule for life, so that's pointless. I don't think there's much point in any of these. I mean, like, better artists slightly, but... And... this one is still broken. This is getting fixed. This should be 5%, but oh well. It's taking a long time to integrate Catalonia because they haven't got this modifier of such and such is much smaller. So we're going to focus on integrating some of the ones that are much smaller first, just to try and get our vassal loyalty where we need it to be. But important day, because today's the day, the Greek opinion of us rises. So we can see that now it's only going to cost 2 points to fully integrate Greek, and in another 50 years, we'll be able to do that again. We probably won't want to own any of this land, really, until 50 years from now, so it's going to be good timing to get all that going. Let me just make sure I have this in the spreadsheet. Can't do this till 79. One thing I would recommend playing this game, keeping notes of when you can do cultural improvements. But yeah, just staying at peace, checking in, but not much happening. We are having these... Bohemian wars, but Bohemia really does seem to be winning them, so it looks like Hussitism might be here to stay. We could swap to Hussite, but I don't think it's going to be the play, because the Reformation will fight either way, and I think that's when we want to be breaking from Rome, declaring ourselves an empire, and all that good stuff. We could go Hussite temporarily. No, I think we stay Catholic for now. And then we go Hussite once we go Lutheran once the Reformation hits. Although we might end up going Reformed, we'll see. Oh, I'm glad I didn't just instinctively click on this guy who's in the wrong dynasty, because boy, those are some good stats. That's unfortunate. Well, we will instead go with an admin-focused guy. Admin dip. No, this guy's better. We'll go with him. Cool. He seems pretty strong. Good stuff. Oh, what the heck? It changed again. That's okay. Anyway, I'll reload to fix that. I forget. I always forget. You load those in the other. You have to click those events in the right order. But what's this? You want to go on an expedition? Much credit as a promising young officer. Oh, and I did accidentally give us the wrong ruler by somehow. Somehow. Whoops. Anyway, I'll just reload to fix that. But yeah, I'm glad we didn't accidentally end up with this guy. I mean, we kind of did, but oh well. Fixable. Oh, I'm upset that we died too quickly. Look at these two. Holy hell, a 100, 176. Oh, I remember you. I gave this guy a good education. Nice. Very nice. We will take a god tier Spinola as our co-ruler, I think. Look at that stat line. Absolute beaut. Hopefully some good traits to go along with it. Using this period of peace to improve some relations, getting some Fondaco rights going. Going to start building some of those. They don't give a huge amount of trade capacity, but big trade advantage. Very expensive to build a lot of them, but building just one level in a few different places, not too bad. Probably shouldn't be building them right now because we're in debt. We had an event that cost us $5 grand. But yeah, building Fondacos, urbanizing, chilling out. In preparation of probably a big campaign against Naples and Hungary, I think. We need to conquer land that's actually governable rather than all the stuff over here that we really don't need yet. I think I'm going to use this parliament to declare war on the coalition because we want to vassalize Bulgaria. We want to... we could vassalize Burgundy as well, actually. They might be a bit too big. And generally, I just, these people have formed a coalition against me. It's just impudent. They deserve to be conquered. Oh, welcome to the age of discovery. We are the economic, diplomatic, and cultural hegemon. Okay. We don't really want to be... Oh, it gives you 30%. Never mind. It gives you 30% improved relations. That's great. Okay, we definitely do want to be that hegemon. We definitely want the other two, obviously. How solidly are we the economic hegemon? Very nice. Okay, cool. So we will now force divert trade on everyone, which is going to be good. Let me see. How many people are eligible for that right now? 88. All of these people, including the Ottomans, going to have to give us 50% of their trade, which is going to be bonkers strong. And because we are the cultural hegemon, we are going to be able to integrate whole areas, which is going to be great. And because we are the diplomatic hegemon, we get 30%, plus we get influence country, which I haven't used before. How does that work? Is that under influence actions? No? Friendly actions? Influence country. You can probably only do it on people who are weaker than you. Like lower power projection or however that's calculated. There we go. Influence nation. You get 50 opinion, 5 favors, and excellent diplomacy. It buffs their reputation. Interesting. Well, that seems useful to use on subjects. Can you use it on subjects? Yes. Okay, good. That'll be nice for annexing people. Awesome. Plus, how often can you do this? Probably every 10 years. I assume you can't do it on the same person when they have excellent diplomacy. So this would be a way to get favors to... Ooh, wait a minute. Yeah, this could be really strong. You could use that to get favors to then improve cultural opinion of someone like Castile. How often can I do this? Repeatedly? Excuse me, where are my favors? Did they get those favors on me? Gain 5 favors from Genoa. Well, it's still useful. Still very useful for opinion. And of course, assimilate area is really, really good. We will need to start prioritizing assimilating areas where we have larger shares of the thing we want to assimilate. So here in the Tuscany region seems like the appropriate place rather to integrate. And of course, we'll go admin very briefly. This is mostly about fighting, so who cares? We can win all our fights. This is, I mean, France might prove me wrong on that, but this is good. And the good thing here is that one's okay, but this is really strong. But basically, it's very hard to turn down 10% urban building cost and 10% building cost. Absurdly strong. And then 25% trade capacity, so strong. You also get 50% migration here as well. I hadn't realized that. So it's all as good. And integration speed, which is nice. Not amazing, but nice. Conversion speed, which is good. Flat 10 conversion is really, really strong. That's 10 times your base flat, or 5 times your basic flat conversion, and dynamic core is great. So obviously we're going admin focus. Am I right in saying that Age of Discovery is the one where there's no generic tree, right? Yeah. We just need to wait for the institutions. By the way, what are our odds of spawning them? Very likely to start in Cairo, Prague. Not seeing any of our possible options on there. Okay, so we'll have to trade for that one. What about printing press? Yeah, pretty good odds for printing press. Why have you got more? Just total literacy of pops. giving them more score. Okay, but then we've got Genoa, Firenze, Lucca, Pavona, Parma, Roma, Siena, Pisa, Pavia. We own all but one of the eligible printing press locations. Nice. And then New World. Oh, baby. We're definitely getting that one. Genoa, Savona, Nice. many of them owned by us. Amazing. Well, here's an interesting one. We can trade 5% efficiency of cabinet for proximity cost. It gives ticks towards decentralization, but we've got plenty spare on decentralization, so that's fine. This does give centralizations. This is a 0.2 swing. We would be basically at our limit in terms of going towards centralization, but we got to do that. 5% proximity cost, that's crazy. Plus, you're stacking that with the stuff you're getting from Crown Power. Sorry, not Crown Power. Centralization. So that's a 15% proximity cost. Wow, that's really good. What's making us eligible for this? I guess it's that we're a republic. That's really good. We're going to use our next parliament to switch to that. We're on low stability, by the way, just because we've continued to be breaking the burgers. I was going to get rid of this, but I think now maybe we can't afford to get rid of that 10%. So we probably get rid of this next. The Commercial Advisory Council is on the chopping block, as are some of the clergy privileges, probably. Oh, who'd have thought? The printing press in one of our provinces. Nice. Oh, an institution, you say. Spawned in Genoa, you say. Amazing. It's sad that we can't get the other one, but 2 out of 3 ain't bad, as they say. Okay, pike and shot in Graz. That's one of the better possible outcomes because it's in Venice, which means it should spread relatively quickly to Venice, I think. Let's see. Oh, no spread right now, but I think it will. And we're not getting any kind of natural spread here, are we? No, not like, because we couldn't have spawned it, so that makes sense. But yeah, could be worse. Could be a lot worse than Graz, I think. Do I need to disable any more of these alerts? I do need this one. This is, yeah. I need to stop ticking subjects. In fact, you know what? Burgundy. Let's just try and piece Burgundy out rather than pushing to subjugate them as well. we need less subjects. I think we do take a bit of land here because we're not going to, this is a lot of aggressive expansion because it's the HRE, but we're not going to go to war deep into the HRE for some time, but just because there's no need for it. So really, I don't care about causing a bunch of aggressive expansion right now because we're not likely to cause more in this region. We're going to finish off Trent. We might eat a bit more of Austria, but beyond that, we can't realistically govern it. And I don't want permanent vassals in areas that we're never going to be able to govern, or at least not relatively soon going to be able to govern, because that's just kind of wasted vassal capacity, where vassal capacity is measured by the amount of vassals that we can actually keep a lid on, right? So what I think I'm going to do is just take relatively big, but chunk here, including Grenoble, which is a lovely place. I like to ski just near here. It's quite cool. Like there, I think. We're going to take this, and then we'll make it a subject. Or maybe we don't even make it a subject. It'll just be a low control area, but I'm doing it because we want these forts, basically. I want there to be a fort, a mountainous fort buffer between us and France, basically. With that in mind, should I be taking this province? If I had this province and I put a fort here, they couldn't walk down here. They could walk down here, but we'd have a fort. I guess a fort here. Well, we can just have multiple forts. They're not that expensive. So fort kind of here, here, and here. Is this mountainous? This is mountainous, actually. Okay, so fort here already covers that avenue. So we can reduce it. Maybe I give up on Grenoble, even though I like the town. What's this? This is just hills. That's mountains. So we actually don't want that. The fort here should hold them. So we actually don't take that. We just take this fort, and then we have this fort, and this fort. Hold the French in mountains, basically. And then we'll just have some money, although I'd rather have war reps than up front. Good. Okay, let's Burgundy out of the war. Now we can go focus. Who else we got? Oh, you. Now you... you we're going to vassalize. Because we need a... I want a kind of mountainous vassal. And it was going to be Milan, but I think we're going to want to integrate Milan for this lowland area. We might even integrate Milan and then re-release this mountainous area or give it to this vassal. But yeah, we'll go knock them out. and then we'll go vassalize Bulgaria, and then Papal States. Papal States are at war with Milan. I wonder if I vassalize the Papal States, is it like EU4? Will I be thrown immediately into war with Naples? If so, that's good, because they're not, haven't called in Hungary. So just a little yoink on the coast here from Bulgaria. We can't subjugate them. Even with a follow-through on threat CB, we can't subjugate them yet. We are already almost sieging them. Let's get a little bit more progress on this siege. The war's been going on a long time. The problem is whenever the war's going on, my vassals are disloyal. So, but we'll get there. Yeah, a bit more land so that we can vassalize them next war, I think. Okay, so let's see what happens. We're gonna... Oh, sorry. Actually, I'm just gonna piece this guy out real quick. Hello. Goodbye. Humiliate. Money. War reps. I'd like if you could set a default peace deal. These are banks, so you can't ever attack them. Where are you? Oh, you're the subject. Yeah. So we're going to subjugate the Papal States. We're going to take this little bit of their subjects' lands. And let's see, does this put us to war with Naples? No. Does it peace them out with Naples? Yes. Okay, good. Well, that works. Did Naples take any of their land, by the way? They didn't, unfortunately. Never mind. But there's the Papal States vassalized, which is good because now we can improve relations with them and get them to really high happiness value, so they're never going to excommunicate me, even if I do a Placid Regium. Placitum Regium, I guess. Nice. Okay, good. So, next objective... Well, first off, obviously, we're going to hand off this land to some to Servia, some to Dardanelles, some to Wallachia. But then it's just back to integrating subjects, basically. Integrating subjects and trying to find an in for a war against Naples. Because it says we're stronger than them, but that's partly because it's factoring in our vassals' troops. And our vassals' troops would not be relevant in this conflict. Looks like they're allied to Burgundy. Burgundy's got Bohemia as the HRE defending them. So no good way to get to war with them yet, but when we get professional armies, then maybe we can make having to fight Hungary and Naples at the same time just a non-threat by using our wealth to make a huge professional army. The problem is our income situation is not great, broadly because cost of court is just killing us. Being such a high-ranked great power and our hegemonies is making this way, way worse. But we're working on it. We're working on it. All right, stand the vassal levies down. Start getting those integrations going again. Jesus Christ, I didn't realize Naples has got 2.1 million people down there. That's insane. I'm kind of insulted. They've got half our population. All they've done is sit there the whole game and eat Sicily. All right, we need to kill Naples. We need to get a professional army. We need to conquer Naples. It's unacceptable to have such a major rival on the Italian peninsula. I've never used diplomatic corps before. It's actually pretty freaking good. 0.5 diplomats? Because I was thinking about this as like, I don't care about this and I'm not going to use a whole council member on something like that. But now I think about it, 0.5 diplomats, that costs hundreds and hundreds of ducats a month. This one council member is effectively making us 360 ducats a month. That's insane. So we're definitely going to do that, especially until we get all of our transfer trade orders in. So I think I am going to embrace printing press right now, even though it's going to put us back into negative stability and cost 3 grand. Because I really value being ahead of time and trying to get as many embraced institutions just to get our research speed nice and fast. It is also time to say, do we really need these techs? I think literacy for nobles, it's basically useless, right? I don't think we need that. Remind me what it does. It's control growth and cultural tradition. Yeah. We definitely don't need that tech. Literacy, burger literacy, there's a lot of burgers, so I think that's worth having. And what does it give? It gives dev growth and trade capacity. I mean, it's not amazing, but there are a lot of burgers, so I think that's still valuable. This is just to get to coastal forts. We do want coastal forts because they give naval presence, maritime presence, and I used to think these were more expensive than ships, but I actually think, especially as the ages go on, they get cheaper than ships to maintain. Right, so that said, once we've researched these 5, what are we researching? The trade capacity, 25%. I mean, I think it's trade capacity followed by building cost, followed by urban building costs, which I think tells you how powerful this path is, the admin path, because we're going to get all of those in a sequence. I don't think we need this monthly prosperity anymore, because we should be, yeah, we're trending up really quickly now. It wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't hurt. but I think there's more important stuff to research, like Republican power. So we can get +1 cabinet seats. Oh god, that gives +10 decentralization. Oh, it's a good thing we got 0.11 centralization available right now. Wait, how is it 0.11? These numbers do not sum. No, just change it by 0.1. But yeah, we just have room for that Republican power tech. We definitely want that. The +1 cabinet seat is just bonkers strong. Obviously, I'd love the crown power or the efficiency, but that's what it's got to be. And then probably, no, 10% less legislative efficiency is probably a no go. But 10% less power across the board is nice. But it's probably going to be the administrative clergy. Makes clergy happier, so more tech, more clerics, which means more literacy, which means more tech. It also means more demand and efficiency of the cabinet. Yeah, that's a nice tech right there. And then crown power and cabinet seats. Yeah, we probably go cabinet seats first, actually. Give me the cabinet seats, which also gives us crown power and cost of court. And then paved road's going to be good. Now this, I think, is not good. It's okay. How much money would 0.05 Republican traditions save us? I mean, not that much. Some. 1/24th of 668. Not really worth it, honestly. And then artist salary and bank interest, irrelevant. So I think that's probably all we want from over there. Then, I mean, yeah, colonial migration is going to be nice. Let's get that. And then efficiency. Cool. And then probably before all that has time to finish, we'll be on to some New World text. But you don't need very many New World text to get started. Okay, so that's forced divert trade more or less done. There's a couple of tiny places left to get it from, but they're pretty inconsequential. Obviously, our income from trade has been changing not just because of that, but I've been keeping track of what our trade income is. When we first got that ability, it was 400 ducats. It's now 735. The age of discovery really is when you kind of pop off. And our tax base has barely increased, which is nice, because tax base is what influences all of your costs. So, pretty nice income increase from being able to, let's dive at all that trade. In other news, the colony over here in the Azores, sorry, the Canary Islands, Azores right here, is going well. I founded a new market because it had no market access to FARS, obviously. We're building the various things that we will need to try and send more expeditions from here, as well as just generally trying to get the economy going, some masonry, some wood, some sand, all that good stuff. Getting all going here. We're going to be doing a similar thing down here, I think, which is the best place, probably here. Yes. So we will be making a town here when we can. In the meantime, let's get some settlements going. But we will be making a new market here. Right, yeah, it costs $1,000. It needs to be a town first. But yeah, we'll be working on all of that. Is this a Spanish colony? No. Why is that? Oh, that's colonial progress. I thought that was something we were building already. Or something the Spanish were building already. We're exploring down here just to remind myself where the good ports are. I'm only really interested in colonizing the good ports. Did I already set one here? Yes, good. But our colonial migration should be going up, not least because we're building a ton of barks, another 50 barks to join our fleet to really crank up our naval presence. Should be good. Epic tradition. Oh, right. Interesting. I guess because we know about China now, or because we got meritocracy, maybe. Anyway, it's rubbish law, policy, so we don't need that. So we don't need to support our diplomatic corps anymore. I think everything is already pushed as far as we can. Whoops. In terms of these values, we could maybe push humanist a little bit more. Yeah, let's push humanist just a tiny bit more. Help us convert people. Our assimilation of Tuscany is going pretty darn well. Look at that. 100% in quite a few places. How many places are we still converting? Yeah, not actually that many. We want to be making sure that we have the maximum number of things in this list, basically. So not too many with 100% cultural unity. It's still a pretty good number, but we must be over coring amount on almost all of these now. Yeah, nice. Do we have any cultural capacity available now? We do. Amazing. So we probably accept Median. Yeah. It'll make it easier for us to culture convert down here, and it'll also make it easier for us to hold all these new lands that we're getting, or got off the Pope and will continue to get. Apart from that, full acceptance of Lombard seems good. Yeah, and we can afford it. Nice. So we'll accept Lombard, we'll accept Venetian, and then we'll continue just with the slow process of converting them all. Annexation's still ongoing. Basically waiting on professional armies. Once we get professional armies, we build a huge professional army, and then we smash Naples and Hungary. And then France, basically. We re-allied Castile. We dishonored one of their call to arms. We could be fighting stuff against Tunis right now, but I think it just makes more sense to be at peace, keep the subjects loyal, because we basically can't be at war if we want the subjects to be loyal at the moment. Nice. There's Pike and Shot. And we got New World already. Fantastic. It's expensive, but worth doing, I think. And yes, we have some stuff queued up already, but once that's finished, it's going to be training fields. And then do we try out going with Lancers? 4-5. 4 to upkeep. 4-5 but worse damage. So there's half as many of them, but they do 4 times as much damage. Let's try it. Let's try a big freaking Lancer army. So we need the Lancer tech, the Matchlock Levy tech, which is 2% now, so it's as good as small earlier ones. Is there anything else we really need? Dry Dock is going to be good, but we've got an urgent need to take out Naples. Lancers, Matchlock Levy, military tactics, and the new cannons. That should do it. In 26 techs, we're coming for you, Naples. There has been a great awakening in the north of Italy. We have accepted many of our fellow cultures, and we have done it on a simple premise. At least they're not the Neapolitans. We are embracing many of these people to our bosom. And what we are going to do with these embraced people is put them in the army. We're building a lot of armories all across our freshly embraced core territories. We shall marshal the whole of Italy into a mighty, mighty force, and it shall march south. That's the plan. Alongside the armories, we will need to feed this army, and so a massive granary wave is being built, the real function of which is to promote pop growth, because you get pop growth based on local food storage. So I'm going to build a lot of granaries. We're up to 16.8 presence per month when our fleet is in town. That's a pretty good level. That's a pretty good level. We're gonna be mighty present when we finish putting these guys to use, which is going to make it a lot easier for us to control our soon-to-be Neapolitan lands. Look at that. The granaries go up. So I'm going to make a little mod because I'm dissatisfied with the urbanization mechanic where basically it's become prohibitively expensive to build stuff in Genoa. And in the next patch, it's fixed that this population and location thing is just comically small. I think they just set it like multiple orders of magnitude too low. And in the beta patch right now, they've increased it. So what I'm going to do is make a mod that just preemptively gives me that bit of the beta patch without having to have all the instability and so on. Shouldn't be very difficult. That was easy. It also hasn't made as big a difference as I thought it might. But there you go. It was indeed 10 times lower, the multiplier on the previous patch. I've also decided that I'm actually going to mod it slightly further. There's a whole load of static modifiers, which are really simple and unlikely to break stuff. So I'm basically just going to bring a whole load of those over. One of the notable ones is that cheap food and available land are more impactful on the 0.8 version. So that's fun. I'm going to be able to get some more pop growth out of the game. But I'm going to go and check all the different static modifier files and just bring over the modifiers that have changed into this mod that I'm calling 0.8 changes early. I'm sure by the time you watch this, 0.8 is already out, but just in case you wonder why some modifiers may change at this point. Not that many other changes, actually. All in the location.txt file. The main ones, let me tell you them just for your interest. Yeah, the main ones are about changing the rate of prosperity growth and pop growth, and then of course the extra building slots. We still can't really build much in Genoa. It might even be worth going in and saying like, hey, these potters guilds, we don't need those, and blowing up a bunch of these, but we should probably realistically just urbanize other places, as fun as it is to kind of mass urbanize the capital. And I will just throw down a quick 10 tanneries for an exorbitant fee for fun. Nice, Republican power unlocked. This is going to be good. The cabinet seat, of course. We are... Yes, we can very narrowly... Oh, hang on. What happened? Oh, we've currently got a parliament in the capital. Right, yeah. But we can very narrowly afford this without starting to tick away from our beautiful 100 centralization. But extra cabinet seat is absolutely beautiful. By the way, strengthening government is surprisingly good in this situation. Let's say we switch off it, right? 544 income. Down to 394. So this dude strengthening the government is making us 110 ducats. That's a big change. I think that's actually worth leaving him on that. When they're starting to integrate, excuse me, sorry. When they're starting to integrate, obviously that's better. But for now, I think just strengthening the government is where it's at. We're boosting the opinion of the burghers so that we can take one of their final privileges away from them. Although, hang on. Their privileges is 0.10 centralization, which we do not actually have room to get rid of. But we will. We will quite soon because... Right to the burghers, we're going to curtail, which gives us only 0.05. Damn. Is there any more laws in here that we can use to get some centralization? Native policy is not going to do it. Darn, I don't think there is. Ooh, foreign culture law? A centralized culture? Doesn't seem like it. Cultural assimilation speed, cultural capacity. That's pretty nice for the culture capacity. I don't think there is anything else here that gives me... Ooh, battle leadership? Ruler general centralization? Yes! Oh, and it's good too. Monthly Republican tradition is good. Yeah, okay, well, we'll definitely do that. This would be okay, but not that good. Nice. Okay, so with by combining ruler general and the other one, we'll be able to afford putting in the... What was I even talking about? Right, getting rid of this privilege. Okay, in the meantime, I guess we work on a clergy privilege. Like this one? Yeah, we don't need the conciliatory anymore because we're already 90 towards it, so let's scrap that. In fact, we can probably afford to scrap multiple of you. Efficiency of cabinet, 5% is not worth it, and we would like to go more towards humanist. There we go. Now, they're very unhappy, of course, but we go from 54 up to 56? 55 crown power. Still, I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it. This does mean I can tax the burghers a touch more, because they're already plenty loyal. A lot of counting houses also going up will be very nice for our crown power. Mass urbanization is underway. I have just made, I think, 9 new cities and about 6 new towns. I said I was going to be more picky about looking for places with really good development. It's occurred to me, though, why these provinces aren't making very much value out of just lumber, wool, fish. So we kind of might as well make them towns if we can afford it from a food perspective. So how do we afford it from a food perspective? Well, we get our food productivity up. So we've got places like this rice province making more food. This is a net productivity, sorry, net profit of more food than the capital of 100,000 consumes, which is pretty freaking good. We've got a whole belt of wheat here that we're cranking up the productivity on. We're building tons of these farming villages, which both themselves output food in the form of livestock, but also they give us this local food productivity buff the more of them we build. So we're going to build a ton of those in all of these places where we have the ability to. We are actually getting to the point where we're running out of peasants, which is not a problem that I've ever had before in this game. But I'm building tons of these farming villages all over the shop to produce loads of more food, to go in our beautiful granaries, to drive our beautiful pop growth, which is already up to 0.5. Pretty nice, pretty nice. And our prosperity should be rising as well. Yep, there we go. Capped out on prosperity. God, the whole world is capped out on prosperity practically. I guess there haven't been any wars in the center here. I haven't screwed something up on this, have I? I don't think so. No, it's just that everyone's going decentralized. The base value on prosperity did go up from 0.1 to 0.25, having applied the early 0.8 patches. But that is somewhat compensated for by the fact that wars are now more destructive. I think there's basically high prosperity in the Empire because I haven't been warring much recently. Looking at the clergy, I think I actually want to get rid of all three of these. 0.01 stability investment is okay, but not great. This is useless, more or less. Well, okay, I do want the clergy to stay happy, I guess. But really, I want to be taking out... We want to be getting the maximum clergy happiness for the minimum impact on power. So I think we should take off religious administration. There's got to be better ways that we can get that. Like expansionist zealotry, for example. We don't need more push towards conciliatory, so it's okay to put a belligerent one in here. We could do lecture oaths, now I think about it, because population speed is not that significant. Actually, yeah, we should definitely do this, because we have all the universities we're going to need, functionally speaking. Maybe I'll let the new towns get finished. In fact, they've already finished. We'll build a bunch more universities, and then we'll give them that, because we don't need more universities, basically, ever. I mean, it'd be nice to be able to build universities in all of the new places that we conquer, but we really don't need them. And this efficiency of cabinet is nice, and the stability is also nice. Oh yeah, and powerful dioceses, definitely give them that, just for the opinion, the happiness, basically. And between those two, we can get them to 97, even with the removal of literacy rights, perhaps, because they've already got 100% literacy. Or yeah, removal of admin and then add in. So we remove admin, we put in expansionist zealotry and lecturers, and that's them at 100%. So we could also remove something else. So we could remove this and this. Be a bit more tolerant of heretics and heathens. Still have them at 100% happiness, or about 97. Pretty good. Although that is with a really, really good leader. I'm making another little shift in how I'm playing, which is stop acting like I'm broke. And what I mean by that is we're setting up like 6 different explorations and a whole bunch of new colonies all at once, as well as developing the existing colonies. We want to be powering around, monopolizing this African coast, getting some of the trade going, because very soon it will be off for the open seas exploration and off to the new world. We want to make sure we have a good base in Africa ready to send out those expeditions. Ah, yes, I forgot about this. Conseligo Magori. We do want to do this, even though it really annoys the peasants. It's basically going to mean we lose, what, 70 ducats a month? Well worth it for a cabinet slot. Well worth it. It also loses us some centralization, which might mean the burghers get to keep their road building privileges for now. We might even consider getting rid of urban development grants, because it is nice. I mean, it's a 25% development increase, which is pretty freaking big, but we need to bring this in, which will give us, it will cost us 0.1 centralization, which obviously right now we cannot afford to spare. So what could we do? We could give this to the nobles. That's not that bad. And we could give that to the clergy. Also not terrible. Some government reforms would be good. Yeah. And the curtail stuff, maybe a curtail stuff plus a noble privilege. Because a noble privilege, not that impactful right now. The nobles are very, very weak. Yeah. What does this do? It's going to make this place a town. Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. It is livestock in the mountains, but I'll do it to make this pass easily. Although we've got to sponsor university here instead. Yeah, no, let's do that. Cool. And then we might even be able to... Who's most effective here? You. Might even be able to push innovative. Yes, indeed. Beautiful. You should be the one doing the assimilation of the region, by the way, if you're the most effective. Only by 2%, but still. Alright, so... I do think we make that law change. and we're going to have to give out some privileges to make it work. But I simply cannot pass up an extra cabinet seat. It just can't be done. So let's do that. And then, yeah, as it swings towards centralization. So let's start with, yeah, you can have your privilege. This one. There's a little bit of noble loyalty as well, which is nice to have. And then we just need a little bit more. And I guess this means we can't make the other law change we were looking at, but I think it's definitely worth it. Where's the other thing coming from? It's rights to the burghers, right? Yeah, once we curtail rights to the burghers, it's fine. Until we curtail the rights to the burghers, I think what we do... Oh, are we going to be able to make this pass, by the way? A little bit of initiative, sure. Meritocratic rule? I don't think so. What is... Oh, that gives trade capacity? Only 5%. Bah. Humbug. Not nearly enough. No, we're not going to be able to make this pass. We'll just have one of the members of the cabinet permanently pushing towards centralization so that it doesn't tick down, which obviously is a waste, but, I mean, we're getting a new member of the cabinet, so it's fine and it's temporary. Any other interesting ones? Conditiary contracts? Nope, that's rubbish. I would kind of like to go devout education. We might do that in a future parliament. But so now you... I'm going to switch who's annexing where. You go ahead and, well, just do whatever. You simulate Piedmont. There's still plenty of places to actually convert people in Piedmont, right? Yep, nice. So you go back to changing and push that. Good, because I really don't want this to dip below 100. So we'll just leave that on there until we get the burger curtailment law. Right, but we should call it a part there, I think. Thank you very, very much for watching. In the next episode, we have two main goals. One, complete the unification of northern Italy. That means the integration of Milan. I'm also integrating the Pope, but I think that's actually a mistake. We've done a lot of it, though, so I'm loath to stop. But I like the idea of a pliant Pope. And we could perhaps stop annexing them. We'd have to leave them a city in Italy, basically. It doesn't have to be Rome. Nothing so prestigious. Oh, hey, look, the Colosseum's here. That's cool. We could leave them Trivoli. Does that matter? It means there's someone else with trade capacity in our kind of home... Well, it's actually in Venice. Interesting. Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not ideal to have someone else with trade capacity in our area. How much do they have in Venice? 20? It's not much, is it? And our amount will keep increasing and theirs is going to decrease. Yeah, I think it's... Yes, as I say, I'm loath to do it because we're already making progress, but I think we cancel the annexation of the Pope. And we maybe actually leave them with, like, this town down here or something. Because a pliant pope, a vassal pope, that is to say, means we can improve relations up to a way higher cap. And the cap seems to be changing all the time, by the way. Now the maximum is 280. Is it based on your current improved relations stat, maybe? Or is it based on the fact that you can always improve them up to plus 100 or something? I don't know. Anyway, it can't be the latter. So yeah, I think we keep the pope. What we could also do, of course, is give them Avignon. Although Avignon would be in Genoa. Yeah, so maybe we'd rather them have a little town down in the south of Italy. That seems good. And we can just seize these provinces. Oh, right, of course, sorry. They have to keep this one because it's their capital. And I assume you can't seize your subjects' capital. Can't do anything right now because I've got no diplomats. But yeah, I think we actually keep the Pope alive. But we annex Ferrara, Verona... Milan, and then we've basically finished Northern Italy. Aquila, we might keep around. No, we'll set up a new subject to hold like Southern Austria, and we're going to keep Württemberg around. I assume that's pronounced Württemberg. I know someone who might help with that one. We'll want to keep Württemberg as a subject to hold the Alps because we're going to really struggle with communication efficiency up here. We probably also want another Alpine subject in the form of Burgundy, but we're not in a hurry to get those. So that's objective 1, consolidate northern Italy. And then the campaign for the south. Naples must fall, and we have to go for that. Third objective, least likely to happen in the next episode. Although, I mean, these episodes are spanning quite a long time, given how much of it I'm editing out, is trying to get basically sufficient... Oh, right, yeah, I've reloaded the game, so I need to load these. Sufficient naval presence. I mean, we do have pretty damn good naval presence over here now, that we could start integrating places like Athens and actually get meaningful control. We can tell that we can't yet because provinces that we own over here, for example, are still over 100% proximity, or rather below 0% proximity. So probably an integration of Catalonia and Valencia would be next, because I think we are getting, 60% down to here with not a great port. That's pretty good, honestly. That's already pretty good. We could make it... Well, I don't think we could make it better. Anyway, those are the goals for the next episode. Thank you for watching this one, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello everybody, and welcome back. I'm Count Christo. Thank you so very much for joining me. This is the wonderful EU5, and in this episode, we aim to unite Northern Italy, stop annexing the Papal States. You can't right-click to cancel here unless you have a diplomat. Very silly, but I can click to cancel here. Bizarre. I assume it's because of the diplomat. But yeah, we're not going to annex the Papal States because I want them to have high opinion of us, because having looked at some discussions online, I'm less convinced that we want to go Lutheran. I think a Reformed Catholic could be good. The deal breaker will be if we can't become an empire. But maybe we become an empire by, I don't know, if we dismantle the HRE, do we get rid of the papal ban on empires? Where's the... Where is the papal ban on empires coming from? Is it one of these? It's not. Doesn't look like it. Marriage of priests, indulgence. I'm not seeing it in there. How much are we paying the Catholic Church, by the way? Is that in one of my expenses? I guess the clergy pay the Catholic Church. Is that one of your monthly expenses? I can't see it here. I'm not actually sure where the Papal States rather gets that money from, but we are, and I don't think I pointed this out before, we are actually getting part of the payments that all Catholics are making via the Papal States being a vassal. Another good reason to keep them around as a vassal. But yeah, can I... Because these doctrines are basically all up for grabs once the Invisible Church. Once the Council of Trent kicks off, and I don't know if it's called the Council of Trent. That's just where it was historically. Maybe they change it, like the Treaty of Tordesillas. But none of these appear to be saying papal ban on empires. So from where does the papal ban on empires? Do I have that as a modifier? Yeah, papal ban on empires, yes, due to Catholicism. But that's not historical, is it? Spain was an empire. And the HRE is an empire. So do I need to dismantle the HRE? I'm not even sure you can dismantle the HRE. And the HRE emperor is not country rank empire. The reason why this is so important, by the way, if you're not familiar, is because empires get +1 cabinet seat, which is extremely important. As we've seen, I'm willing to go to great lengths to get myself another cabinet seat. So from where does that derive? This papal ban on empires? Is it just... Because if it's just inherent to Catholicism, which it looks like it is... okay, as long as the Holy Roman Empire exists... Okay, so what we need to do is work out how you destroy it. Surely, allow me to say something that's potentially insulting, but I hope it isn't. Surely they didn't ship an EU game without an ability to dismantle the HRE. Let me look it up. Okay, apparently you need to be at war with the Emperor, and it's actually a peace term you enforce on the Emperor. Let's just save and then do some testing to see how that works. Obviously, we will come back to this save when we finished our testing. But let's turn debug on and give ourselves some diplomats and stuff, and then we'll declare on the Emperor and just see what the requirements are. Okay, so we need 50% of the locations in the HRE not to be owned by the HRE. That is a steep ask. That's a very steep ask. That's frustrating. That means that by winning, that's annoying. That means that by winning the Gulfs and the Ghibellines, we made it harder to dismantle the HRE. Because we could have removed all of Italy from the HRE, and that would have counted as a share of the HRE not owned by members. That's quite silly, in my opinion. I think this should be lowered when the Gulfs won the Gulfs versus the Ghibellines by 10% or something. Okay, so we need to conquer a bunch of land in the HRE in order to dismantle it. 50%, that's a lot. That's a long-term goal, but that's fine. We'll set up, some vassals up here. I don't want to do that though, because there'll be long-term vassals, areas that we realistically can't get very much control on. That's tricky. So how do we do this? If we subjugate somebody, they're not removed from the HRE, right? So Württemberg right now, does that count as part of this 13%? Because Württemberg is our subject, but they're not a member of the HRE. Members subjugated by foreign powers. Yeah, they probably don't count. Let's experiment further. Does that count? So 13.3%. And if I were to release Württemberg, which I can't do while at war, right? Hang on. Yeah, okay, so I, excuse me, I got rid of that vassal and the number hasn't changed, meaning we do have to actually have this land owned by non-HRE members, not merely vassalized by non-HRE members, which makes it harder. It means making a vassal like Burgundy would actually slow down our ability to destroy the HRE, which is unfortunate. So I guess what that means we need to do is do things like create a vassal in Hungary and then feed that vassal HRE land. And create a vassal, I mean, that's the only one that's plausible, right? That's remotely near us. So yeah, that's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult, but I kind of like that it's difficult. It's going to be a long-term project for us to try and destroy the HRE. Right, let's go back to the save before all my testing. Right, so with that new goal in mind, we're still going to try and unite Northern Italy. We're still going to unite with Naples, but we have a new objective. Destroy the HRE. It is my belief that the HRE must be destroyed, and we need to do it for our cabinet seat. For the cabinet seat, it must be destroyed. Jolly good. The other thing we need to do if we are going to stay Catholic is get some more cardinals. How many cardinals do I have right now? 6? Yeah, I want that number to go up. I assume Verona probably has one. Maybe some of these places down here. I suppose I could find them. Yeah, there's one. The Pope likes to give themselves ones. Naples has got to have one. Yeah. So there's more that we can take, but we want to have the majority of the cardinals so we can make sure we control the Council of Trent, basically. So destroying the HRE. But basically, this is good though. This gives us something to spend aggressive expansion on, because I was really feeling like, okay, we've kind of finished aggressive expanding in Europe, which seems like a waste, right? You always want, in my opinion, you always want aggressive expansion taking down on as many different countries as possible, because that's just efficient, right? It means you've used a resource that otherwise goes to waste. So we need to war Austria, we need to war Hungary, we need to create some extra HRE vassals and feed them HRE land, so that we can work towards declaring ourselves the one true Christian empire. Of course, sometimes you just get cabinet seats through tech. Glorious. Okay, so what do we need doing right now, cabinet-wise? We've got quite a lot of culture conversion still to do. Maybe some more culture converting. We could also start developing the capital. It would be kind of fun to develop the capital, but it's really, I don't think it needs doing, honestly. Maybe just some Diplo endeavors. But Diplo endeavors, I mean, right now, not hugely important. Especially because Diplo rep doesn't help subject loyalty. At least, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Maybe it does. No, it doesn't. It's basically just opinion and power. What else could we be doing productively? Could convert... Can you do subject actions in your... Can you do council actions, rather, in your subject? No. Okay, so we can't use our subjects, can't use our council to, like, convert culture in foreign places. I guess diplomatic corps is always good because just there's no harm in more diplomats. And but stabilizing is good too. Have we got another military person? No, yeah, let's have another military person and just help with our overall. I think thinking of the strengthened government and stabilized country as basically just reducing this number and this number, they do have they feel kind of short term, but they're not. They really can be. I think it's time to start using the compacted version. They're really quite powerful. Oh, 99, 100. Absolutely. So you stabilize the country. Boom. 0.6 now. Do we have more privileges we want to strip? Surely we do. Well, yeah, we were thinking about roads. Right, but we can't afford to remove roads anymore. Not unless we want to really lock someone into encouraging centralization forever and ever. Is there a clergy centralization privilege? There is. Do I want to give them that? We could swap it for something. It doesn't give them any happiness, unfortunately. Ah, damn, I didn't take notes last time. I came up with a theory, didn't I? About what privileges we were going to change. Let me get my spreadsheet up. Yeah, I didn't take notes on which ones we were thinking about doing, but we really would like 100% clergy satisfaction. Ah, the fact that we're cruel is unfortunate there. Can execute characters? Yes. Really? So, like, our wife, for example. I can just execute her? She has to not be the consort. Increase the government power cost of the use of the next banish or execute by 5. And then refresh for 2 years. Interesting. 30 prestige to randomly execute someone. Oh, you can't do people of your dynasty, though. Doesn't seem that useful. It's kind of fun, though. Fun flavor. What else do we get? Tolerant, which is okay, and indulgent, which is really bad. But he's got godlike stats, so we forgive him. I think commercial advisory's got to go. The trade capacity's nice, but yeah, I think that's got to go. I haven't got any tribe privileges. Oh, we must have not had tribes until quite recently. Okay, we absolutely want to give them a bunch of privileges. Allow gatherings for the stability investment costs. That's good. Because they're never going to have any power, so it doesn't matter. Expand farming is nice. I think that's it, probably. Oh, no, tolerance of heathens is always good. There we go. Now, that obviously cost us a bunch of government power, but their influence is going to remain entirely negligible, so there's no harm increasing their... there's nothing else here we want, is there? No. That's fine, then. Good. Yeah, so I think we replace... Well, it doesn't give much power, so... do I want to get rid of any of these? The religious literacy rights, we could get rid of that because they already have 100% literacy in the cities. And replace it with... there's not much. Oh, yeah, right. We were going to give lecture oaths. Yeah, I think lecture oaths is a good idea. Let me just check. Have we got all the universities we want? Oh, no, there are still... Okay, let's focus... Okay, the building focus right now is build all the universities we want and then give lecture oaths. But is it worth it? In some of these outlying regions, like when we take Constantinople, how much of the population are burghers? Quite a lot of them, but still more laborers than burghers. Even in a big city. It's quite a lot of laborers, but lots of peasants. I'm not sure, because the thing that's good about university, apart from the cultural influence, which we already have as high as it needs to be, is the literacy. And it's for nobles and burghers. But there aren't that many nobles and burghers. Yeah, I think we do that. Okay, so I'm going to add that to my spreadsheet so I don't forget. We're going to be adding lecture oaths. Because the good thing about lecture oaths, by the way, in case it's not obvious, is that you get 5 happiness for only 10 power, which is really, really nice. That's just about the best ratio you're ever going to see. And then, honestly, this is kind of good too. Yeah, that's pretty toasty. Pretty tasty, I mean to say. Yeah, I think we might do that as well. Because that gives us 15 happiness to play with. We need 5. That leaves us 10 that we can remove. So Probably this. Probably remove this so that we have, because again, 5 to 33 is a much worse ratio than 5 to 10 or 10 to 20. So I think we remove religious administration. And then we've got one more we can remove. This is going to make the burghers and nobles less happy, obviously. The burghers being problematic because they're barely happy and we're not taxing them. But that would let us take out literacy rights and religious administration. That seems pretty good to me. We would take out literacy rights and administration and we replace it with lecture oaths and maintain clerical proceedings. That gives us 100% satisfaction, but net reduction of, and this is approximate, these are the modifiers, not the actual impact it has on the power, net reduction of 28% clergy power. That's quite significant. That's quite significant. So we'll work towards that, which means we need to build a whole bunch of universities, which means we're going to want a bunch more paper. What else do the universities use? Really wish you could pin favorite buildings at the top of this list. Yeah, paper, glass, and books. So we'll work on making some more production for those. It will also stimulate our economy to have all that extra demand. And then how are we getting the extra centralization we needed? It was from like the rights to the burghers, right? When we curtail here, we get 0.05. Is there another curtailment coming soon? Cabinet law doesn't give us any. Oh, and there's 2.5 clergy, so we can also revoke some more at that point, potentially. Was there another cabinet law coming that gave us centralization? It was this, wasn't it? The ruler general. Yeah, excellent. Okay, good stuff. And here comes our another cabinet seat from Consiglio Maggiore, which is wonderful. We'll probably go with a dip guy for that. Oh, whoops. Probably should be spending less money on stability while we have less than 100 Republican tradition. There we go. New cabinet slot. We will fill that with a, dip person, I think. Probably a good idea. Yeah. Maybe someone who has a little bit of mill in case we need to pivot to a more mill focus. Yeah. Go with you. Oh god, they're 75. Didn't realize they're not long for this world. It's a bit of a waste to appoint them. Never mind. They can work on getting some diplomats. No, let's do some assimilation. Up to 41% our culture. Holy heck. We were at 19% at one point. If that tells you, that's a good target for an area convert, isn't it? If that tells you just how powerful the assimilate area thing is. Let's do these regions, because we're already relatively integrated here. What are we up to? 80% here. Yeah, you can stop on that, honestly. And switch to up here. Good stuff. We have our cores here now, don't we? Yeah, excellent. We'll also do Montpellier, just to grab the core, even though it's kind of inefficient, but I would like a core on the city. Big day. The paved road, the other main expense we're going to do when we're not spamming out universities at the moment. Upgrading our whole network to paved roads is going to have a huge impact. In fact, it's probably more important than universities. I'm going to do universities first, though, just because I want to get this clergy setup done. But yeah, this is going to be big for our cultural influence, which we definitely don't need to do, because if we check, we're the head of that by some margin. But still, nice to have. Doesn't hurt. Gives us bonuses like that. But yeah, get the universities up and then road network time. I'd like to just say that I really hate that the AI can force you into a war using favors. Last time Castile called us into this war, I just declined and broke the alliance. Then we got it back like 30 years later. This is dumb. This is really dumb, Castile. You really should not be... This is not going to go well for you because the AI is so bad at managing troop transports. And it's going to make all my vassals disloyal because they raise up their troops, which means we can't annex anyone. This is the last straw, Castile. This is the last straw. I'm going to break our alliance. We're gonna have to fight this war, and you know we've got the ships to do it easily. So maybe I'll just send my 75 galleys down, while the rest keep on working. But I am displeased, Castile. I think in response to this, I'm going to conquer the Iberian Peninsula, and also start a war against Tunis and stuff. But one of my own. Not one with the damn AI negotiating. Ah, and then we die, of course. At least it means we get rid of the cruel modifier, which is nice. So who do we want? Lots of good options, because I've been spending a lot of Republican tradition on the old breeding program. I think probably we do want this. Well, he's quite old, isn't he? I don't think we want to elect a 73-year-old. Although, is there any harm? Because we'll just get someone new soon. And elections aren't bad things. It doesn't hurt us much. Or maybe at all. You're 48. You would also be... No, you are much better, actually. Because once we give you a Foreign Order of Chivalry, he'll have practically 186, 100. Which is quite a bit better. Yeah. We'll go with you. Cool. And the co-ruler, we'll give them a consolation prize as co-ruler. Damn, we actually lost a naval battle. They have heavies, as it turns out. So we probably do need to invest in some heavies of our own, finally. Did I even invent them? I don't think I invented them. I didn't. That's funny. But yeah, we will need to build some heavies of our own. It's unfortunate because it will make us the naval hegemon, which, in a slightly dumb twist, is a strictly bad thing. Although actually the French have 33 heavies, bloody hell. We can make 20 heavies and still not be hegemon. Okay, good. That works then. That works. The bright side of having to redo a couple of years there is that I get to break the alliance with Castile before they drag us to war with these guys. So I know that's kind of cheesy, you know, save scummy, but I take that as my due for having to redo several years of the game. We've done just all the same stuff, you know, got the universities done, changed the privileges, and we died and became the same character again. So all very much in line with what happened last time. Oh yeah, and I wanted to point something out because it's why we're not declaring any wars right now. Anytime we're at war, all our vassals are disloyal. So we just need to focus on, we're just going to urbanize, we're going to develop, we're going to improve relations with vassals, we're going to annex vassals. That's all I'm doing right now because just being at war is crippling, basically, because it prevents any of this progress towards actually getting rid of some of these subjects. Obviously, the subjects have been very good to us. They let us take a huge swathe of land, but now it's consolidation time. Oh, hell yeah. Because we have a loan balance the budget shown up. Oh, it's so good. We get 1,500 ducats free and minus 2.5 inflation. And now, even at max minting, we are not getting inflation. Say goodbye to our debt. More roads for us. I took a screenshot of the proximity map mode before I started building all these roads. I'm really curious to see what it looks like, how different it is once we finish. Big day, open sea exploration. Also, yeah, slowly yoinking territory off the Papal States down here. Open sea exploration time, which means across the Atlantic we go. We have been building up industries here such that we can support explorations from here. So let's start making use of it, making sure we do not send anyone over the age of 38 so they don't die. People with high mill so that they progress faster is optimal. Good stuff. Find me the Americas. Okay, colonization's picking up. We've got colonial charters for the 50% migration, and we are pushing outward, which will increase our monthly migration as well. Lots more of the coast discovered here, but what I'm also discovering is lots of Portuguese and Castilian colonies. This time, I think I am going to much more aggressively try and make certain that we are the only people that have access. I think it will help our trade income, plus it's just a fun goal. So I think wars with Castile and Portugal over colonial power are inevitable. So we pretty much finished our road building project, and honestly, comparing the two, it's not as pronounced the difference as I would have hoped. I should have checked some exact numbers, but it looks... Okay, it's a bit less dark red, kind of here and here. Quite a bit, actually. It's probably about 20% better in some of these regions, but near the core, it's pretty similar. We are up to 100 control in non-capital provinces now, though, which is a nice milestone. Oh, I've just realized. So we really don't need trade office network. We're not building that many overseas buildings. I think the Merchant Republic is still definitely worth it for the trade capacity, trade maintenance, and trade income. But we don't really need the trade office network. The Diplo range is kind of nice, but it's not that important. And fixed vassal obligations for 15 loyalty of subjects and 0.1 progress to outward, which is obviously what we want right now, that's pretty darn good. We might even also want to put in Black Chambers temporarily for the progress to outward. Is there anything else we've unlocked recently that would be nice? Bank ledger system is good. That 0.1 monthly inflation, how much money would that be worth? Right now we're making 187. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. What is that? 100 and 100, 170? That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot of money. We might consider putting that in as well, but I really need the... I guess we don't need the Diplo rep as much anymore. Now we're not taking as much land, but we will go back to a phase where we're taking lots of land. What else? Yeah, some more outward would be nice. Anything else in here that's really important? Not really. I don't understand how important the state enrichment is at the moment. That's just not something I feel like I have a grasp on. Nothing else in here. Well, yeah, so universal serfdom, we never did manage to go serfdom. I'm still considering it. We can't be diarchic, right? Because it's major. Yeah. Yeah, so we're not going to be able to do any of these. Ooh, diagnostic. This is major though, isn't it? Yeah, so this is nice, but we wouldn't be able to have this and Merchant Republic, so it's certainly not good enough for that. But yeah, so I think we swap to fixed vassal obligations, which will give us a bunch more subject loyalty. It might even give us enough subject loyalty to start going to war again, which would be nice. I'm continuing to just yoink provinces off subjects every so often, so we always have that ticking down. So we recently pinched Modena, for example. We're going to build new roads through there. But yeah, fixed vassal obligations, that's pretty darn nice. That's very impactful on subject loyalty. Even at zero spending right now, we got mostly loyal subjects. Pretty nice. Oh, wait, sorry. No, it hasn't even come into force. Once it comes into force, we're going to have really loyal subjects. Nice. France, with some fighting words. They've just forced Naples to embargo us, which is costing us. We have 70 trade capacity in Naples that we're not able to use because of the fact that they just did that. It's unfortunate for Naples that the fighting words France is using is going to mean that I go to war with Naples, probably. Naples and Hungary... If our vassals were loyal, we could take them easily. Even without our vassals being loyal, we are, I think now, yes, we're in the process of inventing the army that will march south and unify this fair peninsula of ours. So bad luck, Naples. France really screwed you over there. Okay, it's a big day. With the Diplo spend, not even quite full Diplo spend, even quite low Diplo spend, we can get loyal vassals while at war. And we're having an opportunity to test this because these guys are having a rebellion. So we're officially ready to start expanding again, which means it's very good timing because we're just getting these techs, just unlocked Pike and Shot, and now we can get ready to rinse Naples. That is the plan. Naples and Hungary allied together should be a bit of a stomp. They do have quite a few professionals. 10,000 professionals over in Hungary, but I'm hopeful that we can dominate Naples and then turn our attention to Hungary. We obviously don't have very many professionals ourselves at the moment, but that's a number that we can very much increase as needed. With zero spending, we do have an issue, so I think I will just spend just so that they handle this war for me. But yeah, then Naples is on the chopping block. So 1.0.8 just hit while I was playing. And it made our subjects go from all loyal, with Sicily having 81, to Sicily having 11.9. I'm not even sure how the hell that happened, because the change should just be this minus 20 from centralization, right? But it gives you tons more than that? Is it because conciliatory no longer gives you subject loyalty? Yeah, conciliatory no longer gives you subject loyalty either. So we lost... just a staggering amount. You also don't get conciliatory ticking from not having rivals, which is interesting. But yeah, nice patch, Paradox. Just completely bricking ongoing games that have a lot of vassals. Even if we went full decentralized. These would be disloyal. So I'm going to go into the code and I'm just going to undo the changes, at least for this run. I'll consider whether the new values modifiers are acceptable for future runs. I think they're just a big step in the wrong direction personally, so I may just do a mod that reverts some of the changes. But for now, like this is obviously nonsense. We lost 70 subject loyalty between this patch and the previous. That's stupid. So I'm going to go and mod that out. That's weird. Even when I reverse both the conciliatory and the centralization changes, they're still dramatically less loyal. Why is that? Did this get nerfed as well? Let me go back to the old patch, have a look. Okay, I see the difference. It's the subject, it's the power relative to Overlord. On 0.7, we're getting 40, basically. On most of them, almost 40. And on 0.7, we were getting 6. So I do not know how it was calculating that. That's the only difference I see. Late feudal relations is actually... sorry, late feudal relations is also 5 worse on this patch. Fixed levy vassal obligations is worth the same. I'm just going to play on the old patch. The problem is with the old patch, you can't explore inland. I bet I can't change how the subject loyalty is impacted by power, though. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I think we just play on the old patch, to be honest. Right. From my perspective, a few days. From your perspective, not very long. I'm back. I was slightly disheartened by the 0.8 changes and things. Also, my mods updating has meant that I don't have the old Glorp UI, which is annoying. But we have this new top wire info mod, which is quite nice. We're colonizing at a much nicer click than we were, which is good. More than, almost triple, more than double, almost triple the rate of our closest competitors, and we are going to be able to encourage quite a bit of outward, which is nice. Oh, hang on, that means I haven't got a debug option. Well, haven't had any bugs we'd need to use debug on for quite a while, so. Objectives, much as they were. Integrate Italy, get the subject situation under control. If we get the subject situation fully under control, we could even update to the next patch, but I hear that can sometimes just cause the Black Death to happen again. So we will see. But yeah, some Ottoman killing to be done, some Bulgarian subjugating to be done. We have very low... Oh, I haven't got the wider bar. But yeah, vassal integration, preparing for war with Genoa. And one thing we're doing to prepare for that is we have unlocked training fields. So we're going to be able to build a whole bunch of these. We need to get our debt down first, though. The time has, I think, come. We've got some pretty loyal vassals with our new government reform. We've been doing a lot of relation improving. We've built, not as big as it's going to be by any stretch, but a pretty mighty professional army. And I am just itching to test it out. So Sicily has fabricated a following through on threat CB for us. So let's follow through on that threat. Why can't I click this? All right, because we just insulted them. We will do it next month. We haven't, as I say, we're not nearly as militarized as we're going to be. But look at this. The army maintenance while at peace is so low. We're going to be able to have a gargantuan army very soon. We are, of course, now the military hegemon, which is annoying because it does mean that we are... sorry, that's the wrong one. Because it does mean that we are now paying extra money. But on the bright side, 10% war score cost, which we... definitely will benefit from here. And there's our military tactics. Just in time. Following through on threat, Naples and Hungary. Counting all our subjects. We're going to have 200,000 potential troops. They've got... do they really have that large professional armies? I'm missing Glorp because I think it's just wrong. Yeah, okay, they're not professional armies. It's just that they're already at war. What's going on in this war? Hungary's winning a pretty easy war to their east. Okay, interesting. But yeah, this war against Naples seems like it's going to go pretty darn well, especially because Hungary is distracted and we have a very substantial professional army. As you can see, I have added in a whole load of lancers. So I'm looking forward to seeing how well they do. Let's get a really good, even better, a Spinola, really good general in charge. Let's march south and let's see what we can do to these Neapolitans who have for so long denied us true dominion over the peninsula. By the way, long-term goal, of course, is forming Italy, or rather midterm goal, which we are actually very close to. 58 more locations and Napoli held directly. And then to form the Roman Empire, we need Constantinople, which I approve of, and we need to be an empire. Now, I did unfortunately see in the patch notes of 0.9, I think it was, that the papal ban on empires is not being removed properly. So by dismantling the HRE. So when we dismantle the HRE, if we do, which I think we will, I will go and manually just edit this out of Catholicism. Because obviously it should, I'm not just going to remove it now, knowing that it's bugged. We'll only remove it when it should actually be removed, if and when we manage to dismantle the HRE. I'm also in conversations with the M&T team, because the fact that we won the Gulfs and Gibellines making it harder to dismantle the HRE is obviously very silly. So I think maybe I'll work on, maybe it will be an M&T, but also in the meantime, maybe I will work on changing how that works. Because that does seem silly, really. So I'm testing out assaulting. I don't know what the conditions are, but it seems okay at the moment. We can win this with a loss of about 1,000 people, which is, pretty inconsequential for us right now. And then we can walk back and we should be able to replenish that 1,000 very, very swiftly. But if you do it with levies, I seem to lose way more people. Given how few people we're losing, I wonder if assaulting might actually become more manpower efficient, because at some point you're going to be losing more to just attrition, right? So I don't know. Do you lose cannons when you assault, by the way? It looks like you do. That's funny. So I'm not sure we're going to always assault, but at some point when we have a large enough army, it does seem like assaulting is going to become a very valid option. No big battles yet, don't worry. I'll show you, hopefully, when we can confront the Neapolitans with our professional army. We may not get a chance to fight the professional army against the Neapolitans. They just broke against 7,000 of our vassals up here. Also, yeah, pretty big change from before with that new reform. We do have practically all loyal vassals at war now, which means we can start expanding again. Oh, okay, here's a fight. We do have a terrain penalty. But let's see how this goes. Are these their professionals? No, these are levies. All levies. Okay. So I'm hoping that they just kind of melt. We haven't got much discipline, but we have more tactics. Let's see. 13-to-1 casualty ratio. Oh, it's like a 30-to-1 casualty ratio sometimes. Nice. And then once this flank breaks, I think the damage done... Yeah, so look at this. These guys... Why is your flanking ability delivering damage? Are you not attacking the guy directly in front of you? Interesting. So they're... Also, is discipline... I think I saw someone ask about this. Is discipline applied additively? Because if so, it's useless for damage. It might still be useful for damage mitigation. Anyway, so we're doing 200% more damage because they're a levy. 300% more damage because we're lancers. Is that from the flanking? Or is that how they reflect the fact that we have 4 combat power? Oh my god, please say it isn't so. That's so janky. Why is everything modifiers? But yeah. 36 killed, 22 by 1 unit. And now, was it? Maybe I was having the wrong one, but now we're flanking. Why are these guys not getting the flanking modifier? Oh, hang on, they're not targeting anyone yet. There we go. Now you're getting a flanking modifier? Yeah, but they were getting the flanking modifier when they were attacking straight on, so I'm not really sure what's going on about the flanking modifier. Anyway, long story short, get melted. 250 casualties for 7,500. Nice. Okay, there's another Neapolitan army available for a little showcase, a little test. This is with old cannons, by the way, which we have just... I can upgrade them here. Will they reinforce here? Surely not. Have to be in friendly territory, right? Yeah, thought so. Okay, so let's... I wonder if I've just screwed myself by upgrading them. I wonder if they perform worse when they're at lower strength. They shouldn't. Well, maybe they should. Let's see if we can get a fight here without the AI helping. AI, go siege that while I fight these guys. Ooh, with them attacking into hills there. Oh, is this hills? No, it isn't. Okay. So let's see. Is this your professional army? Do you have a professional army? I don't think it is. Anyway, let's see these casualty ratios. Oh, baby. 10 to 1 again. Look at that. Melt before me. Fighting France is going to be very cathartic if it goes this well, compared to, the previous series when they were much more scary. Nice. That's a yoink off Hungary, and this is going to be a yoink off Naples. I think we will take their homelands first, and then in a future war, we'll take this area over here. Though I will leave them with a little Sicily, because then maybe that'll help Sicily get another CB against them. It is a rather aggressive peace deal. We will find ourselves with a coalition, but frankly, in the age of the Genoese professional army of 41,000 troops, I'm not scared anymore. So let's just see how this goes with a bigger coalition. In terms of how we're going to organize this land, we will obviously be creating some subjects. We've got any historical subjects down here? We don't, but we can create a historical Bosnia, I assume. Duchy of Bosnia, there we go. Good stuff. They can administer that land. We'll give some of the rest to Croatia, Serbia, and Wallachia. Nice. See where we go from here coalition-wise. Some big tech inventions coming online now. We've got the paper workshop and printers building, which I look forward to deploying, as well as Houses of Parliament for a bit of crown power, which is very nice. The dry dock, the next tier of docks, so we can get better communication efficiency. Carracks, so we can start competing with the French at sea. And then, of course, the merchant quarters. I should probably be prioritizing this faster, but that's okay. I have also swapped out... Oh, I haven't actually done it. I was thinking about swapping out this, because we don't really need the Diplo ref anymore. I'm not that worried about aggressive expansion. It feels like we're coming into our own in terms of dominance. So let's swap this for progress to outward, probably, temporarily. We go progress to outward, and then we go to later to harbor administration for the development costs and the proximity through port. Is there anything else? I mean, the monthly 0.10.1 rather monthly inflation would give us not an insubstantial amount of money. I feel like I considered that recently as well. I'm not sure. That would be nice. That would be nice. As would Parliament-based support would kind of make our life easier. Yeah. I think we go... Why can I do this, by the way? Isn't this a major reform? It's not. Interesting. Wow, this makes them really happy. 12% happiness for nobility and burghers. That's good. Wish it was for... I mean, the 2.5% is for the clergy, but I wish it was for the clergy. Yeah, I think it has got to be the outward push here. The spy network stuff is not that important. Innovative is not useful because I think we're already well past where we're sticking to on innovative. Yeah. But yeah, let's do that. Let's get black chambers. I think that'll be worth doing. Good. Apart from that, just developing at home, Milan has been integrated, so we are beginning a mass cultural assimilation of Lombardy. Now we own the whole of Lombardy. Will not take long to get this whole region nice and culturally hegemonous. Oh, hey, they flipped back to Hussite. They converted to Catholicism at one point, I think, but not anymore. They've gone back. Cool. We'll see what happens when the Reformation kicks off. I'm building more training grounds because we have just about reached the limit to the size of our army that we can sustain, which is 66,000, by the way. That's pretty big, approaching the total levy size of France, which is pretty spicy. But yeah, we're going to keep growing the size of our army. It's not costing us a terrible amount. 200 ducats is a lot, don't get me wrong. We should probably start doing some more colonies, honestly. Maybe get our first colonies over here set up. We'll send people from Florence, that's fine. Sorry, from Venice, I mean. Getting our first few of these set up, hoping that the once we get a few set up, we can just leave them to colonize a bit more on their own. Would be nice. But yeah, we're also working to develop and industrialize these regions. We have got some saffron going down here, which is nice. We should probably make a new market, because the market access over here is really bad. So this place seems like it's a good enough place to be a capital. We've got quite large populations down here. I assume they're mostly not Ligurian, yeah. But I still don't know whether it's a good idea to keep this place directly or to make it a subject. The downside of it being a subject is you lose half the trade, because you only get half your trade off colonial subjects, I think. We'll make one colonial subject and then we'll take a look at the situation there, because you can still build in them. It just partly depends if we can keep them loyal. Right, I'm going to call that a part here, but let me just update you. So I haven't played for, when was that? A couple of weeks, 2 weeks. But we are now on 1.0.9. We have got my mod which reverts the values changes. So we don't have a -20 from being centralized, because this campaign just kind of falls apart, basically, if we have a -20 from being centralized. What we do have, however, are the changes to how relative vassal strength is calculated. And the idea here, which is a good one, is that it calculates it based on as if they had all their levies raised and stuff. We previously had the oscillation between loyal, disloyal, and we're not going to have that anymore. The downside is we're going to have to do a bunch of diplomatic spending. There are other changes in 0.8. I think, yes, we can explore inland now, which I think was bugged on previous patches, so that's cool. But we're going to keep playing from here. It is going to mean that while we integrate more of our vassals, we're basically going to have to move to a lower vassal situation, basically. But yeah, all pretty good. And when we drop our army maintenance is getting up there now, by the way. 200 ducats. We probably don't want to grow our army too much more. But once we drop those costs, we are back comfortably in the green. But yes, excited to keep playing in the next episode. I had took a 2-week break, just the crashing was really getting me down, but I think 0.8 is less crashy on my machine. So with any luck, we'll continue. But until the next episode, thanks for watching. Hello everybody, and welcome back. I'm Concresto. This is episode 4 of our Genoa into Italy campaign, and we're getting kind of close, honestly, to forming Italy. Let's take a look here. To form Italy, we need Napoli, which obviously our subject has, and we need 38 more locations, and it's not own or have a subject own. So one more war against Naples, integrating Terra di Lavaro, I guess is how you'd say that. Should put us in pretty good spot to be able to do that. It counts Sicily, doesn't it, as well? So yes, integrating Sicily would be good. We are on 0.8 now, which means our vassals are much less loyal. We're going to have to do Diplo spending, otherwise they get pretty unhappy. Looks like we don't need to do that much of it, though. Well, we probably want to keep a few more of them loyal than that. Let's see. Yeah, certainly we want to keep the ones that we're actively annexing loyal, but we are going to press on with annexations, keep urbanizing. Should be good. So the way the colonization thing works, as I understand it, is you have to get 10, is it 50% of the population in a province to be your culture in order for you to colonize it? So the first place we've colonized in this region is right here. Oh, gold is right here, which is really weird. We're also not creating too many colonial charters. This subject situation is making me feel a little, ooh. What was that noise? Oh, right. I have Mumble open. Let me close that. There we go. It's better. Yeah, so we aren't going to be able to spend too much money on burning through lots of different colonies. With that in mind, we should consider trying to get to war with people like Castile. Aragon being allied with France. Kind of scary. They have no professionals. France has about 10,000 professionals. At some point, we're going to have to start, it's probably once we form Italy, we're going to have to start making our main wartime objective. I want total colonial domination. Arguin is a blight upon Africa. The Genoese merchants wish to bring prosperity to all of the world. And they are an obstacle for that. We should also try and take bits of Tunis. And obviously, we're going to be doing more direct annexation. We don't even have anywhere that we need to be coring right now. So we're going to start doing more direct annexation. And I think war with France, Are we going to be able to get a takedown hegemon CB? We'd have to stop being a hegemon, so it really doesn't seem likely, does it? Whoa, wait a minute. Why do I have a minus 25% CB? Claim on Avignon, because the Pope's got a claim on Avignon. That would put us to war with France and Castile. I actually think we could do this with the size of our professional army right now. Maybe we make the professional army a bit... We could afford it to be a bit bigger. Not much bigger, mind, but a bit bigger. Let's make the professional army bigger, and then I think the time has come. The time has come to say, hey, big blue blob, your time is over. Now, we do have quite a lot of antagonism, actually. Okay, step 1, expand the size of the army and burn down some of this antagonism. Step 2, go to war with France. And in the process, weaken Castile and take... I don't think Castile actually has any... Oh no, they are making a whole ton of colonies, but I don't think any of them have actually matured, really. Mali has, interestingly. But yeah, so we will be preparing for war with France, readying the diplomatic ground for that. Should be good. And of course, in 6 years, we're also going to do a quick war against Naples, which will be Naples and Hungary again, I imagine. Yeah, or Poland as well, but yeah, I'm not scared. Oh yes, and I think trade is going to make us much less money on this patch as well, which will be interesting. Or is this one of the patches where it just doesn't use your trade? What's my trade shortcut again? I forget. Is it... Hang on, I have these written down. It is Shift Q. Why isn't that not working? There we go. Okay, so I think... Yeah, I've heard people reporting on Reddit that there's just lots of trade value that just goes completely unused on some of the more recent patches. Looks like it's only happening in Genoa right now. It is fully automated. It is all up there, and there are many profitable imports available. So we'll see if the AI, the trade AI actually, starts using all that. But we will find out. And if trade is a bit weaker, that's okay. I think we're still going to be able to kind of bully our way to big profits, because even if there's kind of less money to be made, hey, Gulf of Mexico maps, nice. Even if there's less money to be made, we're the one that's going to make all of it, is the plan. So I think that should be okay. So that was a monthly tick. It's still, yeah, not using tons of trade. That's so annoying. This used to be, I'm guessing it's because it doesn't see trades that it wants to make. But there are lots that could be made. Lots of them. Like, tons. So, yeah. Anyway, not a big deal. We're still making a decent amount of money. And, oh god, that dropped by 100 ducats. Everyone is going to make less money, so it's not the end of the world. Trade was kind of bonkers before, so it's probably a good thing. The only difficulty is, yeah, we really don't want to lose our economic hegemon. Okay, so I think due to the trade changes, we are, first off, yeah, making much less money. But secondly, we have way more goods shortages. Huge iron shortage in Genoa, which the market seems unwilling to correct, even though it easily could. Maybe I start the trade, but then I'll uncheck, like, you have to keep this trade, and we'll just see if it gets rid of it. Did it just immediately get rid of it, or did it just go lower in the list? No, okay, it is there. It's just now that it makes us a loss. Well, it will get rid of it if it wants to get rid of it. Okay, but we need more iron production around Genoa, it seems. That could also be because something's been, rebalanced, for all I know. The diplomatic corps, what does this give us again? This is, right, this is the actual diplomats themselves. Yeah, nice. Okay, so we're going to max spend on diplomats for a moment here, get a bunch of improved relations going, and then cut supporting diplomatic corps, because that does, yeah, we don't need the diplo capacity for sure. Big day. Our ships have rounded the Cape of Good Hope, so we've already got exploration going here. I don't want to spend too much money on exploring right now. I feel like we have, we can see enough stuff. I'm just going to explore kind of at the limit of our knowledge rather than exploring all the coast, because until we've colonized this, we don't need to colonize down here really. And likewise, we need to get some colonization going in the kind of key spots here before we really push on. But that said, I do want to explore here. Whether we're going to be able to from here, we'll find out. Look at that guy, 140, 100. Pretty nice. Don't really want to risk him exploring. Now, do we have any towns? This, the other thing that I've been doing is trying to start establishing towns and things along the coast here. We got one here finally, building stuff up. It's going to take a long time for them to become productive, but with any luck, we will get there, just so we can produce the stuff needed for exploration, basically. Ah, yes, there's also been this change to rivals. Where now having no rivals loses you prestige. Are there people we can rival? Yes, there's lots of people we can rival still. But the difficulty there is we are now losing conciliatory, so we are going to have to do something to push conciliatory. I think we're probably going to go with religious diplomats. It's only 10% buff to clergy power. They're already getting 60%, so it's not too bad. That will bring us to neutral on conciliatory, and then when we're at war, it'll tick negative, so we probably need to do a little bit more than this. Is this going to hurt opinions of other states? Not significantly. Okay, so that brings us to neutral. What else could we do? I don't want to reduce clergy obligations, because not because any of this really matters, but 50% is a lot. It would put them to 100% though. There's nothing else that gives conciliatory in here, is there? Don't think so. Okay, what else could we do? Yeah, I mean, we could do the government reforms. Expected diplomatic spending minus 1% for multilingual diplomats. 1%. What is it right now? How do I... It's at 10%. Okay, so that's a 10% reduction in our diplo spending. That's not terrible, but it's not that substantial, is it? Okay, this we want. Diplomatic opinion plus subject opinion plus 20. How do I get that? Is that currently available? There's also, we could put diplomatic traditions back in as well. I've kind of stopped caring about aggressive expansion though, so diplo rep isn't that important. So there's multilingual diplomats. Where is the other one that it was talking about? Hang on, let me find it. Looks like that only unlocks next age. That is something that we could consider, though. In the meantime, I think we're probably just going to be at peace until we have Black Chambers, which gives us more outward. Then we switch off Black Chambers and back to something that gives us more conciliatory. Flexible diplomatics wouldn't be the worst. Yeah. The moral principle in admin. What have we got right now? Oh, no policy. We haven't unlocked this yet. Okay. Okay, but we're not going to do that because there's 10%. There's 5% proximity cost in here. So we're definitely taking that. 100%. Multiliteracy, that's nice, but I mean, this would be nice, but come on. Let's be realistic. 5% proximity cost. Lots of proximity cost modifiers, by the way, have been nerfed. You used to be able to get down to 0 quite easily as some countries. Lots of them have been nerfed, which is probably a good thing. What the hell just happened to our income? God, our trade just continues to tank. That really hurts. Oh, right, and I put in the new government reform, which means our tradition is hurting. Let's just do no stab investment for a moment here. Should be okay. So yeah, for now, we'll just live with none. Maybe when we're at war, we have to have a cabinet member pushing conciliatory, because I really don't want to lose our high conciliatory. The loyalty of subjects is nice. In the fullness of time, we might want to go belligerent. In fact, we almost certainly do, but we need to get our subjects integrated first. The reason we would is basically just for the war score cost. Not that that's really a huge concern, but once, basically, as antagonism stops being a problem, we can switch from having the diplo rep to the war score cost. We do have an opportunity to go to war with the coalition now, which I think we will do, partly because I might be able to get Poland to break their alliance with Naples. How are they connected, by the way? Is it an alliance or is it a union? It is actually a union. Hungary and Naples are under the crowns, and then Naples is allied to Hungary. No, how does Poland come into this? Because of the alliance with Hungary, I think. Interesting. But yeah, we have a CB on the Ottomans, which I think we will go use right now. But I think maybe, do I want to call in the coalition? It's still easy. Like, we'd win, no problem. But there's not really much reason to. I would like to take Candia, but I think there's not much reason. Let's just go against the Ottomans. It is a cleanse heresy war, so you can't take very much land. So we want to be doing as many of these wars as we can. Just grow the Dardanelles a little bit. Should be good. Obviously, you know, trying to restrict how many vassals we have, but so it goes. Oh yes, and I have established that to move this army in one go, we would need 250 ships. So that's not ideal. But when we are going to get, I think, a new ship soon. Is it this? Is it the Fluke? The Flute? How many people can you carry? Does it not say? 400. Okay. 400 versus you on 250. Okay. So that's, I mean, that makes it less crazy, but I mean, this is a very large professional army that we have here with all these lancers and heavy arquebuses. Ooh, the artillery barrage has 312 barrage. But yes, we'll see. Let's test out, see if the automated transportation has got any better. Nope. They're still idiots. They still walk rather than just taking the boats. Oh well. Another military goal. We should try and capture Suez, basically, and try and get something going so that we can explore here. Being able to get another connection this way would be useful for trade, because obviously we can send stuff around, but now, much more realistically than EU4, there's no longer any advantage to sending trade the long way. In EU4, you want to send trade as far as possible, whereas now we want to send it a little far as possible to pay as little trade maintenance as possible. So once we've, I don't think we're going to rush it exactly, but I'm going to conquer this, and we're going to start trying to conquer around this coastline, basically, turning the Med into our lake. Oh, and here we go. The Great Pestilence has fired. Let's see, where is it spreading from? Nowhere. I guess it's not quite present yet. So we could segregate the infected. It gives us communalism. That could be useful. Could we push communalism with that? 3.5? No. That would be funny. Presenting scapegoats could be good. Nah. 20 conversion speed's kind of bonkers. I don't think this will affect us, obviously, because it's smallpox. We're used to smallpox. They're not. But yes, poor souls. There's going to be many, many, many deaths in the Americas as a result of this situation. The colony of Bassa has finished. Okay. Now we are going to keep these. I'm going to experiment with keeping Africa and not keeping this. But what I am going to do is set up just kind of 1 or 2 small colonial subjects in Africa. And then if it doesn't work, we can just give the land to them. So the question is this one of the ones we want to keep? I have made a town here already. So there's probably no need to leave this one. We'll keep this as part of Genoa for now. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on it for sure. Right, we can pay our debt. Good. Crown power getting up there, by the way. 61%. Pretty nice. Which is needed given the absolute tanking of the trade. Look at this. Burger income now higher than trade. Goodness gracious me. These patches are really giving it to trade. But yeah, I think what we're going to do is just create a couple of little, probably kind of one colonial region per kind of this size. So like one there, one there, one there. And then we'll keep the rest for ourselves, basically. Although, the downside of that, maybe we do the opposite, actually. Maybe we keep one area for ourselves and give the rest to a subject. Because the downside of keeping it for ourselves is that colonial subjects will colonize. And that uses, their pops, their local pops. Whereas if we just keep sending people from Italy to Africa, at some point, we're just going to run out of people, right? Or at least we're going to have fewer people than we could have had in Italy. But for now, no talk of numbers, only death. Let's take out the Ottomans. Maybe force convert Bulgaria in this one, just starting to get the seeds of Catholicism planted in the Balkans seems useful. I guess I might as well dismantle some forts as well. Yeah, it seems good, although I would rather have the money, I think, than the forts on balance. Boom. Welcome to the world, Catholic Bulgaria. Have fun with that. I imagine they're going to get some rebels as a result of that. Looking at the peace deal on the Ottomans, I think we're going to be taking the coast. This gets us all the way over to the Aretinids. Who do I give this land to? Probably the Dardanelles. The Dardanelles are going to be quite large. We do need to look towards integrating them at some point. That looks to be the peace deal that we are angling for at the moment. I think should be able to do this very soon. Why can't I send this right now? Oh, I can. Okay. Good. There we go. I think that seems good. Yeah. Bordering the Arachnids. Boom. And then I think we give it all to the Dardanelles. Or maybe have a new subject down here. Again, I mean to be reducing the number of subjects we have. I swear, I earnestly do. That's not quite how it's panning out. Troops getting back to the capital, potentially for a war with France. And then, yeah, I think Dardanelles can have a bunch of this. Need a diplomat for that, though. We'll have to do some spending. Oof, even with the spending, looking difficult. We had some events, a failed colony as well. So our cash situation's a bit bad because the Republican tradition did tank. We'll do you on diplomatic corps so we can actually get some diplomats so that we can give this land to the Dardanelles. And then I think we do need a new subject. Do we have any historical subjects that we could use potentially? Looks like yes. I don't think this is at all sorted. I'm looking at likely cultures. Yeah, there we go. So, you, teak, potentially. Although you don't have any cores. None of these guys have very many cores. So I think we'll just do it as a custom subject. And we'll release here. Oh, you can release as a colonial nation. Cannot be annexed, though, of course. They're not going to do that. So what are the differences? Overlord shares exploration. You can build resource gathering roads and buildings, which is the same. It takes half as much diplo capacity. They can't create their own subjects. You get 2.5% of income, which is really not very much. 100 of manpower. Surely that's some share of their manpower. And they can have slaves working raw materials. And they get 20% loyalty to Overlord. Well, for now, obviously, we just want a vassal. But that is interesting. And yeah, we will give them some of the land just so that we don't over-strengthen the Dardanelles, I think. Oh, hell yeah. The dream of the remnant principalities in Anatolia was never achieved. First among them has now been delayed indefinitely after their expansion failed to match their ambition. End of the rise of the Turks thing. That's good. That'll give less OP events to the Beylik of the Ottomans. There we have it. Our first colonial subject in the Americas established. Nice. We will form that into a subject, of course. How is their loyalty at this stage? Pretty freaking positive. Okay. I guess because there are different subject types, the whole power relative to things, they're not factoring in like how strong Serbia is and stuff. So they're turbo loyal. Nice. Just got a sale of titles event. The grand RGO expansion of titles has begun. So yeah, I think war with France is on the table. I think our professional army will melt them. We've changed patches though, so who knows? Maybe their levies are way better than they used to be. But we will find out shortly. We're going to wait for our improved relations to finish. Although, now I look at it, no point improving relations with people that have no antagonism with us anymore. So we can actually cancel a bunch of these, including Tunis, Morocco. Nice. With all of those cancelled, we're probably going to have enough diplomats very, very soon, in which case let's have you switch over to diplomatic corps, get a diplomat going, and get this war on the road. Should be good. With Avignon as the war target, I like our odds. I think I will raise our levies to be safe, but I'm going to aim to not use them because I want to see how effective our professional army is. Just to eke out all the outward we can, I think I am going to switch onto the burger law that gives them a bit more influence, but gives us just another 5 outward. And while we have it, it's going to give us this colonial migration as well. We are going to fail this, I'm pretty sure. Although, I can do that. Definitely don't want to do an inward look. I can do more free subjects. No, we're almost certainly not going to get this passed unless we get some really good events. Oh, we can do this, though. Burger's getting real mad. I would like to lose some local shrines, though. But yeah, that's. I think that's what we want to do. Just trying to maximize outward. There are more national things we could do for it, but we don't have a slot. I mean, we could switch off Merchant Republic, but that would be... Well, actually, no, we can't. But for now, I think we're going to be able to get to about 55 outward, which is honestly pretty good. Pretty good. We are doing some more marriages. I think, is it this patch? I think it's not this patch, right? Our third cousin. Ooh, can marry more people. Oh, you're already married. Okay. I think it's the 0.10 patch that restricts who you're allowed to marry. Because right now we can still marry people. And I occasionally, when I feel like we have the funds, am doing so. Because it costs thousands of ducats to marry one person, which is quite funny. But in 0.10, they've changed how it works. I haven't got used to I haven't tried it at all, in fact, the new system. So we'll see how that goes. Ah, okay, interesting. So without someone actively improving our diplomatic relation, we are not the diplomatic hegemon anymore. Now, do I really want to be the diplomatic hegemon? The 30% improved relations is pretty nice. It is obviously costing us cost of court, but only 1%. So not that crazy. Interesting. Interesting. I think we probably do want to try and hold on to it. Maybe we'll try and get another government reform to give us some more. Because, I mean, the diplomatic corps thing, so we don't have to do high diplo spending, is, I mean, it's worth a great deal of money, basically. I think it is time to start annexing some more subjects. Ferrara, we're already doing. So, Sicily, I guess. Although, I would love another following through on threat war, which Sicily could fabricate. So, we don't really need a following through threat war on Naples. We could always get one from the Parliament if we really wanted it. So, yeah, it probably is time to integrate Sicily, because, I mean, we have the communication efficiency to handle an integration of Sicily. So let's start doing that. It's going to take a long time, but that's okay. Oh, we're not much larger than them. Damn. That's unfortunate. Should have fed Sicily slightly less. We need to remember that we need to make vassals, yeah, smaller so that we can have the huge buff to annexation speed. I think I'm also going to integrate Aquila here, because we're up to 50 here, and that's over land, isn't it? Yeah. I'm surprised that it's not faster to go around over the seas. There are some places here where we don't have 100%, but the fleet will come and top those off. Interesting. Maybe Valencia would be better then, because we can get to it overseas. Yeah, let's do Valencia. And with this many active, yeah, that does shut down our annexation of Sicily and Catalonia, actually, but it's okay. Very soon we'll finish the one on Verona. 3 at the same time is the max we can support at the moment. Divert trade really is kind of funny. We now have 25 trade power in Kabul. Sorry, 12. Sorry, no, 22 using 12. Nice. Ooh, and big day for our ability to integrate and control subjects over here. We have the dry dock coming in. This is an extra 0.1 harbour capacity, I think. 0.15, very nice. So for places like Rome, where currently it costs 18 to get in here, we should reduce that by 15% of 20. Pretty good. Pretty good. If I really wanted to be picky, I would go through and avoid building it in places that already had a maxed harbour capacity, like Venice, because I don't believe it does anything. We have 130% harbour capacity here, which actually means in order for communication efficiency to go in here, it costs next to nothing. Oh, thank you, my love. Oh, perfect. Phenomenal. Mid-episode copy delivery. You can see right here, it's already effectively 0, because once the harbour capacity reaches 100%, oh, sorry, it's not, I think you get 75% reduction from 100% or something like that. But anyway, once it's high enough, you already have no proximity through ports. We actually don't want a dry dock in Venice. But I'm not going to go and check every single one, because that would just be wasteful. Plus, it creates demand for goods, which could end up actually being a net positive for us. But enough stalling. Let's go to war. Let's go to war with France. Now, one problem is they do have a much stronger navy than me. They have only 49 ships, but they have 26 heavy ships, which is obviously a little terrifying. They have made heavy ships worse. These now have 1.25 frontage, whereas galleys have 0.75. But still, that's a lot of cannons per frontage. So I'm probably just going to try and avoid naval conflict. They don't have any naval stuff that I need to worry about, of course. So this is war with France and Castile. And really, we ought to focus on Castile first, but I'm very keen to test my might of this professional army against the French early. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, we're going to be piecing out Castile first. What's our objective with Castile? I want to take any colonies that they have already got over here. We do have another colonial nation here, and I made a colonial nation here as well. But yeah, we're going to take any land we can off them colonial-wise, and then probably going to take some of this land down here and hold it directly. Eventually, we will aim to strip Castile of their coastline. This section here, I think we will aim to own directly, because I think we have the naval range that we can now get some proximity on this. The north we will have to make into a vassal, I suspect. That's the plan. We have the following through on threat CB. We're going to full call them, which puts us at Portugal as well, which means we can take some Portuguese colonies off them. Seems good. Following through on threat, take Avignon. In terms of total strength, obviously a lot of this is in our vassals. We outnumber them, but only very slightly. But I believe in the mighty professional army of the Genoese. Oh yeah, and we could test out assaulting. So this could be really bad. We are likely to fail, it says. All right, for the purposes of testing, I'm going to ask my generals to run a simulated assault to see how it would go. AKA, if this goes horribly, I may save scum. But we have a huge number of men. We've got a huge number of cannons here. 4.4 thousand cannons. Let's see how this goes. Okay, we're losing quite a few people. We are going to win. Or we may just not, but then we'd win again in a second. Okay, yeah, we did lose. But if I just redo it, we win. So we cost about 3,000 men. Well, yeah, not even. Like 1,000 men in order to assault through here from full morale. That's fine, honestly. This was at 3,500. Sorry, 35,500-ish. Yeah, does not cost that many men to assault through. Oh, France. Someone is going to be in a spot of bother. Someone's got the war goal already. And also, the game is slowing down because I've raised so many levies. As mentioned, the intention is to endeavor not to fight too much with the levies. I've only raised the levies from our kind of core region. Although actually, now I think about it, we don't only land it over here directly anymore. Almost at all, do we? No, don't crash. Oh, I really thought it had crashed. So we're going to try not to fight with the levies, but just having them as a backup seems good. But yeah, assaulting seems pretty frigging viable, man. I mean, it costs 2 months of manpower to assault a fort. That's doable. That's very doable. It's occurred to me that this whole diplomatic hegemon thing, meaning that we can lose and gain it at will, is actually amazing. Because this means we can just do it when we need the diplomatic core action and not do it otherwise. That's kind of sick. We should also full diplo spend probably to get more of our vassals fighting in this war. Although, do I want my vassals fighting in this war? They have crap armies. So you know what? I probably actually don't. But yeah, this means we can at will become the diplomatic hegemon, which is useful because that will cut our cost of court, which is pretty nice. Pretty nice. We have the parliament building, by the way. It's another 20% crown power. Has dipped overall, though. Probably because we don't have our family generals in charge of everything. Let's get our glorious... Oh, yeah, we got a new duke as well, by the way. He's got glorious stats, as is our custom. We are inventing the heavy ship, by the way, and it's a Carrack, where they're using the early... Carrack. They're using the early Carrack, which is how I'm deciding to pronounce that, for reasons that I suspect very few of you may get, but do tell me if you do. You guys, you're not able to move here? Ah, right, it's winter in the mountains. Fair enough. What are we going to do to France in this war? Something like this. I think, just completely yoink their Mediterranean coast, plus this place, but it's a capital, so we've got to occupy it before we can put it in the peace deal. 181 antagonism, not even that bad. Oh, they put a scroll bar on this, you legends. That's great change. Well done, Paradox. So yeah, pretty big coalition, but I'm not scared, to be honest. And then to people like Castile... yeah, any and all of their foreign holdings, which I think is just that for now. Like, they've been trying to make colonies, but every time it lags when I zoom in, I freak out. But not very successfully. We can take huge swathes of their southern territories here. I think we may... Oh, you know, actually, we're going to be able to connect directly, so we should probably peace deal accordingly. But yeah, we're going to get a big coalition after this war. This is... excuse me. Let some time go. let a day go. That's weird. We're going to go hard in this war because we don't want to have to fight France and Castile and so on more often than necessary. Why can't I separate peace? That's weird. Anyway, we're going to take a huge chunk of this coastline. And the same from Portugal. We will have to make some new vassals, which I know. We're trying to get rid of the vassals, but we're working on it. We're working on it. And we're going to remember this time to make small vassals so that we can integrate them fast. No more making places as big as Catalonia. I'll probably make Granada as a vassal, I guess, actually. So, yeah, assaulting, it does cost quite a few men, but I think just getting some early forts against the French, and then basically we pull back, let our numbers replenish, and then they come and try and siege the forts, and then we smash them. That's my current game plan in this war. Also, we should say, hey, subjects, we're going to get all the war score we need. I don't care if my subjects die. So subjects, go ahead and be aggressive. Okay, first battle against the French. There's quite a few of them. I just kind of think they're going to melt. Especially because doesn't this give us a terrain penalty? Yeah, it does. Sorry, benefit, not penalty. Looks like they're not reinforcing, though. They might get out before we arrive. They did not. They have a -3 penalty from river crossing, vegetation, and topography. Oh, baby. And our arquebuses... No, these are... Yeah, arquebuses have engaged early. They're doing 6 damage. Under attack from none. Attacking these guys. Oh, and they've changed how this tooltip works. So they have some good tactics, which is reducing the damage we do. But we have some good discipline. Regular versus levy, giving us more. Interesting. And are you firing from the back line? Too many regiments in the right flank. Yeah, but your cannons. Do cannons really not fire from the back? That's a little absurd. But yeah, we're doing good damage. They're levies, so they're going to be doing... Well, I mean, that's a decent amount of levy. That's a decent amount of damage, but they are plated knights. So it's plus 300 because they have 3 above 1 combat power. Okay. Our tactics are better. Less because there's only 700 people. Sorry, 500 people in the regiment. Interesting. Okay, so regiments are 1,000 at base. And their damage is modified accordingly. And they're getting flanking ability, despite the fact the 26th Fontana. Is that one of these? It is. They're getting a flanking bonus, despite the fact that they're not flanking. That's interesting. Well, let's just see some casualty numbers. Yeah, not crazy. Not crazy in our favor. I feel like it's been substantially more crazy than that in previous patches. I think they made levies not useless anymore. But we are still going to win, which is good. But this, with knowing that we're not just going to melt them anymore, we better bring our levies up. We may struggle to feed on the front line, but yeah, I mean, that's still, that's kind of I say that's about a reasonable casualty ratio to me. Obviously, we had a massive tactics, terrain advantage actually. So maybe that's actually representative of our army not being that much better than theirs. Interesting. Well, we're going to try and lure them into this siege, obviously, because if they want to keep giving us 3 penalties, then that's going to be a-okay by me. We'll also attempt to defeat them in detail a bit here. You're sieging us there, huh? Has this got any of your professionals in it? No. Well, there's a lot of Frenchmen. There's a lot of Frenchmen. That's kind of scary, actually, to be honest. Knowing that their armies are no longer paper. Like, look at that. We're barely trading evenly here. Interesting. Interesting. We obviously attacked with really low morale, which is probably a bad idea. Might even lose that fight. Might be able to get these reinforcements in time. We will find out. But interesting. Okay, so levies no longer paper. That's good to know. This war could be closer than I thought. Nice. We did manage to reinforce that in time. But yeah, a lot of casualties. A lot of casualties being taken. The professionals going to need to fall back behind the lines to reinforce a bit. We are still very much looking favored in this situation, I think, especially given our new assault tech. But yeah, I'm not going to take I thought we were going to be kind of space marining, basically, but doesn't look like it. Probably that's going to be more doable next age. Once we get whatever it's called, siege artillery, once we can get 800 regiments, then we're actually going to be able to face them kind of one-to-one. Because right now, we're going to be struggling on the... no, that's a bad example because that's a levy. In fact, these are all levies. But we're going to be struggling because we have the basically minus 50% damage done modifier because of our size of our regiments. But next age, we can practically have the same size as levies. So here, I'm going to engage with the professionals first, with the levies waiting in the wings. But let's see how this goes. I think we would lose this, to be honest. Slight terrain advantage. But we have a lot of reinforcements available. They're fleeing from it, which is comforting. 2 terrain penalty. But yeah, we should be able to see here, because you're going to get like a 66%, 64% damage penalty. Yeah. So, I mean, casualties still looking favored here. Ooh, yeah, pretty nicely favored, but taking a lot of damage. But we got a lot of manpower, like just a lot of manpower to be able to reinforce. So I think we're still going to be able to win this relatively decisively, but closer than I thought. I thought we were just going to stomp them, honestly, because I think on point 7 we would have obliterated them. But interesting. So yeah, I mean, outnumbered 3-to-1 casualties. We're still doing pretty well. Don't get me wrong. So my plan is basically levy on levy action while the professionals go and siege down Castile. And I'm hoping my levies are going to be enough to basically hold our gains here. Especially when I bring in some reinforcements from the islands, which would be nice. Excuse me, can I not? Oh, the unit cards and the way they move around is strictly worse than EU4. I wish they would revert some of that, but anyway. Yeah, so I think the professionals are going to go to Iberia and fight the Iberian campaign, basically, while the levies hold on to our gains here and the ticking wall score continues to go in our favor. Oh yeah, and since we're on 0.9 now, I can get Glorp UI back. Nice. Blitzed our way through the capital here. We've been doing a lot of assaulting as we move through these forts. It is costing us a lot of troops, but I don't think we're going to be able to take much off Castile, because, I mean, they just have a lot of forts. They have a lot of forts. We need to get richer and support an even larger army to be able to fight wars like this at a kind of a decent pace. We're holding off the French without too much difficulty. They're mostly dead. But yeah, we need to get stronger to be able to handle wars of this scale, basically, I think. So I think this is because this patch fixes the levy refill issue, but basically once we broke them, they're just broken, and they're not coming back. Their numbers have been steadily dwindling. So I think this war has basically become easy. I'm going to stop assaulting because we are down to half manpower, and I don't want to push it too much, especially because we might take so much that we get a coalition. So we're slowing down. I've split the professional stacks, and we're doing the old-fashioned siege tech. We've also got the foreign cultural law to give more cultural capacity, which we don't currently need, but I think if we take a bunch of Castilian and French land, we will soon. I've accepted every culture that we physically can right now, and we are assimilating them away as quickly as we can. But yeah, all in all, looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. I think we need to keep urbanizing and industrializing. I'm conscious of, when we were playing Castile, looking at how much France was constantly building. I'm concerned that, you know, we're not building that much. But we'll see. I'll try and keep up with that. We've seized all the land off the Pope, by the way, leaving them with just this little bit here and this little bit here. So we've got more control over the trade there. Speaking of trade, income, yeah, still pretty bad compared to where it used to be, but oh well. Ooh, and someone's died. Let's throw in a new... In fact, you know what? This is a good moment to pivot to a military guy. So let's throw you in there. A couple of military people we're going to be throwing in as these lot die, because we're going to be doing some integration rather than vassals soon. We should always be doing integration, basically, given the number of vassals we have. We could spend probably the next 100 years just integrating vassals, so we need to do some direct conquest, I think. Oh, nice. Okay, I misread this. I thought this was going to force a peace which involved us taking Avignon after 905 days of no contests. But actually, I'm winning. So I can force a peace to take Avignon because it's been 905 days with no contest. That's really interesting. That opens up interesting perspectives for, like, colonial wars. Because if you were Mali and you occupied this land, and obviously you can't invade here, but you can force a peace to take the Wargot. Interesting, interesting. Okay, well, we're going to keep fighting then, because the sieges are going really well. And yeah, the whole kind of the levies don't come back anymore thing, which is a bug fix, to be clear. It's not like it's broken now, at least I don't think it is, means that we can we're really hammering through these sieges. And yes, I am applying the logic that I described, where we're going to aim to have kind of there'll be one subject here, one subject here. And I am going to make subjects, but we're going to keep one area. And the idea is we're going to have a big trade city in the area that we own directly, just to give us plenty of trade. But then everything else, I think it's more productive to have it be independent. All right, here's the one that's going to force peace. But we can keep it going for a little bit. Okay, so we've unlocked merchant quarters. I wonder how much money we're going to make with them these days. Because right now we're making 600 ducats of income. Oh yeah, the marketplace is now costing us not very much, to be fair. 30 ducats in the Genoa market. And how much money, excuse me, is the Genoa... Why does Shift Q specifically as a hotkey get undone? Oh, because it's changed the name here again. User.bindings. You want to know the funniest freaking bug in the game? The dot bindings is the file extension. So if you name it something other than dot bindings, it doesn't work. Okay, so there are some really funny bugs in this. All right, there we go. So in Genoa, how much money are we making? Is there an easy way for me to see this? Probably pinning that and then turning on markets, I guess. Yeah, so we're making a fat profit off our trade capacity. As you can see, I haven't been paying much attention to what I've been building lately. So yeah, let's build a lot of these. We don't have to do it this way, of course. We can control click. That's spent all 16 grand on merchant quarters. Nice. That's 418 simultaneous merchant quarters. Jesus Christ. Okay, so there's peace with Castile. And we're going to take a lot of land. We're going to take just a ton of land. And part of that, oh my god, not quite peace, but we're going to take a freaking ton of land off Castile right here. We're bouncing the cultural hegemon back and forth between France and ourselves at the moment, by the way. But yeah, we're going to take a ton of land here. We may get coalitioned, but honestly, I mean, our professional armies are not the Space Marines that I thought they might be, but they are damn strong. Still, okay, just a tiny bit more, Every time I siege something, it's damaging the development and therefore making it cheaper to take, and therefore we can take more, and therefore they siege a bit more while we're getting ready to take a bit more, and then it weakens the development, and so on and so forth. All right, yes, I should bring my fleet home along with these troops. We are ready to peace out France. Oh, they did retake that fort. That's annoying. Our war exhaustion is starting to get up there now. Yeah, let's send this army up. I think that fort is something we were planning on taking. It doesn't seem to make stuff cheaper when you occupy it. I think maybe it's just because it causes some devastation, which lowers the development. So it kind of looks like it's cheaper, but I'm very curious to see. We were kind of floating between 600 and 900 on trade income before the advent of merchant officers. What are they called? Merchant quarters. We'll see. We'll see how it goes once we have all of those. Some time passes. Some recover. Okay, we won't take Cordoba rather this term. Is there a special building in Cordoba, by the way? Because Cordoba, I mean, it's a pretty cool historic city. Doesn't look like it. All right, Castile first. Here's the peace deal. It's going to cause, yeah, a whole bunch. We'll look at that after the peace. I didn't break their alliance with France. We might break their alliance with France in the France peace deal. So that's put France, Castile in range of coalition. Then we go Portugal. Hey, Portugal. I want all of your colonial endeavors. Oh, they took this bloody province back again. Oh, okay, these guys were just here. Perfect. Does piecing someone out reset the call for peace? It doesn't. Interesting. That's a difference from EU4. Okay, that's good. That was kind of exploitable. I'm kind of glad that's changed. Okay, but that's Castile. Portugal. Yeah, we need this occupation of this province in order to take this land. Which, does it make sense? I don't think it does, to be honest. Taking land without ever fighting in the area feels kind of odd, but it is perfectly historical. Like, huge colonial swathes were handed over without local fighting. All right, we're taking all of your foreign lands and your African holdings, which we will use to build our own African holdings. And then this. Good, which gives us some more. But again, the only people, like no one in South Germany cares at all about the horrible things we're doing to these guys. So it's not a big deal. And then France, oh, Luxembourg is separate in here. Luxembourg, did we occupy you? Our subjects went and occupied Luxembourg. Nice. You want to be a vassal? Oh, so close. Not that we really would have wanted them as a vassal anyway. Just give me some more reps. France. What do I want from you? Well, I think I should annul treaties with Castile. They'll probably get them back. And then all this land. Is it going to cause a coalition? I'm not even going to check. Let's just go have a look. Boom. And that is an expansionist war. It's going to take some time to integrate this new land. I neglected to take this bit of land off France. Okay, we'll have to do that in the next war. That's unfortunate, but oh well. And Castile has got a little bit of land here that I missed. And Bofa. We'll take that in the next war as well. Okay, but there we go. Yoink. And now it is time for many of these people to switch on to integrating. We have enough vassals. We're going to do the integration the old-fashioned way. This Italian Republic still does province integration the old-fashioned way. Nice. So coalition-wise, it's going to be North Germany, Hungary, France, Iberia. And the Ottomans and Morocco. Bring it on. To be honest, bring it on. I'm going to improve, and by bring it on, I mean I'm going to now take steps to try and mitigate how big this coalition is by improving relations with a bunch of them. But yeah, we can definitely take this coalition because you just get war score from battles and then peace them out, basically. But yeah, things I've learned from this war. That took a long time. That was 6 years, 6.5 years to win that war. That's big. We shouldn't have taken on Castile and France at the same time, if at all possible. We need to be trying to break them out into separate sections. Bern, who are you a subject of? You're a subject of Castile. Oh yeah, Granada declared independence during that, by the way. And they're probably going to get their independence, which would be funny. Did Morocco come to their aid? They didn't. It looks like Morocco, the Granada may win this, because obviously we've cut them off in order to maintain a route so that we can walk ourselves back home again. But yeah, I think that war took 6 years, very long time, and was outrageously expensive. With that in mind, we need to be more cautious about declaring wars. We need to be taking smaller fights if possible. Our army is not made of Space Marines as we thought it might be. So we're gonna keep all that in mind as we move forwards. Hey, nice. We've hit much smaller on Catalonia, tripling the annexation speed, and Sicily. Let's go. Nice. Now we can have subjects with, let's just say, I don't know, 6 regions is the most we give to a vassal. And then we should be able to annex them at a decent click. That's really good news. We did the old trick where, improve diplomatic relations and whatever it's called, assist our diplomatic corps. We got 8 different diplomats. We sent out 5, then we went back to 8. We sent out all 8. Now we have tons of these, even though we got negative diplomat generation. Nice. We're doing a lot of annexations, lots of integrations rather, running across here. And yeah, we are probably going to have some rebellions, and by probably I mean definitely going to have some big Castilian Patriot rebellions. But that's okay. I'm going to demolish the castles, which they should probably not let you do when the area is fermenting rebellion. Or maybe destroying the castles should like increase the progress of the rebellion or something. Don't delete the dock. But yeah, obviously, while we get this area integrated, we are going to be looking at some serious rebel problems. But I think it's better than just having more and more vassals. I would love to be able to handle this area out to a vassal, but I think it would just... I mean, maybe it would be okay. We'd need to give it to like 4 different vassals, keep them really small. Because when they're small, we can integrate them at a decent click. I mean, we're doing this at 2.4 for Valencia, 400. So it's taking, what is that? 150 months. 10 years. I think we do need to spend some time just annexing. Oh, but this area is so difficult for us to get control down to. Once we increase our naval presence here, it will be better, but Hmm. I think we probably do make it vassals, actually. Because we have, I mean, we have a lot of subjects, obviously. But they're pretty loyal right now. They're pretty loyal. And we're integrating some of the big ones. Catalonia and Sicily are big. I think it does still make sense to make this region rebels. Subjects. We're just going to be fighting rebels for so long if we don't. Any interesting historical subjects? Why can't I do this? Because we are at war. Damn. I wonder if we can release Granada. Oh, hey, Castile won their war. So yeah, we could release Granada as one. This area is another. As long as we keep them really small, I think it's okay. Because then we can integrate them with the huge plus speed modifier from is much smaller. Yeah. Okay, I think we will do that. Although, now I think about it, if I release this land as vassals, we might no longer have the is much smaller on Barcelona. Catalonia, rather. I'll check and find out, basically. So, new tech unlocked, new government slot unlocked, and I have taken the opportunity to also switch out the other one. Harbour administration, because 5% proximity cost through port is really nice. It does kind of drop off later in the game, because eventually you're going to be able to build ports that are good enough that you don't need any further reductions percentage-wise, because the absolute reduction is also already like 100%, I think. But this should be good. Naval maintenance is also a nice cherry on top. And the bank ledger system, partly because trade maintenance is way more impactful now, as I understand it. And if we can stack up trade maintenance modifiers, then I think we're going to be able to able to trade much more efficiently. Plus 0.1 less monthly inflation is going to let us mint like an extra 100 ducats a month, which is pretty darn nice, which should be good. And then capital economy is just cherry on top. What I haven't done is done anything that gives us more conciliatory. I think it is time to start swinging belligerent, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. With that in mind, we could get rid of religious diplomats and civil society at this point. In fact, I think we will. If I can do religious diplomats. Yeah, now is the time, I think. We're at the point where, we can take on anyone, basically. So let's get rid of that one. Only 6 stability to revoke from the clergy right now. We probably will take Lecturos off, build a bunch of universities, then put it back on again later. But for now, I think, yeah, we want their happiness as high as it can be. Centralization as well. We're kind of just about still pushing towards centralization. We have dropped the average control, obviously, by taking all this land down here. Which, yes, as I said, I am giving out to people, including a newly independent Granada. Mutiny, huh? It's fine, just slow down. But yeah, new techs on the board. Some important ones coming up. Trade capacity up, which is nice. Plantations, which I haven't really played with yet. Getting involved in the slave trade. It'll be interesting to see how those work, so I'm looking forward to that. Here is the salvation of our iron industry. Although we actually are not short on iron anymore. Never mind. But still, 75% iron output is a crazy high modifier. Then we can get some more silver and lead as well, some more copper. Then it's all about maritime presence. We've got 10% more maritime presence, a 20% reduction of the base proximity cost through maritime, that being areas you have maritime control. Being able to set a native policy. I don't know which one we're going to go with yet. I feel like enslaving is probably the right path, but we'll see. And then even more proximity reduction for sending stuff via navy, even less maritime decay. Very, very nice. And then cabinet laws. Now we could move, if I could just easily click and drag this up, I would probably put this near the top. But we're probably going to go dynastic administration here, I think, because the efficiency of cabinet is nice, actually. We might go administrative clergy. But yeah, the 10% ledge efficiency basically matters not, because that's, remember, ledge efficiency is about antagonism reduction, mostly. So I think we'll probably go this, just for the decrease in power for the states. This is effectively very nearly plus 10% crown power. In fact, it might be better than that. I'm not so certain about how the maths works there, but yeah, pretty nice. And the centralization gives us some wiggle room. Then we've got faster colonists, which again, I should probably be doing sooner, but there's lots of important stuff in here. And then more RGO stuff. Should be nice. This is, yes, a new colonial subject. I'm surprised you haven't started colonizing yet. Maybe we need to help it along a bit, give it some... No, there hasn't even managed to employ up yet. Just not got very much... Not got very many people here, I guess. Fair enough. We need to get the native assimilation policy set so that we can start getting the locals into our country and actually being productive. Okay, the money. The money do be popping. All those extra merchant quarters. Excuse me, that's very weird to say it. The trade income is going crazy, so we are going to start acting rich again. What that means is colonizing at pace and with reckless abandon. I am sending the population of Venice abroad because one of our most populous cities, and it's also not maxed on control because it's a bit distant. So we are sending, yeah, a lot of people from Venice. And we're going to be setting up new colonial nations, and we're going to be, I think what I'm going to do is colonize everywhere and then invest in it. I think I'm not going to do much investing to start with. I'm just going to colonize. And then so that we can win the race, and then we can make money. That's my current theory. Oh my god, I hadn't even realized how many more merchant quarters we still have to build. Hell yes. Okay. So our vassal, our colony here, with their 2,000 men, has decided it's a good idea to declare war on Mali. And they're calling us into the war. Which, if they start losing, they could give away our land. It's tempting to say no. But if I say no, they're going to annex my damn colony. Okay. Interesting. Oh yeah, they can't give away my land. We're in control. Okay. Interesting. Unfortunately, we're now too strong to use threaten war. I got a claim on Naples hoping to threaten war, but they're just going to say yes. So instead, we'll just declare war the old-fashioned way. Now, this does involve going to war with the coalition, but the coalition is not significant right now. So, take it away, subjects. Siege 'em. Siege 'em. And we got some troops that we have ready to rock as well, which will be nice. But this war, I don't know how much of Naples we're going to be able to take this war without the threatened war. Yeah, that's a shame. Without the threatened war, we can't yoink him in one, but pretty substantial yoink, nonetheless. Wait, what? You can walk through Terra Incognita? Is it going to discover provinces as I go? Surely it will. My men are starving their way across Africa, by the way, to win this war. Yeah, you do discover as you go. Cool. I did not realize. Nice. We are winning this war against Naples. I let a bit of our Alpine lands get sieged, and then they came down here, and I realized that we had gone too far on just ignoring the northern front, which is a shame, because they sieged down some of our actual important forts. Provinces, but we will rescue them now, so that's all good. I think that's probably far enough for Grebo. We'll make a new subject down here. Right, well, that was a rather successful war. Oh, no, I can't take this province. Who's occupied this? Cantor? Who the hell is Cantor? These guys just popped out and stole my occupations. That's annoying. All right, so we can't take the whole coast anymore. Oh, well, we'll just take a bit more inland then. Them not having forts would be really nice, because it's an absolute nightmare to fight down here because of the supply issues, basically. So let's do that. Yoink. So now presumably, yeah, you're going to join coalition, but that does not bother me. And we will give out this land. Apart from this little section here is our local trade region. We're going to be holding on to that. But the rest we will give away to Sherpo Island and Arguin. Probably give this section to Arguin, I guess. And then this southern bit to Grebo, which sounds like a character in an Edward Macmillan game. Edmund Macmillan? Not actually sure. I don't think I've ever played any of them, to be honest. All right, you. Yes, and this war against the Serbians, the Balkan fellows have not been loving life during this Neapolitan war. I have allowed them to get occupied a lot because they've been fighting Hungary. But now we can actually bring these armies home. We should find ourselves in a better position for sure. We will use the transport fleet to do it bit by bit, I think. Good stuff. So we can focus on this war now. I'm going to piece out of this war a little early, I think, because I don't want our subjects staying occupied. So first off, Burgundy. I'm going to yoink this lot. No, I think you might want that to happen once you recalculate. Yep, there you go. So give me all this. And then Naples, give me all this. And I think that's enough. That's enough for now. 200 antagonism, you know, that'll do for now. And I think I am... I should not release this as subjects. Because we are about halfway through our integration over here of the land we took off France. I'm not anticipating taking any more big chunks of land off France in the immediate future. So we can use our cabinet down here next, I think. Even though we can annex subjects quite fast, now we know to keep them small, we can do that anyway. I think getting to peace here is valuable. Apart from anything else, the freaking Dardanelles have been losing a rebellion for like 100 years. It's only been about 6, actually, but so we'll go sort that out for them. But there we go. Back to peace. No longer huge amounts of devastation and stuff being caused over here. Yeah, Vulcans were not having a good time. So some unacceptable behavior from the French. And the Portuguese. They're colonizing. They're colonizing down here, and I don't like it. So what are we going to do about this? Well, we're going to have to go to war with them again. I don't think I have a CB right now. There's no truce anymore, is there? No. And they are allied to Bohemia now, but not Castile. So perhaps it would be wiser to go to war with Castile first. They're in the coalition with Austria. If we could get a CB on Castile, that would be great. Granada, where you at? Where's my CB, Granada? You got a CB on Morocco. Interesting. Should cause... Oh, right, we improve relations with Morocco. We could use that, but I could really use a CB on Castile or Portugal. So if we get a parliament, I'll use it to grab a CB on them. Being able to fight Castile without France involved would be a dream. But for now, we're going to... we're not quite at peace yet, but I'm going to drop this spending anyway. Bump up stability spending a bit. But yeah, moving towards a new war, getting some more merchant quarters done. We should keep building stuff for them to sell as well. So I will keep doing that. But we have more merchant quarters to make, and it really feels like the return investment on merchant quarters just kind of beats the crap out of most of the buildings. But I think I should probably call it a part there. Next episode, I think we have very good odds of forming Italy. We need Napoli, so we need to integrate this. But we actually have enough provinces now. Nice! All we got to do is integrate these chappies, which we can start doing right now, in fact. It will slow down our other annexations. Running 4 at a time is... I think it's only very slightly better. I did the maths, actually. It's like a tiny slither more efficient than doing 3 at a time. So I'll let one of these finish, and then we'll do this one. Or maybe I'll let 2 of them finish and then do this one. And once they're integrated, it's time to start working our way down this coast, basically, I think. We're obviously going to need to get some better naval presence, but that's okay. But yeah, war with France, including yoinking these areas, will be good. Okay, 2 kind of big events happening at the same time. Firstly, the Lutheran Reformation, and secondly, our share of the world. Because, yes, the Crown of Castile apparently feels they're entitled to some land just because they have this. Okay, unacceptable. I would like to meet in Genoa for the 0.2 centralization. No, never mind. I would like the outward, I think. Yes, we'll meet in their capital and get outward. It doesn't matter, though. This is literally a pointless event because as soon as the treaty goes into effect, every random, shitter who thinks there's someone in the HRE neglects it, and then and it like abrogates the treaty, and then it just goes away. Anyway, Lutheran Reformation is the other thing, and I thought we had a while because there's not that much reform desire. I assumed this had to get to 100 before this happened, like EU4. So here we go. Martin Luther has moved to Jülich. Cool. We will deal with that, though, in the next episode, because I've remembered I was supposed to be ending the episode. So, yes, the way this works, by the way, is it divides the world in half between Castile and us. And it looks like here's the line. They're going to give us everything east of this line, and Castile wants everything west of this line. So what we'll do first is switch sides. We need 15 prestige. It doesn't matter. We can't, if we don't do that, we can't set up new colonies on their side of the line until the treaty stops being relevant. So what I think we will just do, what does this cost? I don't really want to spend church influence on pushing this because I want to get more clerics so we can try and finesse the Council of Trent. So yeah, the treaty line is down here. We get that side, they get that side. Lots of people telling me they can't tell which side they are. I don't know if they just can't see hatching, but that's our side, that's their side. We'll just let the treaty get discussed and signed, and then it will immediately go away again. So, even if it doesn't go away, us abrogating it means we can just ignore it. So it's not a big deal. Cool event, cool theory. Can't think, honestly, of a better way they could do it, but current implementation is bad and boring. So, oh well. Right, yeah, and I'm ending the episode. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one, where we will form Italy and, yeah, get over this Treaty of Tordesillas problem. Probably conquer more around towards Egypt. Probably beat Castile up. Should be good. See you then. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thanks for joining me. I'm Count Christo. This is the wonderful Genoa. We have the Treaty of Tordesillas situation going on, where Castile thinks they're going to claim the whole of North America just because they have a titchy little province right here. Idiots. We're going to put them in their place. The Pope is our vassal, which should but doesn't count for something. So I'm not particularly concerned about that. Meanwhile, just going to work on some... Oh, they've got an Athenian revolt. Okay, we'll try and help them out with that. Can we intervene in this war? Anyway, going to form Italy as the main objective, annexing more of our subjects, continuing to industrialize. We got a lot more merchant quarters to build. Boom. There's 9 grand worth of merchant quarters. Nice. Continue to colonize, obviously, setting up new subjects everywhere and see what we can do to get them going so they can do their own colonization. As you can see, they are doing here, though at a very slow rate, interestingly. So in the last episode, the Reformation has started. Lutheranism exists. Here is Luther. Can we invite him to the country or something? Don't think so. And Lutheran preachers will spread throughout the world and start converting people. 1% a month, pretty freaking fast. I don't know exactly how this is going to go, but we'll just take the events of the Reformation as it goes. I don't have a strict plan. I think we're going to try and stay Catholic and control the Council of Trent, but we will see how it unfolds. We're very humanist. Well, we're not that humanist, but we're somewhat humanist, very innovative, which I suspect might push us towards going Protestant, but we shall see. We're also finally going belligerent, by the way, for the war score cost, even though it is making our subjects less happy, which is causing some problems. Ooh, interesting. The more I explore over here, the more I find that Castile is actually active. More colonies of theirs being set up over in the New World. Well, that won't stand. First off, we'll need to set up a bunch of our own to grab some of this area. And then we'll need to work on trying to kick them out, get a war going. Can we fabricate a CV on them right now? I could do Humiliate Rival because it wouldn't take very much war score to actually take this land, but it seems wasteful, doesn't it? So cocoa, can we... So how does this work? Can I build a plantation here? Maybe not because they haven't invented it. How do these plantations work? I really have no idea how these plantations work. Can I build it from here and then work out where I can? Plantation. So cotton plantations. We don't care about this. There's one place I can build it. Here. Where is that? How do I left click, go to location? Oh, there we go. Okay. So here is the only place in the world that I can currently build a plantation. What kind of building is it? It is a slave building. Okay. We can't build it because there aren't enough naval supplies. What? It takes naval... I guess because you're importing people. Which is one way to phrase it, I guess. Okay, so it produces cotton using slaves, leather. This seems like a pretty raw deal. You'd need cheap goods in order for this to be viable. Interesting. And right now... Oh, yes, and we could start looking at slave centers, which you build overseas. But right now, none of them would turn a profit. At least it thinks they wouldn't. Maybe you should build a few and then find out if it's right. I've just realized that these are actually a foreign building. You build missions in provinces you don't control. That's interesting. And then what they actually do is convert people, right? Yeah. They convert people and they turn tribesmen into peasants. So you can use these to kind of prepare the ground for our colonization. That's cool. Yeah, we're going to build a ton of those. Send out the Genoese missionaries. Tell them the good word of the Serene Republic of Genoa. Also, our native policy, I'm going to go with integration, which lets us convert more. So we can spread Catholicism kind of ahead of our colonization wave. It lets us promote tribesmen into peasants, which will be good. And we get a little bit of humanist out of it, which we need right now. In order to balance the books in favor of actually going towards humanist all the time will be good. So our organic approach to the Reformation, we're definitely going to burn the priest and his books because 10% assimilation is much more useful to me than a bunch of Lutheran preachers that we're getting anyway. So we'll take that. The coalition is growing. We may get declared on by the coalition. It's a possibility. We've got 126,000 manpower in the bank right now, so I'm not scared. But we'll see how it goes. Integration over here, by the way, is going well. Oh, yeah, and we have enough prestige to consider a little bit of acceptance. So Languedocian, by all means, we'll tolerate you. We will also accept you, I think. It's going to cost 0.9. Quite expensive, but worth doing, I think, to get this region better under control. Hey, nice. We've got an event, so we can accept those Languedocians immediately. All 5% of our country of them. Nice. Kindred country, not kindred culture, costly to maintain. Yes, that's fine. We will just assimilate them. But here come the cores. Boom. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now, what's the culture up here? Alpine, bit scattered. So we'll probably just integrate that area by assimilating the pops. In fact, probably time to stop doing Emilia Romagna. So what is it? Yeah, we don't own the whole region quite, but it's really close. How quickly are we managing to do it here? 100? Yeah, that's probably fast enough, I'd say. 80? That's fast enough, I think. It's not going to take very long to get this region caught up with that going. Nice. Colonization efforts reinvigorated, knowing that Spain is actually contesting this area. So we are continuing to send people. Our population growth has basically stalled out as a result of our massive colonization efforts, which is not ideal. It does, slow down our domestic economic growth to be doing this, but I think it's probably worth it. We do have some more exploring to do as well. But we're going to keep pushing relatively hard to colonize all this area just so that we can try and stay ahead of Spain. Obviously, we should be able to take it from Spain in a war, but getting CBs remains a challenge. One of the advantages, I suppose, to potentially switching religion would be that it would start to get easier to get CBs, but I think all in all, probably still, so far anyway, we are loyal to Rome, which we own. But speaking of CBs, yeah, so unfortunately, Castile has allied France again, which is annoying. So I could fight just France-Castile, or we could fight the coalition, which could be good. Do I have a CB on the coalition? Come on, subjects. Someone must have given me a claim on somebody. Very annoying that, as far as I can tell, there is no better way to do this than to just check everybody and see if you have a CB from a subject. Because if you have a CB, you get a drop down, but if it's a subject, you don't. Okay, so I think what we'll do is declare war on Naples, which puts us at war with the coalition, but not France. That seems like the play. And then in that war, we take all of Spain's colonial possessions. Yeah, that seems viable. That seems very viable. We'll be able to easily win against Naples, which then leaves us with the rest of the war to just focus on Castile, Portugal, and the other, much less consequential members. We'll probably focus Naples and then kick out some of these other members of the coalition and then go focus on Castile. And I already have an army down here ready to deploy against Portuguese holdings. So that should work. Okay, so we'll do a shipbuilding facilities one, because it doesn't matter if that fails. And we will CB Naples. Doesn't really matter where. And then the ideal, of course, would be that they refuse a threatened war. We have Orthodox rebels far close to rising up. Budge that. You guys crack down on those laddies. We can declare in a couple of months. 1 month looks like. Cool. Hey, yes. Yes. We do indeed have places we can threaten war on Naples that they will refuse. Boom. Naples, Apia, Naxos, Albania, Hungary, Moldova, Bulgaria, Trent, Castile, Bern, Guinea Coast, New Spain, Guayas, Portugal, Ambres, Bulgaria, Austria, Benz, Ansbach, etc. Treaties honored. I don't recall it doing that in the past. Did it always do that? Tell you all of your treaties, all of your subjects that came in with you on the war? Anyway, here's the war. There we go. Easy, honestly. I mean, there's quite a few of them, but still, honestly, probably easy. I didn't actually remember that Hungary was going to be in the war. We shouldn't have made Naples the target. We should have made it like Bulgaria so that Hungary wasn't in. But hey, we'll beat them anyway. And I am going to raise all our levies. Let's win this decisively. We've integrated Valencia, by the way. Let's win this decisively. If we can, you guys give me those occupations on Portugal, please. And there are some Castilians up here that will need to come fight as well. Maybe our local colonial nations could win this fight. That would be convenient. You got any men? 3,000? If each of them have about that much. You know, not terrible odds. You can stop cracking down on those Orthodox zealots. Let's get all of our lands down here occupied. And then the bonus is that in this war, we will be able to yoink the rest of Naples and a bunch of Neapolitan subjects as well, because this is an insane CB. So, hey, Castile, just look what we're going to do to you. Okay, actually, not that good against Castile. Partly just because this is an insanely expensive province. Jesus. Look at this. 34 for that. Why is that so high? Oh, that's where the whole occupying is. Yeah, fort and not occupied. Okay, so we'll be able to take effectively, yeah, separate peace gives you the plus 66, but we'll be able to take effectively 200%-ish of this. We'll probably be able to take that much off Castile or so, but obviously we also want to take all their colonies. Interesting that we're going to be signing a treaty probably during this war. Let's get them army maintenance up and let's go to war. Okay, so status report on the war. Going pretty well. Hungary being involved is going to complicate things somewhat, but that's okay. With all our levies raised, we have a crap load of troops. We've assaulted our way through Naples, so I wanted to check how long did it take? Almost, yeah, like 4 or 5 months. We have taken every fort in Naples, all 4 forts through assaults. We have lost an inconsequential portion of our army. And I wanted to talk about a dumb thing with armies. So these guys have too much frontage, so they move slow. And I asked Johan about this, and he said, well, the idea is it stops you having death stacks. A, no, it doesn't. And B, why is a larger army less able to walk? There's a whole supply system, but it doesn't stop you having death stacks. If you want to move a big stack of troops from A to B, as I often do, you just split it into a bunch of smaller stacks, and then you right-click where you want to go, and they all go there all together, and they move at full speed. It is a pointless design which completely fails to achieve its stated goal. But, oh well. I'm going to try and mod it out, because I think it's idiotic. But anyway, yeah, very few months to get Naples completely occupied. Pretty nice. All right, there's knocking Austria out. Assaulted our way to Wien. Get some more reps off them. I wonder what that's going to be worth. Probably not a huge amount. 10 ducats. It might improve with time. We'll see. There we go. The treaty signed. After much discussion, a new agreement was signed. Oh, it's interesting. If you hover over the word city, it shows you all the cities. That's fun. Wow, look at that. Bohemia's urbanizing. The agreement henceforth known outlines the new rule. We get 5 outward. And then we immediately violate it. It costs 20 church stuff, so I guess I'll do it after we get our next cardinal seat, because we're kind of close. What? It went up by 50, I guess, because we already have a bunch from conquests. How many do we have now? 11. How many cardinals are there? Because that might already be a majority. Let's see. There are 21 cardinals. We have a majority. Okay, cool. So yeah, we will violate it. It gives us 10 antagonism. You know what? Let's not, because we don't need to. It's going to get obliterated by the AI leaving. I think I've turned off the pop-up, so we may have to just check back on here every so often. But yeah, the AI loves to abrogate that treaty. Well, maybe they patched it. I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. While that treaty is in effect, by the way, regions on Castile side of the line we haven't already started colonizing, we cannot start colonizing. So here, for example, requirements are not met because, due to being claimed through the treaty, only Castile is allowed to colonize it. But we already started a whole bunch of colonies. So as you can see, even though the line is over there, we've already got all this and all this and all this claimed. So I'm not worried. Sure enough, 1 month later, the treaty is losing relevance by 2.4 per month already. And it's only going to go down 100 before it just ceases to exist. What a pointless situation. One of the 20 situations. Also, how many is it that they wrote? How many situations are in this whole game? And this is truly one of the situations of all time. Let me check. Situations. There are 23. And one of them is this, which does literally nothing. Lots of work put into it. Doesn't do anything. It's actually quite hard to get people to surrender these days. We're having to really push into Hungary. But on the bright side, we've destroyed the Holy Crown of Hungary. Which seems like a pretty demoralizing state of affairs. We're getting there, but look, their war enthusiasm is still way up there. I guess their side is still quite strong. But yeah, Alliance war score? Oh, that is a negative, sorry, value, sorry, yeah. Why is that? Yeah, war enthusiasm of Hungary, ally in war minus 10%. That's interesting. Oh, I guess that's relative to being the war leader. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, we've got them 5-1. We're obviously crushing them, but it's just taking some time. We have taken quite an aggressive peace deal against Burgundy, by the way. I yoinked a bunch of land in here. We need to keep working towards destroying the HRE, of course, so I am being a little aggressive. Oh, we also finally got rid of Trento, or Treviso, whichever one it was that was just here. Just a nice milestone. Probably don't need this fort anymore. Now I think about it, get rid of that one. Potential coalition is getting a little large after my aggressive inroads into the HRE, but we could take them. I think we could take them, to be honest. I should annex this subject as well. Because yeah, we need to, just weakening the HRE being one of our main long-term goals. You will also notice that our font game has got a lot better because we have finally finished integrating Catalonia, which is very, very nice. We'll speed up our other annexations. Probably time, yeah, definitely time to start a new annexation actually. So let's get ourselves a diplomat. Roads for Iberia. This war is dragging on again. It's hurting. The fact that we had to fight Hungary first really slowed us down. We're at max ticking and everything, but we're only just starting sieging Portugal. But Castile is very nearly able to roll over, and they are prepared to give up almost their entire colonial empire in one go. We take that for nothing? No, for 1 point. Nice. So I'm hopeful that we can basically stop them colonizing this war. We may have to do it next war, but that's okay. Meanwhile, Portugal, we can take their entire colonial efforts. Ah, damn, I haven't explored freaking whatever it's called. Madeira yet. Need to explore that so that we can take it from someone. Oh, that was a terrible explorer. Never mind. But yeah, roads for Iberia, try and get our control up over here, because it's not looking great control over here. Could be a lot better for sure. And yeah, integrations are ongoing. We're becoming more and more belligerent, so we'll be able to take more and more land. Maybe by the time we end this war, Castile will actually be willing to give us those last little bits of their colonies. Could you please catch this damn 800? They keep bouncing back and forth. Nope. And I bet they're going back here now. They are, bastards. I hate the frontage penalty. I hate the frontage penalty. I hate the frontage penalty. All right, you... Oh, yeah, prisoners of war get sent up to the north of the Alps to get ransomed to reduce the HRE's aggressive expansion on us, which works surprisingly well. I just want a siege. Where was that? Here. Cool. But yeah, the war rages on, building a lot of roads. There's a peace with Castile. Took some doing. I think this is a sensible peace offer. I'm basically trying to deny them coastline as much as possible, just to prevent them from founding any new colonies around the other side of the Cape. Not very much antagonism. we will obviously be setting up these new regions as new colonial nations, and then we'll have to do another war against them to yoink even more. Now, Portugal, are you ready to roll over? No. Well, yes, actually. Yes, on the current peace deal, but obviously we're going to want to take some land over here as well. Something like this. Close. Close to being able to finally end this war. Nice. There we go. Not even many months later. There's the peace deal with Portugal. We'll just give this land to Algarve. Should be good. Boom. There's another 200 antagonism. And now time for the peace with Naples, right? No, Bulgaria as well. Right, didn't I have a siege? Oh, I had 2 siege stacks that have just been sitting in Bulgaria doing nothing for the last long time. Sure, we'll take some land off Bulgaria. In fact, we might even do a tiny bit more sieging so that we can take more land off Bulgaria. I'm sick of Bulgaria sieging my subjects and my subjects not banding together to retaliate because they're all disloyal. How could you be disloyal? I'm such a benevolent overlord. I'm feeding you so much land. With the sieges, you ready to do this? Oh, that's probably just because you're separated. Yeah. I probably think no, I shouldn't let these sieges go. Let's just take slightly less land. Take forts if we can. Take a bit less land over here to maximize fort yoinking. Jolly good. We're gonna get. I mean, there's gonna be a big coalition after this. Don't get me wrong. The Hansa are in this war. Didn't notice that. No one else has been sieged, I'm judging by their war enthusiasm, so we'll just go for Naples themselves. So we can take, I mean, a lot in this war. Something like this. That's all of Naples and a ton of their subjects. We'll probably make a new Albanian subject. Feed this to our Moria subject. Maybe keep this directly. Integrate this ourselves. We will see. We have... yeah, about half finished the integration of southern Naples. This looks good. It's going to be a big coalition. Let's take some money. 2. Boom. Yeah, I mean, Europe's mad. That's that was probably a little excessive in hindsight. We may do some improving with some of the larger... Oh, that puts England in the coalition. And yeah, France is doing their silly Russia colonizing. But yeah, I think I will improve with a few people after that war. We should probably put someone on improve relations. Yeah, we don't necessarily need to be integrating right now. Let's go diplomatic endeavors for a minute here. See if we can get a bit of this antagonism burned down. Because yes, I think I think we could win this coalition war, but I don't want to have to fight it if we don't have to. Yes, okay, I remember. We can't let France be the naval hegemon, because if they are the naval hegemon, they force everyone to embargo us. So we need 40 heavy ships stat. I will get on that. I completely forgot about that mechanic. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, we will just build 40 heavy ships straight out of the gate. Yoink naval hegemon from them. We could also use that to start making people embargo France, I guess. It's probably not worth the diplomat, honestly, but the defensive naval hegemon. It also means, of course, that we're going to have a huge navy that we can use to beat France up with, which will be fun. Okay, and we have reached 1530, which is where I ended the previous Genoa run. So how are we doing, comparatively speaking? Let me check my notes. So in the previous run, we had 8.7 million population. We now have 12.8, quite a bit better. Puts us almost level with France. We are a little bit further behind on colonizing. We had more colonies going by this point on the previous game. The trade nerf definitely made it so that we weren't spending thousands of ducats on cost of colonies, though I could be doing more right now. In fact, sure, let's set up a few more while we're here. Get a couple of these going. Anyway, income-wise, lots worse, basically just because of trade. In the previous game, we had total income of 6,300, so we're 50% lower than we were. Pretty crazy. Market capacity in Genoa, though, we are 600 points higher than we were, partly just, I think, because we've managed to urbanize quite a bit more than we did last time. Monthly research progress is virtually identical to last time, but one thing I am pleased with, our public is quite a bit stronger. In the previous one, we had 54% crown power, so obviously quite a bit better than that, 13% clergy, 1% commoners. So yeah, doing pretty well there. We were, yeah, very similar in terms of value placement. We've got more communalism and a tiny bit more outward. So yeah, all in all, I think we're doing slightly better this one. Obviously, we haven't formed Italy yet, but we cheated to form it in the previous game. And we are very close. We just need to finish this annexation. Struggling to annex because we have just too many vassals. We need to do a period of peace and vassal integration. There's no point declaring more wars because our vassals are getting stronger. Or rather, they're getting more disloyal because of the relative power is just causing real problems. Minus 57 from country strength of all vassals. I believe it's at 50 once they consider themselves equally strong compared to you. That's the value set in the defines is 50 for this, so I assume that's like the 100% value. But yeah, we will see what we can do to just keep integrating vassals for a while and keep urbanizing. I'm also increasing the size of our army quite substantially, and I'm going to keep doing that as we prepare for this period of consolidation and peace. Oh, and mere moments after I paused recording, the Council of Trent. His Holiness invites us to attend the Council of Trent, debate the required reforms, discuss what constitutes heresy. Okay, laws of the Catholic Church can now be changed. Pause. International movement disbanded, the Albanian independence movement. Okay, so the Council of Trent. So here are the laws. Amount of states succeeded, 5. Debates failed, 5. Okay, so the end requirements are either you pass 5 or you fail 5 or you get to absolutism. Okay, so we can only change 5 laws. That's worth noting because there's more than 5 here. What do we want to change? Don't think marriage of priests seems inconsequential. I'm fine with staying non-marrying. It's more communalism, so that's fine. Let me look through here and see what I think is important. This would be a good one. Witchcraft not acknowledged as real. We get more humanist. Sorry, we get a little bit more humanist, and pops join rebels less easily. That seems beneficial, I think. Tithe cost down, and also we get some innovative. That wouldn't hurt, but don't we already have 100 innovative? Well, we don't actually, so still some value to be had there. Honestly, yeah, not much in here that's that exciting. This doesn't feel very good. Because we can get, basically, what can we get out of this? 0.05 innovative, 0.05 humanist, and that's it. So do we want to stay Catholic? Wouldn't I rather be 5% discipline? Because what are we getting for being Catholic? The max literacy for clergy is nice, but not that important. The papal ban on empires is just a pain. Being able to be an empire would be really nice. Though I do like the whole goal of destroying the HRE, but we could do it anyway. The monasteries are not that useful. We haven't been building them for ages. 2 tolerance of heathens. But wouldn't I rather be Calvinist? We lose 5% loyalty of estates, which does hurt. But the rest of it, not that important. And what we can get in here is seriously underwhelming. So I think potentially the Republic of Genoa may have arrived at the Council of Trent and realized that true Reformation was not on the table. And maybe we should go Calvinist. What are the other Christian sects that we could potentially convert to? There's some way of seeing them somewhere here. Here they are. So, oh no, this is just the ones that are actually existing. Orthodoxy for the literacy is quite, 5% literacy is actually from Orthodox is actually quite good. But you don't get any church happiness. Polygamism, the everything preordained thing is just a meme. Are there any other Christian sects? I don't think so. None that exist yet. We could wait. But the thing is, we are right now converting people away from heresy every month. Not fast, though. Yeah, so you know what we should do? We should not invent missionary schools. And wait for Reformed, and maybe consider if Reformed would be better. Because I think if you're, whether you go Lutheran or Reformed, well, here, let's take a look. Are there some Lutheran countries right now? There are 31 countries currently following the Lutheran faith. So let's go have a look. Let's save and look at what they can do because they're Lutheran. And let's just get a reference point, I'm going to screenshot this as a baseline. Because the estate satisfaction is the best thing in here, basically, I would say. But let's take a look at what it's like to play as someone else. Okay, here we are as Frisia. I changed the game rules so that country change was allowed. And if we take a look at your religion. So first off, you've obviously got... the base stuff, which is 5% worse clergy satisfaction, 5% tax efficiency, which is good now that trade is nerfed. But then aren't there... There's like other things you can do. One God's God. You can dissolve monasteries, which gives you some money for destroying monasteries. You can deport heretics. You have to have a colonial charter. Interesting. You can grant a divorce. Right. Okay, but then you have religious aspects, which takes some religious influence. I assume there's a console command for that, but let's just check if anyone else happens to have some religious influence right now. No, okay, hang on. Let me quit out, turn on console mode so that we can have a look here. Wait, I don't need to quit out because we have Glorp UI now. So we can do this. I assume like religious influence. Let me look for the command. It's religious influence with no space. Excuse me? I guess I also spelt it wrong. There we go. Okay, so now we have plenty of religious influence. Let's take a look at what the aspects of Lutheranism are. So you can have 3 of these. Conversion speed 20%, temperament innovative. Pretty good. Oh, proximity cost. Lots of clergy power, but proximity cost. And honestly, 2 cost of court for 10 crown power, that might be worth it. Food production is nice. Satisfaction recovery, max tax for clergy. Probably not going to tax the clergy, so not that relevant. Crown as head of faith. Okay, I would say. Let me start screenshotting which we want here. Appointment of bishops for proximity cost is already making me think, yeah, we should 100% go Lutheran. It's going to be problematic to be sure, by the way, us doing this, but assimilation speed, that's kind of good. Ooh, war score cost 5%. Yeah, stacking up war score cost as we move towards no longer caring about aggressive expansion. That seems really good. Another 5% tax efficiency. Ooh, 5 literacy. That could be good. 5 literacy is pretty nice. Another 5 literacy. Wow, you can get 10% literacy out of these. Another 10 literacy. 10 literacy and 1% satisfaction. That's pretty damn good. Yeah, that's really good. I think that's probably what we do. 10%, I mean, 10% literacy is like a 20% research bonus. So I think we go translated Bibles, justified conflicts, and appointment of bishops. That seems good. The other thing we could potentially do is get some other max literacy buffs, let the literacy tick up, and then replace them. Nice. Okay, we should definitely go Lutheran then. This is overwhelmingly better. It's going to take some time converting, and also, I don't think our subjects are going to convert. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I think once we research the mass conversion tech, which I'm now going to need to put back in the queue here, once that researches, we will flip over. In anticipation, we should probably be like building up our stability and things, I guess. We are quite humanistic. Oh, I have a save, right? I should go back to that save. But so it doesn't affect the tolerance that much. So we're definitely going to have some problems with this converting over, but lots of our subjects are Orthodox anyway. So not really a big deal about their loyalty. The problem will be I don't think the colonial subjects will flip. So we'll have to deal with their loyalty. But they're super loyal because they don't care about relative strength. I think maybe they do in later ages or something. Another call from our subjects calling us in against Mali. Hopefully it at least has a good war goal. It doesn't. That's a shame. Oh well. Still good to be able to yoink some more land off Mali. We can feed it to our subjects here. Gives us an opportunity to try out the new and improved professional army of Genoa. I have upgraded our transport ships, by the way, and built more of them, so we can carry 30,000 capacity at once now, which is pretty good. So we can go over in stacks of 28,000. Good stuff. Really ought to select the ships when you board ships. I thought it did, in fact. Perhaps I'm missing something there. I still haven't built any like the wagon things for food storage. I really feel like I've just been able to bully my way through the food system so far this game. And like so far in EU4, EU5, I mean. So I don't know if that's gonna suddenly come to bite me, but so far it's been working okay. The most challenging place for it is for sure West Africa, where we've been. That's where we've been having the most challenges in the supply regard. Damn it! I suspect because we haven't explored just here, because we've had all of these stalled for ages, because there's no naval goods, and there's no naval goods because there's no tin, and there's no tin because there's no tin in the whole freaking new world. Is this like these are our only supplies of tin? Maybe if I make more tin in the places where tin does exist, it will become easier to export or something. But tin is a rare commodity. There's practically none of it. Didn't the Romans partly conquer Britain to mine tin? Or was that lead? But yeah, there's no tin, so there's no ability to make naval supplies in the New World, is the problem that I'm having at the moment. Maybe if I was doing less at once, it would be able to work. We'll find out. Anyway, GB is over here, which is bad. So that's a new threat for us to take on. They have 34 heavy ships, which is no match for my... how many I have? 50? I mean, that's quite a few, to be honest. But we should go to war with Great Britain over their colonial possessions before they manage to make any headway there. They don't have any significant allies, so we could fight them without anyone interfering. How are we going to get a coalition? Well, let's go Lutheran. Going Lutheran would do it, and then we'll be able to get the CB that way, with any luck. So that's how we're gonna take it to them. Weapon workshops. I've been looking forward to these. Weapons have been quite expensive. Not weaponsmith. Where are they? They're a burger building, aren't they? Weapon worksmith. There it is. So how much does it reckon these are going to make? Not a huge amount, interestingly, but they do take up less slots, which is good. And obviously, once we build several of them in one place, they're going to get some production efficiency bonuses and things. But yeah, we're going to build a bunch of these. Cheaper weapons means cheaper army, means bigger army, because we can maintain it more effectively, which will be good. My strategy for what I've been building, by the way, is pretty random. I've been trying to build just everything. Obviously prioritizing stuff that's slightly higher on profit, but with RGOs, I really feel like it's beneficial to just have as many RGOs as possible when there's peasants. Where there are peasants that could become laborers, just because laborers demand slightly more than peasants, I believe, and also just the more input goods we have, I think the better the overall situation will be. Have we fully cored this area yet? Is this place fully converted over? Not quite. We'll leave the region culture conversion going. Well, maybe we won't, because it's becoming a bit inefficient. Maybe I should be converting down here where we don't have the culture accepted. What culture is this, by the way, that's not accepted? Neapolitan? I've accepted Neapolitan. Oh, I guess we just haven't integrated this area yet. Okay, fair enough. Oh, right, yeah, and of course we've got Sicily now, who we can accept very cheaply. We'll put us a tiny bit over, but that's fine. Croatia, on the other hand, needs converting, as does Catalan, because it's only accepted 6%. Yeah, let's start working on Catalan. Getting rid of that culture. Nice. Lots of provinces to work on here. The great Southeast Asian exploration. All of this, these areas, and all of these Indian areas, and all of these islands simultaneously being explored. Let's find out what the heck's going on. Look at this mighty Somalia, by the way. Pretty glorious. Only 16,000 troops, so not going to be a challenge, but pretty cool nonetheless. Still just shipping over troops to go take Mali on. Okay, so for these explorations, I think what I'm going to do is temporarily take manual control of the trade in this market, none of which is important. Import naval supplies to here, and then explore from here. So sure, we'll import it from the Valencia market, and we will use all of that. So how much is that going to be able to import? 3. Okay. So, and these take 1 each, these explorations, I think. And now that we've done that, can I go here and say, oh, right, yeah, and turn off market automation for this one. Can I now go here and say, hey, import this from that market, maybe on the month tick? It will show up in this market. Nope. But you do have it, right? So this market now has a surplus of naval supplies. So why can't I import it to here? That can't be out of range if we can reach all the way to Valencia. Interesting. Okay, well, we'll just cancel this exploration and then we'll do our explorations from this market. That should work, I think. We will find out. So you need naval supplies. It says there's none available. How is there none available? I assure you there is some available. Oh, that's not that's not in the right market. That's this market again, which still can't import from here for some reason. I don't know why. Is like, yeah, I don't know. It's bizarre that we can't import to this market. Is it because, yeah, okay, this is an inland market because it's there. So what we should do is make like a new market here. But it's going to cost us 22,000 ducats because the game scales stuff stupidly. That's annoying. Okay, well, one of these guys will make a new market eventually. Almost certainly, I would say. So here, I bet can import it from up here. Yes, it would be loss making. Thank you. It would be loss making because it doesn't need it right now, but we could do it from here. Weirdly, I don't seem to be able to set explorations from my subject's lands right now. I don't know why that is. Is there an explanation hiding behind here? Yeah. It's weird. Building a lot of foreign trade posts, by the way. I don't really understand why. Okay, now we can. Okay, so start some explorations from close to the other market. Center. That should work. God, everyone's so old. I really wish, I mean, there's no point complaining. It shouldn't show you people who are over the age that can survive explorations. It's just needless. So why can't I explore here? That's weird. I can explore here, but not these places. I can only explore from my unfinished colony here. Which actually has finished. I need to hand it over to someone, but we can't do that until we finish this war, because you can't hand over stuff while you're at war, which I should change, actually. I might mod that out. I know you could exploit it, but just don't exploit it. Let the game be good, rather than trying to design around the fact that people might exploit things. That's my opinion. There's peace with Mali. Boom. Big yoink. We will hand this out to the closest colonial nations, and then this region will probably make a new colonial nation, I think. Oh god, these guys have replenished quickly. We have boats on the way. We're going to send them down here to handle these rebels. There's the rebels that are so weak they didn't even take a province with them. Are enough to mean that I am incapable of transferring land in other continents. These 40 dudes are so significant that it is not possible for me to hand out land in an entirely different continent, which is a little irritating, but oh well. These explorations are working with the import. It does, however, mean that, like, I think I've unautomated markets, but I think all our other markets are still automated. God, look how little of our trade capacity it's using. The new patch really needs, well, I don't know. I was going to say it needs work, but maybe it actually makes sense that the trade capacity isn't always being used because there isn't a valuable thing to trade for. I don't know. Anyway, what was I saying? Yes, so we are able to import stuff to get those explorations going, which is good. We are losing money right now, partly because our cost of court is really high because I got a bunch of people married. Okay, I think the time has come for the superb Republic of Genoa to declare that the shackles of Rome. I forgot we still have the papal state as a subject. That's pretty funny. They're very disloyal. The shackles of Rome have bound us for too long. These Lutherans have been making a lot of sense. What the hell is the color coding on this screen? Jesuits allowed active. Interesting. We did do that for the innovative gain, but we never actually made anything of it. Maybe that was a bad idea. But we do have some Lutherans around the place. There's quite a few of them actually. What is our breakdown? Yeah, we've got 2 million Lutherans in our 14.5 million population. Our conversion rate is not fast because of our humanists, but we've done what we can. I wonder if I keep this after converting. I wonder if I keep my religious influence after converting. Well, let's find out on the latter. We're going to embrace the Reformation. Our country will convert, including our ruler, consul, heir, and children of our ruler. Embrace Lutheranism. We lose the effect of it if we have it active. Okay. Boom. We have converted for Lutheranism. We have left the Catholic Church, changed its religion. Let's look for spiritual guidance elsewhere. And now we have options. So we could dissolve monasteries, but I don't know why we would want to be honest. I mean, that's a fair amount of money, actually. But we could deport heretics to a colonial charter. And we did lose our religious influence. We have one God, which I find very funny. And yeah, once we have 50, we can start adding our religious aspects. We only have 1 tolerance. Interesting. So did that remove... Yes, so they're down to 82% satisfaction. Are there any new privileges? I think I actually know that there aren't, because I've already looked at all the privileges. Yeah, none of these seem that good. Okay, well, we may just live with slightly lower satisfaction for now. Are we getting any satisfaction from the... No, we're not getting any satisfaction bonuses from the aspects we plan on putting in. So obviously, we will now start getting base conversion everywhere. Looks like it is going to stay around flat in kind of relatively low control places. But like in Genoa, up to 18, which is not bad, because they obviously doesn't have the lack of control modifier. We may want to start using our cabinet to do things. Now, there is a problem, which is we can't become an empire because we need 70 prestige. But that's okay. So once we finished integrating places, I will pivot my councillors to converting. But I think it does make sense to finish integrating the land that we've taken first. And then we will start converting. And what we'll do is we'll try and convert like the core. Now, will we get massive Catholic rebellions? I don't know. And I assume there are some interesting events that will fire as a result of this having happened. But we'll see. Still have some Lutheran zealots for now. But the satisfaction, yeah, even in places that are solidly Catholic, is still okay. The Catholic burghers here, yeah, I mean, it's not that bad. Minus kind of 12, 13 happiness. It's not that bad at all. Oh my god. Why is our stability tanking? What happened to our stability? We must have been getting a bunch from being Catholic, I guess. We don't really need it to be 80, though, to be fair. Okay, we can now tax the pastors, but we obviously don't want to, because we want the research instead. Well, we can stop paying the army and navy. But we need to balance the books a bit. A little bit less exploration would probably be a good idea, and obviously paying down our debt would be good as well. Okay, handing out this land once we kill off this lot, and then just turning our attention to internal stability, more colonizing, more building up and urbanizing, and seeing what we can do to make people embrace this new Lutheran reality. So our subjects have not converted, which doesn't actually appear to matter much, because we can still just improve their relations without too much difficulty. So the only problem will be if we get like a truly colossal Catholic rebels thing that takes half the country, and we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Oh, we have some new policies available. We can do personal religious education. Right now we've got 5% for peasants and some spiritualists with some satisfaction. This would give us 5% without the spiritualism, but it would be without the estate satisfaction, so it's probably not worth it. Cool. One thing I did not notice, by the way, is these the merchant quarters. They do actually give local burghers power. So areas where we've built a lot of them, which is a lot of places, is are going to have substantial boosts to local burghers' power, which is kind of bad, but it's not the end of the world. I think it's still probably worth it. Although, given how little of our trade is being used in some of these places, difficult to say. Oh, impeccable timing. Age of Reformation is here. Okay, let's take a look here. Not that important. Okay, 10% conversion would be nice. Tax efficiency is okay. Trade advantage could be useful. Tolerance of heathens, probably a good idea. 2 cultural capacity. 1 tolerance of heathens is equal to what? How happy are me heathens in here? View Genoese tolerance of Catholicism minus 8.8. They're heretics. So it's 5 satisfaction per point. This is plus 5 satisfaction for our Catholics. It's not that good. Honestly, it's the first time where I'm not inspired by the admins. I've never been in the Age of Reformation before, by the way. First time, I think. Tax efficiency 10%, 20 cabinet. That's very nice so far. That's useless. That's trade maintenance, especially because we're stacking that on top of some other modifiers. Sorry, let me just clear this off the screen. You should be part of Cape. Let's take a look at the other trade maintenance we have here. So trade maintenance right now, we have minus 55%. Stacking up another 10% on that is huge. That's a 20% reduction in the maintenance costs. Market attraction, Diplo rep, not too bad. Trade capacity, yeah, pretty good. Oof, migration, nice. Cheaper stuff there. Honestly, that's looking really good so far. I'm fully ready to be entirely underwhelmed. 25% culture capacity. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Although we can culture convert so quickly, but that's pretty nice. Useless. Oh, okay. Useless. Okay, well, I don't know how to assess how good this is, to be honest. It could be amazing. When I say useless, by the way, I mean in this context where we're not struggling in fights. So yeah, let's go diplomatic. I think the trade capacity and the stacking trade maintenance modifiers seems good. So let's go that way. We have just a couple of other things queued up. Are they important? Yeah, like construction speed, we don't need that. Although I guess I was saying so we can start researching stuff in the Reformation, but we need the institutions to spawn first. Confessionalism is looking like it's not going to spawn somewhere we own. With any luck, we'll spawn in Trivoli here. Cool. Global trade, we have not very good odds to spawn this. Not terrible, but not great odds. Artillery, we have by far the largest artillery army in the world, so a little put out that appears to only be able to spawn in Poland, which is weird. Was there famous Polish artillery? Maybe. Anyway, I'm hopeful that these will spread. We also now have the cabinet action that spreads institutions, and I've never looked at these trees before, so it'll be interesting. Hey, and there's another 10% trade maintenance, and there's another 10%, so we can get it down to 20% of its base value using those techs plus the oh, actually, sorry, this isn't the age tech, is it? I thought this was the age tech. So the age tech will be somewhere over here. No, well, it's somewhere anyway. But that's pretty good. So what have we got? More cabinet members, hopefully. Supreme Court, some crown power. Ooh, and another 5% proximity cost. That's good. Principles, another government reform is nice. There's the cabinet seat. And subject opinion. Oh, opinion, I thought it was loyalty. Nuts. There's the trade. There's another trade maintenance. Nice. And we might be able to get trade maintenance down to none. Basically undo the trade nerf. Sweet. And yeah, 20% efficiency of cabinet is pretty nice. Weird that it's locked behind ships. Anyway, on with the age. We do have disloyal vassals, including the ones we're trying to annex, which is unfortunate. Need to try and work on that. Right. So the rest of this video was recorded 2 months ago, almost. And I am going to stop the campaign here, I think. We had a good run. We united Italy much more than last time. We got a big big bit of land here, but many patches have come out. 1.1 looks really alluring, and I am not motivated to play before 1.1 hits, and we can do things like permanently disable alerts on the fly and all kinds of good stuff. Glorp UI is also updated. Check that out. Pretty cool, huh? You can see your tax face, your Diplo rep. Really, really nice addition. Let's just take a little look around. Culture-wise, Ligurian looking pretty dominant here, pretty dominant. How many members of there are 13 million Ligurians in the world right now. Pretty nice, pretty nice. You can see that we have, vast majority of our populace are Ligurian now. Pretty nice. We have, of course, massive domination over the New World. With all of our colonies, just based on how yellow this is. We never did, I still haven't done, in fact, any campaign where I've attacked into Mexico and taken that land out. It would be, and taking it over. It'd be interesting. I haven't played with the new conquistador mechanics yet. It'd be interesting to see how that goes. We still haven't taken into India, I know, but we've got a really good chokehold on Africa. There are, of course, wars that still need to be fought against France to remove their presence in Africa here. But we were doing pretty well at remaining relatively monopolized on that. I know some people will be disappointed. The series is ending here. I apologize. I can only apologize. I have it's that classic thing where it's like, oh, I won't play this week, and then you don't play the next week, and then it's been 2 months and I haven't played this campaign at all. So I just don't think it's the way to go. Can you customize what's in this tab? That would be good. Either way, once 1.1 comes out, we will dive back in. Probably as I feel like playing the Ottomans again could be fun with the new things I know about stacking, antagonism reduction and things. Not Rome yet because they're getting the first DLC, so we hear. So hopefully we can play as them once the first DLC comes out. But either way, thank you so very much for watching the series. I hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one.